stream can start.
Okay, fantastic. Good morning, Sandy. I hope everyone brought their umbrella. It's supposed to be raining for the next few days.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I've been advised that the YouTube stream is now live, so you can please go ahead.
Okay, everybody ready? Thumbs up. That's great. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Thompson, and I'm the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee. The clerk has, in fact, confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting 21 of the Economic and Community Development Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone this morning. Members, I'd like just to say that Vice Chair and Councillor Grimes will not be here with us today. He is recovering for obviously medical reasons, and he's recovering at home. We do wish him, on your behalf, a quick recovery. He did say to me, though, that just in case we had a problem with quorum, he will do his utmost best if we were to reach out to him to ensure that we're able to continue the meeting. So, Councillor Grimes, if you are watching, I just, on behalf of all members of the committee, want to wish you a speedy recovery. Today's meeting is actually being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask for everyone's patience with respect to any technical issues or delay that we may have. This system is not foolproof, and I, again, just to reiterate on behalf of the committee and everyone, to ask for your patience should we run into any technical problems or any delay. We currently have a number of registered speakers. My last check was we had about 4, and that may increase or may decrease. The clerk staffs have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, this is a paperless meeting. The clerk has provided all agenda material via CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. IT staff will be available to members to help them with their devices if you need the help. I'd like to remind staff to keep your mics muted and your videos turned off unless you need to answer questions or to speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those who are watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or speak on an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands or unmute their mics if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call in members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their videos and to raise their hands in order to vote on a particular item. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with your motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending today's meeting, and there are 2, present with us this morning is Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Pasternak. I thank you both very much for being with us today. I want to also encourage you both.
And Peruzza is here as well, okay?
Oh, Anthony. Good morning, Anthony. I did not see you. Thank you very much. And also Councillor Peruzza. So thank you very much, Councillor, for being here. Just want to remind you all that obviously you were able to turn on your video and your mic, unmute your mic when you wish to speak and or ask staff questions. The clerk will also assist the clerk in terms of recording your attendance here. Although we are in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the lands that we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations. The Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Members, are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Waiting to see any hands. I see none. Thank you. Next, we need to have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last committee meeting on March 25th. Councillor Carroll? Oh, Councillor Lai. Councillor Lai. Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now let's proceed with the agenda review. We have 15 items on the agenda. I'm not aware of any walk-on or new business at this point in time, but the clerk will provide that information if there is any walk-ons or new business. Members, the first item on the agenda today is EC 21.1, Driving Positive Change, the York University Economic and Social Impact 2020 report. We have the president of York University and vice chancellor of York University, Dr. Rhonda Lenton, is here with us. Along with Dr. Lenton is Jade Maxwell Rodriguez, and they will be making a presentation later on, so we'll come back to that. The next item is EC 21.2, Ontario's Social Assistance and Employment Service System Transformation Plans. We will hold that item down. It's presentation from staff. The next item, and members, is EC 21.4, 2021 Recreation Worker Outreach Plan to support Black youth hiring. I will.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You missed 21.3.
Okay, thank you. I'll get back to that in a sec.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry because it's because I'm setting up in the office. Did you already hold on? Ontario's social.
Sorry, we couldn't hear you, Councillor Carroll. You're cutting out there. You were cutting out. Couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now? I'm having a real hard time setting up.
Yes. Your question?
My office. How am I doing? Can you hear me now?
There's a circle. We can hear you, but there's circles going. I don't know if you were asking whether or not I'd held EC 21.2. If that's the question, maybe just give me a thumbs up because we have held it.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. And we've held 21.4, and Councillor Lai will get back to 21.3. It's at the very bottom of my page, and I just missed it again. The item EC 21.3, Community Service Partnership Grants Allocation.
Hold, please. I have some question of staff.
Okay, I will hold that in your name, Councillor Lai. All right, and we're moving now to the next item, EC 21.5, Recreation Capacity in Scarborough-Guildwood. I know that Councillor Ainsley is here. Councillor Ainsley, did you wish to speak to that item?
Actually, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think there's two deputants on this item. Thank you.
All right. So again, I don't have my list in front of me. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I will hold that in your name. How's that? Okay. The next item is EC 21.7, removal of a director from the Mount Pleasant Village Business Improvement Area Board of Management. You have a motion on that item. Councillor Cressy, would you like to move that?
Speaker, I'm happy to move that, and I believe you jumped over 21.6, which I can also move if we go back to that after.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cressy, for that item. All right. EC 21.6, Toronto Entertainment Business Improvement Area. It's a name change. Councillor Cressy, would you like to handle that one as well?
Yes, happy to move those staff recommendations. Thank you.
Fantastic. All those in favor of that item? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And just to make sure I cover this one, EC 21.7, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right, moving along. Our next item is EC 21.8, amendment to various non-competitive blank contracts for the ongoing management of emergency city services at temporary municipal shelter during COVID-19. I'm going to hold that item. Next item is EC 21.9, amendment to non-competitive contract number 47022679 with Star Security Inc. for security guard services at shelter sites as part of the COVID-19 response. I'm going to hold that item. I know the Council Ford, you have an interest in that item. I will hold that item in my name. The next item is EC 21.10, response to increase unpermitted fireworks use during the COVID-19 pandemic. Council Ford, I think you have an item. You'd like me to hold that one?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think we also have speakers on the item.
We have, yes, okay. Thank you. All right. Moving right along, EC 21.11, Culture Fire Authorization, proposed amendment to City of Toronto's Municipal Code, Chapter 441, Fees and Charges, and Chapter 442, Fees and Charges Administration of.
Chair, I'm happy to move those recommendations.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Cressy is moving this item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Cressy. The next item is EC 21.12, 2021 election sign bylaw review. I will hold that item. My questions of staff. The next item is EC 21.13, Dangerous Dog Tribunal 2020 Annual Report. We had referred this back from Council. I know that there is one speaker, so we'll hold that item. The next item is EC 21.15, enjoying a drink outdoors, providing safe, responsible, and equitable options for all Torontonians. There are speakers on this particular item, so I will hold that item. And members, just wanted to do this. If I can do this now, Dr. Davila would like to speak on this particular item. I would ask that we schedule this item to be heard at 11 a.m. when Dr. Davila is available to attend. So I'm just going to move that we vary in order to ensure that this matter can be dealt with at the appropriate time at 11 o'clock. So all those in favor of making the changes? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We will deal with this item at 11 a.m. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, this is Julie from the clerk's office. I just wondered if you could go back to item EC 2114, which is with respect to a letter from the
green
Film
infrastructure.
Television. Yes,
Yeah.
that one was not
Okay.
covered in the rundown.
Okay, thank you. All right. So item EC 21.14, Sustainable and Green Infrastructure Initiatives for the film industry, proposed power drop pilot project at popular filming locations in Toronto. Does anyone have any questions on this particular item? Councillor Cressy, did you wish to move it? or
I'm
questions?
very happy to move it. I'm
Okay.
happy to move it, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cressy is moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so members, we've covered all the items, and we will now go back to the beginning. But just before we get started, I have to leave in a few minutes to attend a meeting with the mayor. In my absence, Councillor Carroll will chair the meeting. And so, Councillor Carroll, if you'd like, I will just set up the first item, or if you'd like, you can set it up yourself, whatever you wish.
Well, Mr. Chair, are you able to hear me now?
Loud and clear, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Fantastic.
Had some connection problems. I still don't have the hotspot, but I just wanted to make sure. And can I also ask, where are clerks situated? They weren't in committee room 1 when I came through.
I'll ask the clerk to respond to that. Madam
Yeah,
Clerk?
if they could just send me an email so that I have an ongoing portal of communication with them, then we can live without you for a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. And I've also forwarded on your contact information to the clerk as well, so she does have that. So I appreciate your taking
Fantastic.
over. And I will just turn it over to you then. Do you have Dr. Linton's information, or do you want me just to introduce Dr. Linton and also Jade Maxwell Rodriguez? Would you like me to
I do
that?
not have that information.
Okay, let me do
So
that.
if you
Let me
want to
set this up for
introduce
you.
them, and then we will entertain them.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. And thank you, members, for your understanding. Members, item number EC 21.1, Driving Positive Change, the York University Economic and Social Impact Report 2020 summary. I'm pleased that we have an amazing leader, Dr. Rhonda Linton, who is the president and vice chancellor of York University. Accompanying her is Jade Maxwell Rodriguez, who is responsible, I guess, is the Chief of Government and Community Services, both representing York University. Councillor Carroll, I'll turn it over to you, and you will invite both guests to participate in the meeting. So, members, I'll be back as soon as I can. Thank you.
Okay, and first of all, a welcome to the presenters. Do we have the presenters all queued up, or are we able to hear them at this point? We're in your hands, Madam Clerk. Are they queued up?
Hi, Councillor Carroll. So this is Julie. We do have the presenters, Dr. Rhonda Linton and her colleague, Jade Maxwell Rodriguez. I'm just wondering if Dr. Linton can just turn her mic on. I believe we did a mic check at the beginning, but we're not able to hear her right now. Dr. Linton, are you able to hear us to respond? Okay, I'm just going to ask my colleague Fortis. Fortis, is Dr. Linton's audio connected? Do you see that from your end?
Doctor's audio connection is there. She might need to unmute from her hardware level or switch her microphone.
Okay. Dr. Linton, are you able to unmute yourself from your end?
I don't think so. I see you're talking, but it still looks muted.
Okay. Okay, I'm wondering maybe in this case, it looks like she's disconnected, and we'll try to reconnect. I'm not sure what you wish to do, Madam Chair, if you would like to proceed to the second presentation, and then in the meantime, we'll get in touch with Dr. Linton and then try to troubleshoot the technical issues.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Rodriguez wants to start then.
Well, Madam Chair, this is Peruzza. Maybe we can just stand this down for a few minutes until we get Dr. Linton appropriately connected, and then we'll go back to them. Would that be okay?
Well, if you don't mind, Councillor Peruzza, having already asked Ms. Rodriguez if she wants to proceed, I think I'll get her answer first.
I see Dr. Linton on the screen now.
Yes,
oh, and I hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Is that workable?
Hi, can I be heard now?
We can hear you, Dr. Linton, but your voice is a little bit weak. Is it possible to, I'm not sure, to adjust your audio settings or just to speak a little bit louder?
So
Okay, you may need to be a little bit closer to your microphone.
Still have some, yeah. So, Madam Clerk, as we're having difficulties, and if the presentation is such that really needs to go in the order of Dr. Linton going first, I'm going to take the advice of Councillor Peruzza. I think what we'll do is deal with item 2 and then come back. That will take a few minutes and should allow you the time to figure out audio issues and get us up and running. So I'm going to stand down item number, pardon?
That sounds good. We'll follow up with Dr. Linton.
Okay, fantastic. So, so councillors, I'm going to stand down item number 1 and we'll proceed to item number 2, which is Ontario's Social Assistance and Employment Service System. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers to the item?
Madam Chair, we do not have any speakers on item 2. We just have a presentation from staff, from the General Manager of Toronto Employment and Social Services, and I believe he is all ready to go.
Okay, fantastic. So we're going to proceed with the presentation from staff, and then there'll be questions of staff.
Good morning, Councillor Carroll. Just making
Good
sure
morning.
You can hear me okay?
Perfectly, thank you.
Great, thank you. And I am just sharing my screen so that members of committee have the presentation in front of them for their ability to review. So good morning, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee and guest councillors. I have a brief presentation that provides an overview of the proposed transformational changes announced by the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services most recently in February of 2021. The purpose of this presentation is, of course, to provide an overview of the report in front of you, EC 21.2, including providing a foundation on the proposed changes. Secondly, highlighting key elements and changes that are being outlined through this vision paper, and moving forward, setting a foundation for future reports back to this committee and to council, which will provide further information, analysis, and recommendations as these changes unfold. And as you'll see in the recommendation document, we're proposing Q2 of 2022 for a number of those elements coming back to committee. Just briefly, in terms of some context on the way that we deliver our programs as they speak of right now. The province of Ontario, through the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, is responsible for Ontario Works and the Ontario Disability Support Program. They have administered through us and through all other municipal and regional offices the ability to deliver the Ontario Works program. So Toronto Employment and Social Services is the delivery agent here for the City of Toronto with the legislative authority to do so. And currently, as that delivery agent, we deliver end-to-end programming, and you'll see there identified a number of different key elements of the work that we do, everything from initial intake and eligibility through to ongoing eligibility, compliance and integrity, service planning, a variety of different employment services, and post-exit supports. Similarly, Ontario Disability Support Program continues to be delivered by the province of Ontario. So that's the background as to how the program is arranged at this stage. So what's changing? In terms of changes that are anticipated through the vision paper that was released February 11th, and for council members' reminder, there was a briefing note that was shared out by myself on February 11th as well that highlighted a number of key observations at that time that was then built upon to this report. And what we're going to be seeing is a shift from the end-to-end programming that we currently deliver on all aspects of Ontario Works to a more functional-based approach that will be seamless over time to our clients, but allow us to have a more concerted and focused effort on key elements. And this presentation will provide what those steps are, what the timelines are associated with that work. So moving ahead, the first phase is the one that we're just starting to commence now. And it's really around transitioning from work that we do now around the determination of intake and eligibility upfront. The Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services will be taking on that responsibility. They will be creating a new digital application platform and portal. They'll be determining the eligibility for individuals applying for social assistance. And subsequently, it will allow us as Ontario Works providers through Toronto Employment and Social Services to focus more on service navigation and life stabilization for our clients. This piloting has already begun in a number of municipalities across Ontario. We are scheduled likely to commence this work in the fall, but it will not be a light switch. It's not turning on immediately. It will be a slow transition, and we've been working with our provincial counterparts since last fall, as well as with the other pilot sites to learn about the work that they're doing so that we can make sure that we're successful in this transition. But a key aspect of this work is going to be to allow us to spend more time on life stabilization in the delivery of what our caseworkers do and less time on those administrative functions that do take up time now and are very important, but can be centralized and done effectively in that respect. Moving ahead, another key element of change as part of phase 2 is we'll see that the province is going to take on more of that centralization of all mandatory financial benefits administration, including ongoing program compliance and integrity. And we will continue to be focused more and more on the life stabilization supports, mental health, addictions, child welfare, housing, food security, etc. Another key element in that third bullet on this slide is that we will also be expanding our services in what we deliver for life stabilization to expand to also include clients that are currently being served through Ontario Disability Support Program. So if there are individuals there that are looking for additional supports through life stabilization and may even be extending that to employment opportunities down the road, that will be a focus of us, which will be a new element for us, is to help out those individuals as well. Now, concurrently to some of those changes around life stabilization and some of the programmatic functional changes that I'm speaking of, concurrently, we're also looking at some adjustments with the way that we deliver our workforce developments and our employment programs. Currently, right now, Ministry of Labour Training and Skills Development operates out of 4 regional offices. We're part of the Central District. Moving ahead, they've now delineated this into 15 service areas. The City of Toronto will be its own distinct service area. They've established 3 pilots that have just commenced in January, so it's early days, but we'll be continuing to learn about their work and the prototypes that they've established with community partners in the way that they deliver the programs. But the goal is to make stronger relationships with the employment training developers through Employment Ontario's, leveraging even our own network right now of our purchase of employment services, and have a more fulsome approach so that as our clients go through social assistance and we're able to support them more effectively through life stabilization, which is really a key cornerstone to what our staff wish to be doing, less administration, more focused on case management, that we're also making stronger links where it makes sense for our clients through employment services at large. So we've commenced the discussions with Ministry of Labour Training and Skills Development. There are no timelines at this stage, but we know it's going to be within the next number of years. And as we understand it now, there will be a competitive process established for identifying that service system manager. And that service system manager would then be responsible for all the contracting with Employment Ontario service providers, identifying the needs and opportunities, and the focus in our perspective on behalf of the city. And you'll see in our recommendations moving ahead that our focus is to spend the next year in consultation with community, with stakeholders, with service providers now to understand how best this could move before we decide on a recommendation and then seek committee and council's approach on what this might look like in the future and how we might want to play a leadership role in this space. And then the third main phase of this work and the future state with no specific timeline is really to expand some of these programs and services. We know how effective the work is that our caseworkers do, but we really want to expand this work to also now, under this vision, to include residents that are low income before they qualify for social assistance, before they need to rely on Ontario Works or Ontario Disability Support Programs. So this would be an effective manner to support individuals that are at risk within our community without waiting for them to have to qualify for our programs before we can support them. And we have skills and leadership within our teams, within our staff and our caseworkers that can provide that broader sense to support those individuals within our community at a time of need before waiting for them to qualify for our programs. So in the last few slides, I'll just highlight quickly ongoing key elements of this work. There's a lot of proposed changes, many of which are administrative in nature that are hopefully going to help to streamline processes, make things more effective for our clients, allow our skilled staff to continue to focus in on the needs of our clients and a broader expansive need within the community, including ODSP clients, including other low-income residents. With that said, there's a key element here, and we have governance structures in place to help to support this, is the ongoing co-design and iterative approach that we have to work on with our provincial counterparts. And we do have those structures in place, and we do have their commitment, which is a very important step in terms of how we will work together in an effective manner moving ahead. We've also worked very closely on an ongoing basis with our colleagues with other partner divisions, such as social development, finance, and administration, as they are responsible for our application and support center and work that happens there in terms of contacts and calls that come in for individuals inquiring about social assistance and determining eligibility up front. So we're going to continue to be partnering with them as we have been on an ongoing basis. And of course, there's many other elements that are in play around the centralization of intake scheduled to happen this fall. And again, that will be an iterative process because even once the province takes on some of this centralization, they even anticipate that 30% of those clients will still need our help to apply, will still need to come to us. So our application and support center and the work that we do in our offices will continue to be very focused on those individuals with more complex eligibility needs up front. That will be our responsibility moving ahead, and we'll continue to manage that work as well. Also, the last bullet here talks about a funding formula. No timelines are in place around this, but obviously with the changes that are being identified, funding models will change to a certain extent. We'll want to make sure that we continue to keep you fully apprised through committee and through council of words and information that we're hearing so we can make informed decisions around the employment service assistant manager, the roles, the responsibilities, the expected outcomes, what role we may wish to play, and ensuring absolutely that we have the appropriate funds in place to deliver these programs even more effectively than we're able to now. One point before I turn this slide to the next one is the vision paper has stated through their minister that this is not an exercise in cutting jobs or finding administrative savings. So we are looking to have funding to support this work and our expanded role moving ahead. Now, with that being said, there is a slide here that identifies some gaps, risks, and opportunities. The first gap is one that we identify in recommendation number 3 of the report, which is with all the changes that are being made to simplify process for applications, to invest more time on life stabilization and stronger partnership with Employment Ontario, we have not seen anything in the vision paper that speaks to improving adequacy of rates for our clients, both on Ontario Works or through ODSP. So you'll see recommendations that I'll speak to later on that highlight that challenge because that is not part of their vision paper. That is not something that they're focusing in on through this vision paper. There are a number of risks that we identify that we feel are all manageable, but I identify them nonetheless, which is as we transition through centralized intake, working closely with our application and support center, as I mentioned, as a key element of that work. Ongoing as well, ensuring that there are seamless transitions in place. Seamless transitions throughout all the process. There's an end-to-end process now. Just going to pause for a second. I'm hearing a bit of typing that might impact on others.
Just on a point of order, I think, oh, there it is. It's resolved now, Tom. Sorry.
Okay. My apologies. I just wanted to make sure others could hear. My apologies to whoever was typing. So obviously as well, moving ahead, we want to ensure that there's a seamless transition. That handoff from this new end-to-end process needs to be absolutely seamless to our clients. So we want to work closely with partners through Employment Ontario, through the province as well, to make sure that our clients are transitioned through all the different phases in a very seamless respect. And then finally, in terms of our processes with employment services as a potential risk as well, again, one that we'll have to work closely on. Currently, right now, we are funded to deliver workforce development, and we provide various tools and skills and abilities and contacts within our community. Once this transitions over, our ability to have more flexibility in our network may be somewhat limited, but that is something that is uncertain until we have better clarity over the months and years to come with the Ministry of Labour Training and Skills Development. But I wanted to highlight it here as a potential risk, because as new elements happen with community benefits network and others, we apply flexibilities. We look to focus on those areas. Once we have new contracts in place through Employment Ontario, will we have those same flexibilities is something we'll have to continually learn about. So that's why we've identified it as a potential risk. And then opportunities, there are many opportunities, a lot of positive elements here as well. Expanding our services around life stabilization to low-income residents, making more of a focus on that one-to-one support through our caseworkers that are highly skilled, and then moving with a greater focus and intent, as we in the city have been doing, around a human services integration approach. And we've been focused across divisions with SSHA, Children's Services, SDF&A for a considerable period of time, and we continue to be focused in on that. The province is really going to help us hopefully support this, because we want to see other provincial ministries come to the table and help to streamline eligibility determination, other aspects of this work to make it really seamless and really client-centered focus and resident focus, as opposed to having various different eligibility requirements in that respect. And then just to end things off, the last two slides are really talk about some of our next steps. So clearly we're going to continue to work with our ministry partners around the work at hand. We want to actively participate and influence their work and make sure they understand the importance of success here in Toronto, and make sure that the timelines and the processes are in place, that it's iterative, that we're able to pilot things, that we're able to measure success, and that we're funded appropriately for the work at hand. And we're going to continue to work absolutely in partnership with other divisions, as I've mentioned, within community and social services, as well as those across the city, including, for example, Toronto Public Library, and continue to work, as I referenced earlier, with community partners. We want to spend time to engage our stakeholders in the community that deliver some of these key programs for us now and in partnership with us now and through contract with us now, both at the community sector and with employers, so we can build better systems moving ahead. And the last slide, councillors, is just a brief overview of the recommendations that are before you on page 2 and 3 of the report. I will stop sharing the presentation now. And Councillor Carroll, happy to turn it back over to you as interim chair for any questions or comments from yourself.
Okay, super. I'm going to prepare a list for questions, and then probably have some time to work our way all the way through that list. So if I can see a show of hands on request a question. First of all, our guests, Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Ainsley, any questions of staff? Seeing none. Okay, and Councillor Cressy? And that leaves, so I'll get right to it. Mr. Azuz, this scares the heck out of me.
Councillor, we can't hear you.
Oh, dear.
Councillor Carroll, we can't seem to hear you.
So these, any luck now? Can people are unable to hear me?
We can hear you now.
Thank you, Councillor, for that indication. This is scary to me. If you're going to do a major restructuring, a new CEO, he comes in and he does a restructuring. One of the things he negotiates is there's going to be a cost to restructuring. There's going to be a restructuring charge on your financial statement next year. Is it closely is going to have a cost?
Sorry, Councillor, it was cutting in and out, unfortunately, during your question. My apologies. I heard you reference your concerns that you have and the financial elements.
I'm right. I don't know what to do if you can't hear me. I'm very sorry about this. I should have actually stayed home and I would be having better internet service than I.
Councillor Carroll, Councillor Carroll, this is Julie from the City Clerk's office. So we had a period of time there where we didn't hear you. I'm just wondering, is it possible for you to turn off your camera, and we'll just see if that improves?
I guess I'll have to. I have asked IT to appear with a hotspot in my office. That seems to be the only way for me to work in this office. I'm sorry for people for the delay. So, Mr. Azuz, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor Carroll.
I'm not annoyed at you. I'm annoyed at the IT in this building. I'm worried about the costs here. In the private sector, if you're going to do a major restructuring like this and you want to do it seamlessly, the CEO up front tells his board there's going to be a restructuring cost. Is it clear to you that the province understands that there may be a cost to doing this if they want to do it seamlessly without hurting services to residents?
So I believe that the conversations that we've been having, Councillor Carroll, that there's an understanding that there's a lot of work to be done here and that there's going to be financial implications. We've been working under a guise of our budget was committed for this year under the guise of transition that will be happening, and we're hoping to see that same stability announced shortly even for next year. So there's an understanding of from a financial sector that we need some stability, and we'll continue to keep you and your colleagues absolutely informed if we ever see any risks associated in that respect.
Okay. When I read through the body of the report, I'm looking at the vision statement right now, the one pager from the province. But when I look at through the content of it, some of the things that they talk about being enhancements when you make a move from silos to human services coordinated, our caseworkers are already doing this work. They actually are pretty proactive, is what I'm hearing, about making sure that people are accessing the other things they should be accessing. Employment not only for the client, but for youth and their family, accessing the welcome letter, all of those things. We have an integrated approach already. Are we at the table as an expert? Do they understand that we have a lot to offer in this area in terms of coordination?
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Yes, the province does recognize the work that we're doing here in the City of Toronto and the way that we've integrated across different divisions right now. I think a key element to some of this human services integration as part of the long-term vision is that the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services also wants to get other provincial ministries to the table. So they each have their own eligibility requirements, their own program delivery. So there's an opportunity here for us not just to work with the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, but to influence other provincial ministries to come on board. And that would expand supports that our own staff could deliver in a much more effective and harmonized manner as well. That is one key objective from a long-term future state.
Okay. One last question, and it's around the issue of there's very clearly a focus here in trying to get people from social assistance into the world of work, and we share that vision. We've talked about it often in City of Toronto work. But what I don't see in their chart, I see a lot of getting people to the world of work. I see making sure that there is literacy and numeracy to get there. But I don't see anything that better coordinates. In mother-led families, mom needs to work 9 to 5. And what has always been choppy for us, where we really have wanted to partner with the province, is around a better path to post-secondary, better path into community college, better path to the kind of work that allows them to have predictable work and livable wages. And I don't see anything to do with post-secondary or reintroducing that into the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. The conversations around the Employment Service System Manager are just in their infancy now. It's a multi-year approach that's just laying out that foundation. So your insights are very valuable in that respect, because there's a lot of elements that we deal with now, whether it's around basic education, literacy programs, job search, placements, etc. But when it comes to post-secondary and community college, we can certainly ensure that the province has that conversation with us, specifically the Ministry of Labour Training and Skills Development. And as we look at a proposed approach down the road, we can certainly ensure that that's an outcome that we could be considered and influence those conversations accordingly.
And that would be a really good outcome of all this coordination into a human services approach, because the choppiness has thus far has been OW and childcare being separated, OSAP and post-secondary separated from those folks in various ways. I don't need to move a motion though, do I? Because I think there's a contemplation in here of talking to the community and also talking to us, counselors and service providers.
That is correct. The recommendation is we want to spend the next year doing the engagement, learning more about their vision, but also doing the community and stakeholder engagements, broadly speaking, including our staff, so that we're in a position to come back to committee and to council with a wholesome approach in that respect.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions. So councillors, I'm looking for speakers to the item now. Are there any speakers to the item?
Councillor Carroll?
Yes.
Carroll? I'm back, but I did have a couple of questions.
Okay, I was about to put myself on the speakers list, and I hand it over to you. Welcome back, Mr.
No. Councillor Carroll, I'll leave you to conclude this item, but I do have some questions to ask, so I'll leave you to conclude the item.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your stepping in. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff, and I don't know if this question has already been asked, but I wanted to understand what does it mean with respect to this notion of life stabilization support? I wonder if you could explain that to me. Again, I don't know if it's been asked already. I just wanted to have some clarity on that. What does that mean?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And life stabilization is really about the opportunities that we have through our caseworkers and our skilled staff to really support and make improvements across the poverty domain as it relates to housing, food security, childcare, healthcare, mental health, substance abuse, and even transportation. So it's really helping individuals to navigate those elements without expecting them to be able to make all those connections themselves, that our staff, as Councillor Carroll referenced earlier, already have those skills and are doing that work, but now they'll be able to invest more time and have more knowledge and experience and contacts within the community to do this work effectively, because they're spending less time on the administrative nature of their work.
Oh, okay, that's very helpful. So in phase one, handling the applications and determining the eligibility will become the provincial function, and a person-centered support will continue to deliver it locally. So my question in this phase, will only people eligible for financial assistance be able to receive other types of support like life stabilization and employment assistance?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In phase one, our focus is on our current caseloads, those that are on social assistance. They'll be the ones that are receiving that assistance. But through that final stage, as part of the future state, we will be expanding through phase three to support individuals that are of low income, broadly speaking, within our communities, as opposed to waiting for them to have to qualify for social assistance to get that support. So we'll be expanding our services, and we'll need our resources and our staff to be able to effectively do that work with a broader segment of our population.
Okay, that's great. In the summary of the report, it states that there is a focus on expediting access to benefits and streamlining the administration process and enhancing the case management support for ODSP clients. The question, how will this benefit, the access to benefits be expedited?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. So the focus really here as part of phase two around Ontario Disability Support Program is that they'll continue to demonstrate their eligibility upfront through the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. But for those individuals that are interested in life stabilization and perhaps some broader employment opportunities down the road, that's where we'll jump in and provide those supports. We'll provide the life stabilization similar to what we'll provide to our social assistance clients. We've been hearing for a long time that there are individuals in our community that are on ODSP that wish they had the same supports that are offered through Ontario workers, caseworkers. So this will provide that expanded benefit and value, things that we hear from our residents and low-income residents are very important moving ahead.
Thank you. The report further states that a significant nature of change means that there are additional issues and potential risks which the city will need to monitor and address going forward. So my question is, could you kind of let me know or comment as to what are these risks that the city will need to monitor going forward?
I would certainly suggest, Deputy Mayor, risks include outcome measurements and obligations that the province would set up, ensuring we have the right financial elements to do this work accordingly, ensuring that it's a streamlined process that is, as I've mentioned, a bit of a transitional handoff between the different segments of this end-to-end process, and making sure that we absolutely have the ability to deliver with the funds that we have and the timing that we have, the better outcomes for our clients. So all these things are doable because I think we do have a willing partner at the table, but it's something we'll absolutely, to your point, need to continue to measure and monitor very effectively and continue to keep you and your colleagues fully apprised.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to risk starting my video up just so that we can see everyone. Can you hear me? Oops.
We can hear you.
I have a flurry of IT going on. Councillors, are there any speakers to the item other than myself?
I'll comment after you're done.
Thank you. So I'll speak and then hand it back to the chair, who will also speak to the item. My fellow members, my reason for asking the questions is this is such a huge change, and it's similar to the change we were embarking upon ourselves to take a more human services report approach. I just worry that we're now in partnership with two bodies who are also dealing with this unprecedented time in terms of the amount of need for all these services that is going on. We have increased need, but we're also trying to do this major transformation. And from the looks of the report and the progress that Mr. Azuz let us know of in the other regions that are starting ahead of us, they're trying to stick to their timelines. And so I worry that there's an increased cost to the transformation, but there's also an increased cost to the people needing assistance. And I worry that not only is the city not made whole, but the recipients aren't made whole in the end if we don't get this right. And so I really do hope there's a lot of inputs requested of us and of our community and our partner service providers so that they get the best transformation possible. But the one that I flagged, that connection to post-secondary opportunities, that's one that I don't think we were doing particularly well at before. And if in this partnership, both the municipalities and the province can start to do better at this, I think that is really what we mean when we say build back better. When we say recovery has to be renewal, in particularly in settlement families and in mother-led families, the way for that single parent provider of the family, the way forward is post-secondary. But if post-secondary means switching from social assistance to an OSAP loan and coming out of it with a $30,000 student loan or whatever, just to keep food on the table and get the education piece to get to the living wage, by the time they get to the living wage, they also have a $300 a month student loan payment to make probably for the rest of their life. And jobs may be scarce for a while. We have to get that post-secondary piece right. And to my mind, what we should be advocating for is tuition grants that really entice them to that work. If they really want a path off of social assistance, that's what they need to be looking at. That's what's been missing all along. You could skip all of this transformation and just do that and get a huge result. So that's the input I'm going to be giving. And apparently from Mr. Azouz's answers, we're going to have that opportunity. So, Mr. Chair, I don't need to move a motion, but that's certainly going to be my mission. Thanks. Those are my comments.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. I'm just looking at the screen to see if there is anyone else wishing to comment on this particular item. I see none other than, myself wishing to comment. First of all, I want to thank staff for an excellent report. I do concur with respect to Councillor Carroll. And as we are looking at employment service system transformation, I know that Mr. Azouz and his leadership and his team are extremely prepared for the transformational processes and changes that are being offered by the provincial government. In fact, I think if it was left to us, we actually could do an amazing job beyond simply what is being offered by the provincial government. I say this only to say that our leadership team led by Mr. Azouz are so fundamentally strong that in terms of recognizing what needs to happen to help those who are in need, we're looking at how we can optimize being more efficient and ensure that we are going to measure and ensure the KPIs are going to be reflective of what is essentially an effort to transform the lives of so many people and to be much more efficient in terms of how we offer services to them and to develop the best in class in this particular area. So I'm looking forward to this all coming together. I'm buoyed by the fact that we have such a strong leadership team as part of our staff complement and leadership of Mr. Azouz that will help us and facilitate more information coming forward. I asked about the life stabilization, and that was a very important response and answer, and thank you very much for the edification of that. It's very helpful to recognize what are the changes that are going to come that will be meaningful for everyone. And so thank you very much for that. I understand that there are no motions to this particular item. There were no added motions. So I would just simply like to ask all those who are in favor of the item, see a show of hands, please. Thank you. Oppose? Okay, that's great. So this item has been approved. Thank you very much. I understand, Councillor Carroll, that item number 1 was not dealt with because there are some technical issues and so on. I think that the parties are now ready. So I will now just confirm with Madam Clerk to ensure that Dr. Lenton and her associate is available. Madam Clerk, can you confirm for me, please, whether or not Dr. Lenton has been connected?
Deputy Mayor, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, excellent.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good to see you. Thank you. So it's my understanding that the presentation is actually going to be put up by your staff. Thank you so much.
Right, here we go, Dr. Linton.
All right,
Okay.
excellent.
You may
Well, look,
begin.
thank you so much, Chair Thompson, and also members of the committee. It's really a pleasure to be with you today and to be able to share our economic and social impact report with you. You know, I think many of you know York University's reputation, and we have always prided ourselves on really very unique vision that brings together access with excellence. We're making sure that no talent is left behind, and that we are always thinking about how we can strengthen our impact and drive positive change. We've got a very strong social and economic justice as part of our commitment, as part of our mission statement. But we're also very actively thinking about ways in which we can work across sectors, and especially with government at all levels, to really drive innovation in neighborhoods, cities, the regions that we serve, and really building inclusive and resilient communities. This is obviously even more important as we see the devastating impact of the, let's just stay on that slide for a minute, as we see the devastating impact of the pandemic. And we know that within the city of Toronto, for example, and your own Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild report, that there are several challenges around affordable housing, sustainable municipal finance, sustainable transit, and equity, diversity, and inclusion. But all of this, because of the pandemic, has really been disproportionately impacting marginalized groups, BIPOC individuals, and women. So we're hoping to be able to share this information with you quickly and to be able to highlight what we are doing, but also hopefully opportunities for further partnership. We can go to that second slide now, sorry. This economic and social impact report to really demonstrate not only the economic impact that the university is having, but also the social impacts that we are having on the world around us. And the report makes an effort to measure and to quantify the significant benefits generated by York University, and to tell the story about the difference that we're making for our students, our communities, and the world, as we really further that mission and that vision of providing a broad demographic of students access to a high-quality, research-intensive university committed to the public good. But it also illustrates the absolute imperative of how you can magnify our impact through partnership by working with others locally and internationally. The report's based on the 2018-19 data, and it was generated through 2 surveys. In total, we surveyed 5,551 York alumni and 2,239 current students, with a special focus on first-generation students. We launched the report in January of this last year, and it was developed for use by government, the private sector, our alumni, community groups, donors, prospective students and their parents, and potential institutional partners. If we could just go to slide 3, please. Thank you. So through comprehensive data and the testimonies of our alumni and students, also examples of groundbreaking research that we've been undertaking, the report details how York University is acting as a ladder to opportunity, an engine of social progress, and a driver of economic growth for Toronto and for the province. And as a ladder of opportunity, York provides transformative access to higher education to those who might not otherwise even have actually been able to access university or thought about accessing a university. And as an engine for social progress, York is producing civically engaged graduates and innovative research that's really designed to drive that positive change. And York is also contributing to the local and provincial economies in significant and direct ways. If we could just go to slide 4, please. So just to elaborate on each of those 3 points a tiny bit, York is widely recognized for our high level of accessibility, and that's due in part to its geographic location within and adjacent to growing and developing communities. Of course, Jane Finch, but also the entire York region is growing hugely, one of the fastest growing regions in Canada. We're known for our reputation for diversity and inclusion, our success in integrating a very diverse student population, our wide array of policies and programs that are really targeted to encourage and to support access. And our research, just as a highlight of this, has revealed that 8% of York University students believe that they would not have attended university at all if they could not have attended York. And of these access students, 59 stated that they would otherwise not have attended any post-secondary education at all, either college or university. This has an enormous knock-on effect in terms of higher income, better well-being, greater civic engagement, not only for the students, but also for their families and the communities that they live in. We could go to slide 5. When it comes to thinking about an engine for social progress, the report identified 2 key ways in which York is directly serving its communities. By producing those civically engaged graduates who are more likely to contribute to their communities through activities such as volunteering, but also who have a stronger sense of belonging in Canada, but also through our engagement in research and teaching and learning activities that are in the public interest and support the ongoing training of many of the province's teachers and nurses. Our research shows that 27% of our alumni felt that they were more civically active because they attended York University, and 29% indicated that they were more politically engaged. In addition, their participation in political parties was more than 3 times as high, and their participation in immigrant and ethnic organizations was twice as high as other Toronto University graduates. We also identified that York trains more teachers than any other university in the province, graduating 27% of the province's new teachers. And we also trained the second highest number of nurses in the province at 12%. So York is focusing on contributing to the public good, and that focus is also evidenced in the responses from our alumni, with more than 1/3 of them indicating that because of their experience at York, serving others has been a more important motivating factor in their career than it would have been otherwise. We could go to slide 6, please. The report concluded that the university also contributes to the provincial economy in 3 significant and direct ways. Through the access effect, the measurement of the economic activity that happens because of York's ability to expand access to university or post-secondary education that otherwise would not have occurred is significant. This also includes the contributions of alumni who immigrated to Canada to study at York, and the spending that's done by province is well aware in the city about the incredible reliance on the number of SMEs, small and medium enterprises. The number of our students who are we are encouraging that early work while they're still in university. We also foster, therefore, innovation and entrepreneurship. 1 in 5 alumni credit York with giving them the desire and the support to start a business. To date, York graduates have started over 100,000 businesses, and through industry which benefit the private sector, the university, and its students. In 2018-19 alone, more than 9,000 students, or 19% of full-time undergraduates, participated in some form of work placement, and 21% of our students participated in an experiential learning opportunity outside of the classroom. So this is allowing them to really start their businesses or explore their careers or connect with potential employers, with industry, even before they're actually graduating and leaving the university. Slide 7. So just before I finish today, I wanted to take a few moments to highlight some of the key findings that you see on this particular slide of York's social impact and its economic impact. And in terms of those social impacts, the report found that as of 2019, there are over 21,000 people that are aged 25 to 64 with university degrees they would not otherwise have had unless it was for York. And when including the direct and indirect effects, the total economic activity by York's effect in expanding access for alumni is over $2.1 billion. And in that year, more than 4,600 individuals benefited from access, bridging, and pathway programs. We also found that our respondents validated that university's access approach. When asked to identify whether or not our reputation for inclusivity was an important factor in deciding to study at York, 42% of first-generation students responded that it was either very important or extremely important. And in addition to access and inclusivity, York also has a reputation of engagement. In fact, we found that York alumni were over 13% more likely to have volunteered in the past 12 months than other university graduates in the GTA. Slide 8, I've just got a couple more slides here. York also has considerable economic impact on the city and the province. As you can see from this, our estimated spending footprint for 2018 was $2.3 billion. And the total impact of the university on the Ontario economy was $4.4 billion, or about 0.6% of the provincial gross domestic product. Given this footprint, York's attributable direct annual output effects exceeded 2018 operating expenditures by more than twofold. Slide 9, I think it's the last slide before we open it up to questions. York also has considerable economic impacts on the city and the province. As you can see, our estimated spending footprint for 2000, and I think I just said that, sorry. I think I got one out ahead here. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So in slide 9, the future impact, the economic impact report really concludes with an invitation for the readers to partner with the university. And it also links to newly developed a partnership website, because we realize that the university can be very challenging to access. We want to make it very easy to facilitate that kind of partnership. And so we've set up a website in order to make it that much easier for people to reach in. And we very much look forward to finding increasing ways to continue to strengthen our economic and social impact through partnership with you and with other partners. So we really encourage all of you to check out our website. So I just really want to thank you, if we can go to the final slide, for allowing me to share the report with you today. I would really be most happy to answer any questions you might have. Merci, miigwech, and looking forward to furthering our partnership as we move forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lenton, for an excellent presentation. Let me just turn to the screen to see whether or not there are members with questions. Going to visiting members first. Councillor Perruzza, you have 5 minutes, please.
Just really, thank you so much, Dr. Linton. Just really a couple of questions, and I just wanted to for you to sort of focus your attention on the actual campus itself, and in terms of some of the growth that you are experiencing there. And could you talk a little bit about that growth? How the university program is growing, but how you are growing within that community, and if you could talk a little bit about some of the linkages that you have to some of the surrounding neighborhoods, and not only from an economic development perspective, but in terms of what the university provides as resources to the surrounding community as well.
I always like to mention that when York University was first created about 60 years ago, it was supposed to grow to a size of about 7,000 to 10,000 students. And we are well now over 55,000 students, and continuing to expand. And we're located in a very particular area of the region that we're in the city of Toronto proper. We're south of Steeles, but we also really support the entire growth in York region, as well as east and west of us. We have approximately about 15% international students, and the rest are domestic, and we attract a very strong, large proportion of our students locally. So York University is seen as a university of choice for those that live in the GTA. I want to say that we've been working very closely over this last while, obviously over the last year, with our community. Although of course the university will always be seen as providing that talent pipeline for employers, for not-for-profits, always seen for our role in terms of research and innovation. We're also seen very much now as working in collaboration with organizations, with levels of government on how we can actually build sustainable, resilient communities. And that was no different in this last year with COVID-19 and finding ways in which we could partner to meet the emerging needs, whether or not those needs happen to be with, supporting actual PPE. It was trying to support activities on our campuses to the extent that that was possible. We're actively now trying to get a vaccination a location on our Kiel campus, because we see our role very much about kind of working with our community on building those needs. And just a couple of examples of partnerships that we already have with the City of Toronto. The supply chain disruption research partnership came out of the COVID-19 recovery framework. And it was a partnership between the city's Office of Emergency Management, York, and Ryerson. And that project just concluded. We participated in the Digital Access Project that also came out of the COVID-19 recovery framework. And that was a partnership between the city's Technology Services Division and York, Seneca, Ryerson, U of T. That project is ongoing. Making sure that companies that might otherwise have gone out of business because they did not have that e-platform, that combining with our students so that they could learn how to and transition their goods and services to an online format. The Housing Unit Takeovers Project that's being led by Stephen Gates at York. That came about outside of the COVID-19 recovery framework, but we're also an active member of Anchor Toronto, Anchor TO, which is being led out of the city's Social Development, Finance, and Administration Division. So these are just some of the kinds of collaborative partnerships that we're engaged in, and the opportunity for us to expand those in really addressing the challenges that the city is facing, and that also York wants to contribute to, and our research and our community engagement can help advance.
Thank you.
Councillor? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any further questions by non-committee members? Okay, seeing none. Members of committee, any questions to Dr. Linton? Doctor, can I ask you a question, please? You just mentioned in your response to Councillor Perruzza, 15% international students. How has that impacted you as a result of the pandemic? Presumably those students are not coming. I presume that it's affecting your bottom line. Can you tell us how things are going there, please?
Yes, there's no doubt that all of the challenges with the international travel has had an impact on York and the other universities throughout Ontario and Canada for that matter. I will say that York was in a very unique position in that a very high percentage, over 60% of our current international students chose not to return home. They chose to stay in Toronto. And so those continuing students, a fairly large number of whom we even supported in our residences throughout this past year, they actually took a higher percentage, a higher number of courses than they might otherwise take this past year. And so some of the impact that we might have felt from a decline, about a 10 to 15% decline in new students, was made up for by the fact that we had so many continuing students who stayed in the city who decided to take more courses. So with a heavier course load, that balanced out the financial situation. So the financial situation for the university is actually quite stable compared to, especially some of our northern universities who we know are having more difficulties.
Okay.
However, if this continues, we've been working very closely with the federal government on allowing international students coming in. York made a commitment to pay for the quarantining period for all of our international students. We look after those international students. We make sure they're getting tested. And we're monitoring any difficulties that any of them may have, because we recognize that in the longer term, if you're not thinking about trying to rebound from that slight decrease in the new students, that it will have an impact. And of course, the city relies heavily on those students, many of whom decide to stay in the city and who are a very important source of immigration for the city and for the province.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. And just my final question to you. Obviously, as a result of the pandemic, we had to make huge adjustment with respect to technology and the ability to obviously work from home and or from, I guess for some people working maybe out of country as such, because I'm aware of some students who apparently are doing so. I'm just wondering, with respect to the technology needs of the students, how is York University able to help to adapt and help those students? Because I imagine it would have been some pressure on students. I've spoken to some institutions that they have actually gone out to buy equipment for their students. I'm just wondering how you handle that.
Yes, York University was actually one of the leading and first universities to roll out a technology support program, because of course we appreciated that we have a significant number of students who did not have access to the technology they needed. So we did a very quick initial order of, I think, about 1,500 laptops and to support our students. And then we found out that some students didn't have proper access to an internet connection. So we then went and purchased, I always forget what they're called, the flash keys or whatever they're called, that students could use to actually access the internet, irrespective of where they're located. We did that right at the very beginning in that last March, when we had to do the very quick conversion, and we've been maintaining that throughout. I do want to say, though, that the pandemic has accelerated a trend because of the impact of automation and AI on all sectors, including higher learning. And, there's going to be, for some period of time, both those populations of students who are so eager to have in-person return, but also that population of students who are going to want to continue to access courses online and through. So York is already taking a very close look at what does the future of higher education look like. Thinking about a blended university that will make the most of that in-person time. Students working on projects, experiential education, hands-on learning, in combination with being able to access lectures remotely online. So I think that the pandemic has accelerated a trend that we're going to be starting to see increasingly in universities that will make the most of those in-person opportunities, make the most of the campus in combination with very accessible, diverse learning tools. So we're going to be needing to continue that investment in technology for the long term.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Speakers to speak. Councillor Peruzza, visiting member to speak, and then Councillor Carroll, I have you as member of committee. So, and is there anyone else to speak? I know that we're fast approaching 11 o'clock where we have a timed item for 11. So, Councillor Peruzza, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Linton for coming and presenting this report to the committee, to the city, and just really tooting York University's horn. We don't get that often enough. University of Toronto comes here on an annual basis, knocks on our door, and makes all kinds of noise about all the wonderful things they're doing. And we got this this major, massive university just to the north of York that quietly sits there and does its work and doesn't do that. And but I'm glad that you're here and you're doing it today, and I hope that you keep that up, because I can't stress enough the importance of York University. Not just for the city and the region, the province, and the country, but really the importance of York University for us and the neighborhood that I represent. York University, many of you will know, is at the center of it, a center of my riding, in a sense, and it's surrounded by a number of communities, obviously, that have some very significant challenges to them, and York, it's reaches into those neighborhoods, and I don't know where we would be without York and York's influence. It's and I asked Dr. Linton this question. York University has become, and for some of us, we attended York. I'm an alumni. It's my alma mater, and there's a number of other people on city council, the mayor included, who can claim the same. I'm one of the 21,226 students that, if it hadn't been for York University, I would be a poor individual indeed, because it was the place that I could ride my bike to back when I was growing up. It was more important to work and make money and support myself and help support the family. And quite frankly, the focus couldn't be exclusively on education, but it was York University that made that possible for me, and along with 21,225 others. I'm going to subtract mine from the 26. And now when I go back up to the university, the campus, it's so dynamic. It's filling in and it's growing. Its programs are growing. The academic core. There's stuff happening on the fringe. They're now going through a very exciting process where they're going to figure out what they're going to do with some other elements of the campus. So York, continues to grow. We're getting new student housing. We got a new student center, an engineering school. The business school is blowing out. The law school has decided that it's going to do some things. Environmental studies. So the list goes on, and the demand goes on and on. I'm kind of sad that York is also sort of branching out and going to be developing and growing in Markham as well. So we lose a little bit there, but we've also helped York a great deal. It's now fully serviced by 3 subway stations. At Keele and Finch, right in the center of the campus, and at Steeles. So that's all really important. But I want to just say one last thing that really sort of hits the nail on the head for me. I was on this tablet yesterday before another committee of council talking about the hub at York University, and Councillor Ainsley was there as the chair, and we went through this tussle with the provincial government about getting some lands to build an arts hub and a hub and an arts center at Jane and Finch. And through that conversation, through that debate, I realized how many friends we have, not only locally, but within the region and outside of that region. And we have those friends primarily because of York University. People come here, they study here, they make friendships, and then they go back to their communities and become successful and do all kinds of things with their lives. But as soon as Jane and Finch made the news, I was getting calls from abroad from people saying, "What can I do to help you?" And
Councillor, you have to wrap
really
up,
hit it
please.
home.
You have 5 minutes.
Just wrapping it up, Mr. Chair. Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
In a conversation with Royce and James, who did the same thing, when he wrote an article about it, and in that conversation with Royce and James, he said exactly the same thing. Anthony, Jane and Finch has so many friends outside of Jane and Finch that want to help out. And that's one of the main reasons for that is York University. And that friendship, we're a community of friends, and it's because of York. And I thank you for that. And thank you for your leadership, Dr. Linton. You're doing a wonderful, wonderful job of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Well,
Councillor Peruzza.
Thank you. My only comment about that Markham campus
Dr.
is
Linton,
that,
Dr. Linton, sorry.
yeah,
We don't have enough time for you to respond, but we appreciate
Sorry.
you.
my apologies.
No problem. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Great. Thank you very much. I will be brief because I know we have a timed item coming up, but I wanted to thank Dr. Linton for coming here this morning. The presentation is quite amazing. I share many of the comments that Councillor Peruzza has made. Not only are we both alumni, but of course we represent the city wards, municipal wards bordering York University. And certainly when I was there, that's where I really started my great interest in politics. And when I left there, I said, I'm going to go into elected politics one day, and certainly happy that I did. I think people underestimate the role, the economic and cultural role that a university can play in a big city. It is something that we have to know more about, and we have to connect, and we have to support our universities. And we have to work together on various projects. And the municipality must be there to support a university, and a university must be there dedicated to the municipality. And I think those partnerships are very important. And in other cities across North America and Europe, you see this this relationship between the local municipality and the university grow, and it produces remarkable things, not only in the maths and sciences, but in the arts and literature, and it's great for city growing. So I thank you so much for sharing your story here today. I think it's important for the city to get these regular updates from the university, and it affirms the view that we know that great things are going on at York University, and that it helps our city, and that we help the university. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak. Take the matter into committee now. Councillor Carroll to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And IT has arrived with a hotspot, so you should be able to hear me now.
Indeed, thanks.
What a shame that we had our technical difficulties and Dr. Linton had to go after the last item. I hope Mr. Azuz is still listening. And by now, probably our medical officer of health is listening. And you know, if we look at opportunity for mom being one of the determinants of health for the whole family, then it's wonderful that we had this presentation on what York University means to the economy, particularly in the neighborhood in which it's situated. But it really goes to what I ended up asking Mr. Azuz. We have this huge human services restructuring initiative that's about to begin. And what's missing from it, from their vision statement, is post-secondary. Imagine for a second, with the advent of all these virtual courses, the ability to upskill, many, especially in women-centric employ, even if they did go to college, there are many women in the city that are trapped at the entry level. And now they have an opportunity virtually, which means still being able to be with their family. Virtually, they have the ability to upskill, up-certify, if you will, or even go into degree granting courses. But what's missing is the post-secondary tuition grant. So if we're looking at building back and building in opportunity, I know that there's already this big conversation about paid sick leave, which is going to cost the provincial government money. But for a really manageable amount of money, imagine while virtual learning is having this amazing opening in places like York and places like Ryerson and all of these post-secondary where they're really getting better at that. Imagine if that tuition grant was back in place, such that granting mom $7,000 for tuition meant that she could be availing herself of all this virtual post-secondary learning in university and degree granting courses. That's building back better. That gets you even more of an economic uplift than you heard Dr. Linton describe already. And that's what I think we all need to be advocating for. We need to be pushing each and every one of our individual MPPs, put back that post-secondary tuition grant right now and watch all those spaces be filled with people building up that ability to earn a livable wage. And I'm going to use as an example the healthcare sector, because I know we have the medical officer of health listening right now. A lot of us may not know. A lot of women are attracted to go in that direction because they know it's going to be somewhat of a livable wage to raise their families on. It's going to be, in some cases, 9 to 5, or in some cases, really good organized labor and nursing. You're going to make a livable wage, although you might have to do shift work. But what a lot of people don't know, there are a lot of jobs in the healthcare sector where the employees make less than our own constituency staff. and they're trapped at that level until they can go and take those courses. We can push them to where they're making enough to really provide for families. If we can make it easier for them to make the move from entry-level positions or from social assistance all the way into those middle management, livable wage jobs. And what it means is dealing with the issue of tuition, so they don't have to switch from social assistance onto an OSAP loan and incur $30,000 worth of debt to get there. Same point I made in the last term, but I think we all need to be advocating for it as we come out of the pandemic. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. I know that the time continues to move. It's not friendly to us at the moment, but let me just say firstly, I'd like to move receipt of this item, and let me thank Dr. Linton for her presentation, and also to extend an invitation to you, Dr. Linton, to come back on an annual basis to provide us updates.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. York University is an absolute treasure and asset. I think that's the point that both councillors Peruzza and Pasternak were making, and we've heard from Dr. Linton. She's also expressed how many projects York University has worked in conjunction with the City of Toronto. We talk about the digital asset piece and variety of work that's being done with social development and finance and so on, which comes under the leadership of this committee. And I think it's extremely important understanding what those benefits are. I just wanted to say one thing to Councillor Peruzza through you, Dr. Linton, that managed growth and development and expansion of an organization is actually a really good thing. And I understand that Councillor Peruzza want to keep that treasure of York University contained within your ward. I certainly understand that. But look at the beautiful facility that's actually being proposed for this expansion. And I think that it's a great way to reach more people to where they are located, and I think it's an opportunity for the university to expand. So, thank you very much, Dr. Linton, and I look forward to obviously the further collaboration. And your report is very detailed, and I know you provide great, obviously, foundation to those students, and they then basically have great impact on not only our local community but globally. And I think that you'd be commended for your leadership. And thank you so much. I wish you well, and we will look forward to seeing you again. So members, all those in favor, you're welcome. All those who say in favor of receiving the item, opposed, that's carried. Okay, members, I'm just going to transition now to the item that was a timed item because Dr. Davila has limited time and I wanted her to be here just so that members may ask questions. So the item is EC 21.15, enjoying a drink outdoors, providing safe, responsible, and equitable options for all Torontonians. So the item's actually on the floor. Just looking to see, we have a number of speakers. And Madam Clerk, I wondered, you have the names of the speakers. I wonder if you could call the first speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the first speaker on this item is Jay Pasternak from Jack's Toronto. Jay, can you confirm that you're connected?
That's a popular name today. Jay, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Okay. You have 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, first, let me just say it's a privilege to be here and address you good people, and thank you all for your service. My name's Jay Pasternak. I'm clinical director at Jack's Toronto. We're a small Jewish-based agency in the north end of Toronto. We've been servicing the community for the past 20 years with substance abuse and mental health issues. I've been asked to come out and address the issue of social drinking. And when I looked at the line that I got about it, having a social drink in a public park, and it sounds like a really nice leisurely activity, and it probably would be for most people, but the majority of problems aren't from the one person having a beer in a park. When we see problems happening in our city around alcohol use. And we know that in general, alcohol use costs billions of dollars in Canada each year. I think from the Canadian Substance Abuse Bureau, the last stats that I saw was, I think 49 billion in lost hours for work, and a little over 40 billion in healthcare costs. So drinking in public venues such as bars and restaurants has always been overseen by servers, bartenders, hosts, and hostesses. Parks, there's no one really to oversee those kind of social get-togethers. Over drinking is already associated with a lot of high-risk behaviors. So if you can't tell, I'm speaking against this motion. So it's we know that over drinking is associated with a lot of high-risk behaviors. We can look at the number of parties that went on this weekend when we tell people, or the government tells people, you know, please stay home, please socially keep your distance, please, you know, isolate. I think the police were called to 200 different parties or different social gatherings since last Thursday and laid over 160 charges. So I think having the recommendations and having guidelines in place is great, but I don't think, especially at this time in Toronto, that social drinking is an appropriate avenue to have people exercise their leisure activities. We know that youth drink to get intoxicated. They don't have a social drink. And with COVID, more teens are in the parks now than ever before. Parents have been nervous. You know, I've gone to the parks. I live in, you know, I live at Bathurst and Shepherd. I go over to Earl Bales Park often. And I know that parents are kind of nervous. Some parents have been nervous taking their kids over to the swings and slides and things when they see a bunch of teens hanging out. Mixing alcohol with that and trying to challenge a teen who's been drinking, you know, that let your 3-year-old play on the swings is going to be an interesting conversation. And we know that the majority of problems happen from teens that are drinking between the ages of 18 and 24. With more people in the park, more COVID, with the advent of COVID and the pandemic that we're currently going through, mixing alcohol is really I think it's really a recipe for disaster. Currently we have currently we have Uber delivering pizzas to the parks. We have DoorDash and a number of other things. And I'm just envisioning a dial-a-bottle coming, you know, when somebody has 2 or 3 drinks and they want another drink, DoorDash coming over and delivering a case of beer to the park, or a 26er of vodka. You know, I'm not thinking that that's going to be a great social gathering. We saw what happens at Bellwoods Park last year with impromptu gatherings. You know, the washrooms weren't available. You know, public, you know, people's backyards, front yards, streets were used as washroom, at the washroom sites. Same thing with, I think, the beaches last year at the beginning of the pandemic, when we said no social gathering, things like that. Impromptu parties broke out all along the beaches.
Mr. Pasternak, you're at 5 minutes. If you can just wrap up, I'll give you another 10 seconds, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I just want to wrap up by saying that I think for the majority of Toronto probably could sit in the park and have a beer, but I think the minority of Torontonians, it's going to be very problematic. I think our police force is already taxed to the max right now.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, I'd like to propose the following. Dr. Davila is here on this item, and she has very limited time, and we understand and appreciate that. I'd like to suggest that we have 2 more speakers on this item. That would be another 10 minutes. I want to make sure that we're able to utilize Dr. Davila's time wisely. So what I'd like to do, and I understand and I appreciate the fact that the other 2 speakers also have valuable things to do with their time, and I appreciate that. But with respect to this exception, I'd like to propose that we actually formed questions that we may have on this item for Dr. Davila, and both members of committee as well as visiting members. And also maybe I'd like to ask her to comment on this particular issue so that we can optimize her time and allow her to. Members, are you in agreement with respect to this position? Okay, all right, I'm presuming that means yes. So I wonder if we can just ensure that Dr. Davila is on the screen. I'm just flipping through. He is. Dr. Davila, good morning, and always a pleasure to see you, and thank you for the outstanding work that you're doing on behalf of all of our residents here in the City of Toronto. Members, I'm going to ask visiting members of council if you had questions on this particular item directly for Dr. Davila first, and then I'll take this into committee. I'm seeing Councillor Pasternak. Do you have questions for Dr. Davila? I'll ask you to go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Dr. Davila, for coming. So over the past year, Toronto Public Health has urged people not to have public gatherings with members who are not a member of their own household, and reduce or eliminate where possible the distribution of alcohol. I'm reading this motion here before us, and this is advocating the city pivot and do the complete opposite of what Toronto Public Health has been advocating over the last year. I think I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm assuming you've read this motion, and could you just outline the risks or dangers of it?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. And, you know, again, thank you to members of the committee for accommodating my schedule. I do appreciate it. Very briefly, Councillor, what I would say is that evolution infection. At this point in time, given where we are in the pandemic, what we are continuing to promote amongst members of the public is limiting social interactions to the greatest extent possible. That we know how COVID-19 spreads, so we're trying to minimize interactions. When alcohol becomes part of the picture, we know that people become disinhibited, and they are less able and less likely to adhere to self-protection measures, keeping distance, appropriate use of masks, and you know, really not getting up close and personal with people in a situation that would actually raises the likelihood of transmission of disease. So at this point in time, you can well imagine that we have some concerns, many concerns around things that promote interactions between people, and others with whom they don't live, while we are continuing to be to find ourselves in the midst of you know, the most significant public health emergency of our time.
Great, thank you, Dr. Davila. Now, some years ago, the Toronto Public Health adopted the Toronto Drug Strategy. And what this motion does is ask for the massive deregulation of alcohol consumption in the city. The strategy itself listed off a number of measures to keep people safe. And one of them on page 27 was maintaining a strong regulatory framework. I know I'm stating the obvious, but what would you say about this directive action or this motion to ask council to deregulate the consumption of alcohol when it completely contradicts the Toronto Drug Strategy and the regulatory framework we have in place, I guess, across the province.
So through the chair, Councillor, I would say this. We certainly appreciate and respect that there are opportunities and appropriate opportunities for people to review current policy and to think about whether changes are warranted. From a public health perspective, when it comes to substance use, creating environments that allow people to make the healthiest choices, the easiest choices, is generally just good public health practice. And when it comes to substance use, having strong appreciate harm reduction approaches and recognize that you have to have a very practical perspective on substance use in our community. But I would also further add that having a strong regulatory framework and supportive environments is an important point and an important component of ensuring that we're minimizing harms associated with substances. Writ large, when we're talking about parks here, certainly the public health perspective is for people to safely enjoy outdoor spaces in our city, particularly while we find ourselves in the midst of a pandemic. And I would just suggest that when it comes to alcohol, having strong and other substances, having a strong regulatory framework and environment is probably the best we can do in order to minimize harms.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Neville. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions from non-committee members? I'm looking at the screen. I can't see anyone. If there's anyone, just please unmute your mic and let me know, please. All right, I see none. Just taking this matter into committee now. Councillor Carroll, I saw your hands going up, so you are up for questioning, please. 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. In the discussion, in the community discussion, the media discussion around this motion, there's been a lot of talk about responsible drinking and, why can't we just sip a glass of wine with our picnic, that sort of thing. But when you're actually creating regulations, I know we can ask enforcement staff and they'll have an opinion of this, but I wonder from the public health perspective, if you're creating regulation, what kinds of behaviors
Councillor Carroll,
do you
you're
have
cutting
to
out again.
For?
Yeah, Councillor Carroll, would you rephrase your question, please, so that Dr. DeWill can hear you?
Sorry, this is my video to see if that helps. Does that help?
Yeah, just start your question again, please.
Yeah. So when you're creating regulation here from a public health perspective, I know what enforcement staff will say because I've asked them, but from a public health perspective, there's lots of talk about the responsible drinking, just sipping wine with a picnic in the park. Why can't we do that? If we don't have a backyard, can't we go do that there? But if you're creating regulation, do you design for the worst case scenario, or is it a range? What do you have to take into account in setting laws and guidelines around alcohol use?
So through the chair, Councillor, I think that responsible regulation making has to consider the full range of circumstances, but with particular regard to the most serious of harms. And, without going too far into it, we know that alcohol does have a number of harms associated with it. And we know that when you increase the availability of alcohol, it is indeed associated with increased consumption and therefore increased alcohol-related health and social harms. So that's why the regulatory environment becomes very important, so that we can facilitate the ability of people to, enjoy responsibly, if I may borrow your turn of phrase. Yeah.
And we've only heard from one speaker so far, but I wonder if you wanted to comment on, they gave, I don't know if it's research-based, but they gave the assumption in their remarks that we have to be honest about the fact that if we're talking about a younger user of alcohol, they're not drinking because it looks lovely to have a glass of wine at your picnic. There's more of a tendency amongst younger users of alcohol that you drink to get drunk. Is that backed up by medical research?
So through the chair, Councillor, I don't have the specific data in front of me, but certainly anecdotally, that's the kind of experience we see on the ground. I would also note that when it comes to COVID-19, given our current environment, that we are seeing a significant proportion of our cases happening amongst young adults. And one does have to think about the kinds of social interactions that are currently happening amongst young people in our community, despite COVID-19, and what changes in the regulatory environment might do in that regard.
And that you actually have led to my last question that I was going to ask, and I hate to do it, and I hate to be this specific, but last August we saw crowds in parks in the downtown West End, and can you refresh my memory? In September, we saw an uptick of cases at younger ages, and particularly in that part of the city. Is that not the case?
So through the chair, briefly, Councillor, yes. And I would just add further at this point that we are dealing with a new variant of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, the virus that causes COVID-19 at this point in time. A more transmissible version of the COVID-19 virus. And it is giving rise to a significant amount of illness and, yes, unfortunately, hospitalization and as well, unfortunately, death as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. I'm just looking to see whether or not there are any additional members wishing to question Dr. Davila. Okay, I see none. Dr. Davila, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you taking the time, and we wish you well as you go back to your duty to ensure that all of us stay safe. And we want to just commend on your absolute amazing leadership. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you, members. We're going to go back now to the list of deputants, and we'll come back to questions of staff. I know we have MLS staff here, as well as I see the General Manager of Parks, Recreation and Forestry, Ms. Romoff, is here as well. So I know there'll be questions for her because this is within her jurisdiction at the parks. So we will go back. Madam Clerk, if you could call the next deputant, please. I just want to remind the deputants that they have 5 minutes to speak. At the end of 5 minutes, members and non-committee members may ask questions of them. So, Madam Clerk, over to you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next speaker is Andrew Murray from MAD Canada. Andrew, can you confirm that you're connected?
I am connected. Can everybody hear me?
Andrew, good morning, and go ahead. You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the committee members. I've been with MAD Canada almost 25 years. We get often asked to consult on these type of issues across the country. So I want to just kind of share some of our experiences with that. So because this has been very limited in Canada, I don't have any empirical evidence to say that there'll be guaranteed an increase in impaired driving. But I think it's fair to say if you allow alcohol in parks on a fairly large measure, it's not going to decrease impaired driving. As the other comments were said, that this definitely proposal will lead to increased public intoxication and remove the enjoyment of Toronto parks by families. One of the big things that stops public intoxication in bars and restaurants is they're required to be certified in Smart Serve, so they recognize intoxication and cut it off, serving any more alcohol products. You don't have that in Toronto parks. And if you want, the few that have been successful across the country, they've put sufficient resources into it to make sure that the principles of this is a casual beer, a casual glass of wine is upheld. And so most municipalities back off because they can't afford the additional resources, and they're concerned like the public health things as well. The proposal that's before the committee, it's totally unenforceable, saying that you're not going to allow alcohol beverages of 0.15% alcohol by volume. I mean, if you consider most bottles of wine, they range from 12 to 18%. How are you going to enforce? So you're going to check everybody's bottle of wine as they enter into the park to see if it meets the bylaw. So you can't have things in a bylaw that are totally unenforceable. You got to consider the economic impact of, neighboring bars and restaurants, the business they will lose. And again, go back, they've got staff that are trained. They're the right places to serve alcohol. If you're going to do this, you need to have adequate resources to enforce the rules, and that's going to cost you a lot of money. You need to limit the size. The ones that have been successful have had it on a very, very small scale, and have designated an area within the park. You need to have adequate washrooms. They need to be maintained on a regular basis for everybody's enjoyment. You need to have signage to report impaired drivers. Matt Canada would be, glad to provide that. And most importantly, you need a number to report, for people that are intoxicated, and you need to know that within that there'll be a prompt response to deal with that issue. Thank you very much, committee members.
Let me just see if there are any questions of you. Just seeing visiting members of council, seeing none. Members of the committee, I see Councillor Ford. We have questions for you, sir, from Councillor Ford. Councillor Ford, you may begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Andrew. Thank you for coming in front of the committee today. Right at the beginning of your deputation, it's really when I'm basing my question off of your statement around MAD Canada gets consulted on a lot of these changes or these regulatory changes that jurisdictions make. Were you ever consulted on this particular motion that this member of council has put forward to the committee?
Yeah, sure. I was asked to testify today by one of the councillors on this committee.
Excellent. No, but in terms of like the recommendations being put forward to the committee, were your opinion sought on how this would move forward?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I read the motion and I read the proposal, and
okay.
The one thing in that proposal, as I said in my remarks, that I find totally unenforceable is setting a limit on the alcohol by volume of what can and cannot be drank in the parks.
Okay, no problem. My question was more around the basis of, were you consulted on these particular recommendations before it came in front of committee? But if not, that's not a problem. And just to summarize your opinion on this is, you would say at this time, or in general, you're opposed to this if the city were to move in this direction. You're not.
Absolutely, and not in favor of it. Yep. I don't see any positive outcomes for it.
Right. Thank you.
Much, Councillor Ford. Just looking to see other members with questions of the speaker. Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you call the next speaker, please? Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So the final speaker on this item is Melissa Goldstein. And I believe Melissa is connected.
Melissa, are you with us?
Oh, good morning.
We can hear you. Just before you speak, please, just want to remind you, you have 5 minutes to speak. At the end of the 5 minutes, members, visiting members, and and members of committee may ask you questions. So just avail yourself for that fact. You may begin, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. I was disturbed and disheartened to hear that upon learning that Torontonians in city parks are being subjected to racist and discriminatory policing, Councillor Matlow decided that the public health and equity issues this raised would somehow be addressed by legalizing drinking in parks. Racialized Torontonians aren't being disproportionately harassed in parks by police because of a law that prohibits drinking in parks. They're being disproportionately harassed because police engage in racist and discriminatory policing practices. If Toronto police want to harass racialized Torontonians, there are plenty of laws currently on the books that they can use to justify that harassment. The City of Toronto Parks Bylaw currently includes a significant number of rules that are ludicrous and commonly violated, which give police a legal justification to harass the Torontonians they feel like harassing. Activities that are currently illegal in Toronto parks besides drinking include simply being in a park between 12:01 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., swearing, smoking, which is prohibited in most parks and on all beaches with swimming, feeding a bird, feeding a squirrel, throwing snow, boisterous behavior, making out, pulling a weed, taking a leaf from the ground, the list goes on. The Parks Bylaw is and has always been selectively enforced. Removing one law of many isn't going to stop the selective and discriminatory enforcement of parks bylaws. The only thing that will do that is stopping discriminatory policing. Councillor Matlow is conflating two separate and distinct problems: discriminatory and racist policing, and a set of bylaws that are outdated and inappropriate and criminalize certain behaviors, which is a relic of long-standing discriminatory efforts to keep certain people from accessing our public spaces. To make our public spaces safer and more equitable, we need to address both policing and equitable city policies. Toronto City Council has been wringing its hands about the fact that it lacks the adequate authority to address policing issues in the city. But when it comes to the issue of discriminatory policing in city parks, it overlooks the fact that it has complete authority over Toronto Parks ambassadors. These are people who are responsible for enforcing parks bylaws and also pursue selective and discriminatory policing practices, focusing their attention primarily on people who have no housing and live in poverty, people who are also disproportionately Black and Indigenous. Parks ambassadors confiscate people's property and means for survival, they perform illegal checks of people's dwellings, and they selectively enforce bylaws and call on police to do the same. City Council can and should improve public health and equity in our public parks by defunding these parks ambassadors. As for addressing inequitable policies, in his proposal, Councillor Matlow has demonstrated that it is possible in the immediate term to change the parks bylaw on a temporary or pilot basis. Health and equity are impacted by a range of policies in the parks bylaw. If health and equity are the chief concern here, then addressing the laws that have the most severe impact on the most marginalized people in our city should be the priority. For people without access to housing or shelter, being able to survive in a park is a matter of life and death. People without access to housing have been aggressively policed, harassed, and abused by bylaw enforcement through the pandemic on the grounds that their behavior violates the parks bylaw. The laws that they are accused of violating, like camping in a park, erecting a tent in a park, and being in a park after 12:01 a.m., effectively criminalize homelessness and subject people who occupy public parks because they don't have a private space where they can go, especially people whose poverty is highly visible, to extra attention by the criminal justice system, not so much for what they do, but for who they are and where they are. These laws aren't any more legal or legally significant than drinking in a park, smoking in a park, or swearing in a park, and could just as easily be ignored by those enforcing the law or changed by the council that writes the law. Tens of thousands of Torontonians have asked City Council repeatedly to stop enforcing the parts of the parks bylaw that are subjecting people who are trying to survive a dangerous pandemic by living in city parks to harassment and abuse at the hands of police and parks ambassadors. Council has been persistent in justifying this harassment and abuse by saying shelters are safer than parks. Councillor Matlow notes in his letter the lengths Council has gone to revise city bylaws so that people who have access to their own private space can also enjoy a drink outside, and newly privatized public space where access is restricted to people who can afford to patronize local bars and restaurants. He notes that while some residents will choose to enjoy a drink with loved ones in their backyards or on their balconies, he is concerned about Torontonians who can't afford to drink in a bar or don't have an outdoor space in their home. He states that these residents should not be left with unsafe options such as gathering indoors or, like many over the past year, choosing to drink illegally in parks. He cites doctors who say we should be encouraging anything outdoors rather than forcing people indoors as a way to mitigate risk of transmission. Notably, Councillor Matlow doesn't express concern about the plight of people who don't have homes at all, or current city policy, which leaves people without housing with the unsafe options of either gathering indoors in spaces that are prone to COVID outbreaks or living.
Ms. Goldstein, you're at 5 minutes. Can you just wrap up, please?
Sure. Viruses don't discriminate. When people gather for long periods of time in indoor spaces, there's a high risk of airborne COVID transmission through breathing shared indoor air containing infectious aerosol droplets. This is true whether people have housing or not. There's a high experience of shelter outbreak right now. And so to conclude, if public health and equity is the goal, then in the immediate term, City Council must put a moratorium on encampment evictions and take meaningful steps to stop racist and discriminatory policing of our public spaces by defunding parks ambassadors. And then the longer term, council must make our public
Thank you,
space.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. Thank you. You've exceeded the allotted time.
Thanks.
Well, let's see whether or not there are any questions of you. One moment, please. Just looking at the screen, members and non-members, are there any questions for Ms. Goldstein? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Goldstein, for your participation in today's meeting. All right, so Madam Clerk, that was the last speaker. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. So members, of staff on this particular item, visiting members of council first. Councillor Pasternak, I see you having your hands raised. And I know we had questions about Dr. Villa, but I will deviate because of the fact that she had to leave and so on. So I will now afford you an opportunity for 5 minutes to ask questions of staff.
All right. No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the flexibility. Through you to Janie Romoff. The City of Toronto does have a parks that we call the Municipal Alcohol Policy, which runs 14 pages. Is this policy working where under certain circumstances you can consume alcohol in city parks?
So through the speaker, and thanks for the question, Councillor Pasternak. So the alcohol policy right now is I think groups can apply for permits through the appropriate provincial bodies through special occasion permits if there are events that are going on in parks, and there's very specific rules about how those events must be managed and regulated, and there have been, I mean, outside of last summer and this summer, of course, with the COVID regulations, a number of events that have taken place in city parks that have gotten special occasion permits and have been regulated and enforced in the appropriate way quite successfully. I think what this motion speaks to is more of a casual use of alcohol in park, which is a very different kind of approach.
Right. So in the policy, in your report for the municipal alcohol policy, you've stated that many problems can arise from excessive alcohol consumption on municipal property, including injury, violence, and liability. Do you still stand by those comments?
Through the chair, yes, I do. I think judging on the experience that some have noted from last summer, and should say we really encourage people, and we know that parks are imperative for people to get outside and use the space safely during this time while we're managing our COVID response. But we did see a lot of unsafe behavior last summer that was attributable directly to the use of alcohol and other substances in parks.
Right. So the City of Toronto has 1,500 parks. I'm assuming you've read this motion. Do we have the ability now to somehow this motion, your 14-page policy document has been whittled down to a few sentences in the motion before us. What kind of resources would we have available now to regulate this over our 1,500 parks, remembering that some of our parks are 200 to 300 acres?
Correct. So I know Carlton Grant is participating as well, and the enforcement of the bylaw is done through our colleagues in municipal licensing and standards. So I'm going to ask Carlton to answer.
Sure. Thanks, Janie, and thank you, Councillor Pasternak, for the question. Throughout the pandemic, we've had 200 bylaw officers employed. 95% of them at this time last year were focused exclusively on provincial orders and parks. As we brought more services online, we've changed that model, and it's more 50%, 50%. And we continue to look at that. So again, we have 100 officers focusing on the parks. We're in the busiest hotspots on the weekends and the waterfront. But you're right, 1,500 parks and 100 people. You can, the math will tell you that we do not have enough staff to be everywhere and do all things.
So back to Ms. Romoff. I guess I've been on the Parks Committee on and off for some years. Keeping our parks clean is a challenge. You know, it's hundreds, thousands of acres across the city. It's a great network of parks. Unregulated alcohol consumption. I mean, cups, broken glass. How can we address the use of alcohol? Do we have the resources to keep our parks clean if this goes through?
So through the chair, Councillor Pasternak, I think you've outlined, you know, a real issue that we've experienced certainly last summer with the increased use of parks. That you know, we have increased our maintenance and cleaning and washroom cleaning and all of those things that are related to the increased use of parks to try and respond to that volume. Certainly in the hotspots in the city where Carlton has mentioned that we've had to have an increased enforcement focus. We've had a tremendous difficulty dealing with, you know, increased, use around washrooms, around litter pickup, around broken glass, and a number of different things just in those hotspots. So it has been, you know, certainly through last summer, and we're hoping to get ahead of it this summer, a real enforcement and maintenance challenge for us for sure.
And just finally, I know time is limited, but the motion asks for you to set up as many bathroom facilities as possible in the next 3 weeks. Is that realistic?
So through the chair, we have right now, we're focusing on opening up all of our outdoor washrooms. That I think is a report on the Infrastructure and Environment Committee on that. So we will have, you know, in the next week or two, all of the available washrooms to us open for public use. In addition, even in response to the increased use, we've installed temporary washrooms, portable washrooms in a number of parks across the city as well, to try and respond to that increased use and provide more facilities. But, you know, even all of that we have found, you know, with the increased use in these hotspots has been still a challenge to manage from a maintenance, cleanliness perspective and just a volume management perspective.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Now bringing the matter into committee. Members of the committee,
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Mr. Chair, it's Josh.
Yes, Josh.
Josh Matlow. I have a question for you.
Yes, I'm aware as to who you are. Just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment, please. I'll come back to you in a second. Are there any members of committee with questions? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Matlow, thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, as a visiting member, I just want to indicate that. And also, because I'm speaking now, if I could just ask you to put me on the list to speak when we get to the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, got you.
So my question is for Janie, just to reiterate, you, along with all of us, I'm sure, get complaints about conduct in our parks with respect to littering, and I imagine sometimes drunken disorderly behavior, conduct that has an adverse effect on neighbors. Is that correct? Is that what you were just saying?
Yeah, that's correct. We receive the complaints, as do the Toronto Police and Municipal Licensing and Standards. They come in a number of different ways.
So from what I understand, that is the root of many of your concerns that you were just raising.
I think those are certainly the root of our concerns from a parks maintenance perspective. I think, Dr. Davila also outlined some of the more sort of public health risks that are associated with it that I think also contribute to the worry that we all have around this item.
I'll get to that in my comments, but from your comments though, you were just speaking about the matters that I just referred to. So then my last question, and you also, by the way, you mentioned that there was a lot of use last year that presents even more challenges, right? Given the pandemic, the use of parks.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. So then my last question is, all of these concerns that you raised, are they occurring before or after my motion has been passed?
I'm not sure, Councillor, how to answer that question. I know we had many concerns last summer through the experience that we had, before the motion came, and You know,
That's right.
And we're worried about a quick implementation of something that we haven't had an opportunity to plan for or provide the appropriate support to.
Janie, to simply put it, is the status quo that people are not allowed to legally have a drink in a park, except if they have a permit for it.
Do you have a question, Councillor Matlow?
That's my question. Is that the status quo?
Right,
Okay,
so the parks bylaw does not allow drinking in parks, that's correct, unless
right.
it's through the appropriate regulatory framework through the Alcohol and Gaming Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Matlow. I'll put you on the list to speak. Members, Councillor Pritchell, are you planning to speak? Sorry, would you put your mic on, please?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions I want to ask.
Okay, so, just want to remind everybody, because we had actually gone through the visiting councillor. Councillor Matlow arrived late, and I offered him the opportunity, which is fine. So, Councillor, I'll go ahead, Councillor Peruzza, and then we'll take the matter back into
sure.
the committee. Just one second, Councillor Peruzza, 1 second. Just restart your time, please. So we start your time at 0. Wonder if we can start the councillor's time, please. Thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Peruzza.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm trying to sort of, wrap my head around this one. And I remember when I was a kid, we used to rent out in a basement. And on occasion, my father, my uncle, who was renting the home to us, would take us as kids to a park for a barbecue. And there was always a cooler with some beer and a bottle of wine. Right? And that's what they did. And so did, like everybody else that I can think of in that back then, and I haven't been to a park lately, did the same thing, right? They were discreet, obviously, they didn't do it publicly, but it's not something that they were cognizant of, the fact that, because they came from an environment where you could do that, right? Where you could just go out and have a beer on the street or wherever, right? And they did that. And I suspect that people are still doing that. So my question is, why is it that all of a sudden, just because you think you have a change in regulation, does the cultural mix around that, do we think that all of a sudden changes? All of a sudden people are going to take up drinking just for the hell of it and then get inebriated just for the hell of it.
Through the speaker, Councillor, I'm not sure how to answer that question. I can't really speak to the culture of how people use our parks. I can speak to, the increased use that we've experienced in the last couple of years, which is a positive thing, that people are using the parks to get outside, and we encourage them, as Dr. Davila said, to use the park safely. I think, as Carlton has noted, and he can speak more to it, our enforcement approach has always been around where enforcement is needed the most because of issues that are brought to our attention. So I think that's the approach we'll continue that we have taken over the years, and through this summer, that's likely the approach that will continue, unless Carlton wants to add anything to that.
Well, Janie, my question, and I'll get to hear from Carlton in a sec. My question is really this: is why is it that all of a sudden it's like, because you change the rule, all of a sudden people start behaving differently if people didn't believe in the rule to begin with? I remember as a teenager, we decided to skip school, or I was going to spend some time with a friend, and we get a 6-pack, go sit by the river down here, the Humber, and have a beer and chat about the world. I wasn't thinking bylaw officer, and I wasn't thinking police officer is going to come and hand me a ticket, and I wasn't thinking I couldn't do it. And so why do we think that all of a sudden you change the rule and boom, behavior is different?
So it's Julie, Mr. Chair, if I could try and respond. I think if council were to change its rules or its bylaws, it would do so after some careful consideration and analysis of the different options, feedback from stakeholders, and a proper assessment and evaluation. I think all we're saying right now is this is not an appropriate time. We're focused right now on managing COVID, as Dr. Davila said, and frankly, that's where our focus is right now. It would be a significant undertaking and resource requirement right now to do that analysis for council, and that's all we're doing right now. But
So really, we're occupied with other work, so therefore we don't have time to think about what the implications of this change are. Is that the answer?
I think council would want a full analysis of what this would mean and whether this is the right thing to pilot or actually change regulation. And right now, I'm just being honest, there's a significant amount of public sector resources devoted to trying and get us through this pandemic. So I would be concerned about diverting resources from that response to doing this analysis at this time. And, you know, I don't think it's critical that we do it, being honest, for this summer. I think we take the time, if council would like us to look at this, to take the time and do it responsibly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Julie, if I'm understanding it, you're saying the pilot, that's the thing that would be onerous. So if you did a pilot, is that it?
Last question.
Yep.
So through the chair, even if we do a pilot, yes, it would take resources. And Dr. Davila did express her concerns with doing a pilot at this point in time.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Perruzza. Thank you very much, Madam DCM. All right, members, we'll bring the matter into committee for committee members to question staff. I see Councillor Ford. Councillor Ford, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Just wondering if staff was consulted prior to this motion coming in front of committee and the wording of it.
So through the speaker, no, Councillor Ford, we were not consulted on the wording of the motion.
Okay. And then I guess my second question, just to summarize what I'm hearing, maybe most appropriate for well, whoever would like to answer it. In my time on council, I haven't heard staff so opposed to something that has come before council. I know, you may not agree with something that council decides or an amendment or a motion, but, you make it work. You try and do that. Do I get this correct that staff are pretty adamantly opposed to this motion passing at this point in time?
I mean, through the speaker, I think, Councillor, it's one thing to look into this and do the appropriate research and do the appropriate consultation and take the appropriate amount of time to do all that in a planned way, as Deputy City Manager Carboni has outlined. I think the difficulty right now is given the short timelines in the motion, the requirements, to do all those things and to put together a planned approach to it. We wouldn't have the time to do that in a way that would really satisfy our needs to be as safe as possible this summer. So I don't think to the motion, if council would like us to look at these things and develop some policies and do some community consultation on it and have a fulsome, conversation with the community and with our partners in the community around these things, I think, we can take the time to do that. As you've seen in the deputants today, I don't think there's a community consensus on this issue, and I think it would be a difficult thing to implement without a very, very fulsome community consultation to really hear back from the community and certainly from residents that live, very, very close to some of these parks around some of their, concerns or their ideas on this.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my one more question, Mr. Chair, to this item. So it's being asked that, well, if council passes this pilot, it would come in on May 21st. I assume the dates were lined up for the end of the provincial order, the stay-at-home order. If that were to extend, hopefully not, but living in the world of where we are right now, if that were to ever extend, would that not clash with provincial orders or whatever that?
Through the chair, Councillor, I can't speak to when the provincial orders may change.
Right.
Right now, restaurants are not open indoors or outdoors. So it would be very, very difficult to create, that environment in a park without even, the actual restaurants and bars being allowed to open. I think the issue around the May 24th piece of it in our mind, certainly if the regulations don't change, then it wouldn't be, it would clash with those regulations and there would be a real sort of enforcement challenge that Carlton can speak to. But, I think our biggest worry on this is we just haven't had the time to put together an appropriate, consultation strategy and regulatory approach around how a pilot would actually work. There's a number of things that would have to be done before May 24th. And I honestly don't think we have the time at this point, not just the resources, but I actually don't think there's enough time to do that work, even if we did have the appropriate resources. So as I mentioned, I think we're happy to look into this in the long term and put together a plan around how to do some of that consultation. But I don't think it's possible to implement it in the very short term for May 24th, even if the provincial regulations changed and as an example, patios were allowed to open.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Just bring the matter. Other members of committee, questions? Okay, seeing none. So I have just a few questions. The provincial government brought in legislations that would allow municipalities to implement or to designated areas in our parks where consumption of alcohol could occur. Is that correct? In 2019?
That's correct.
Right.
Yep.
And correct. So can you tell me what actions did the staff took, and particularly, Jenny, in your area, Parks and Recreation, this is the focus. You and your staff proceeded to look into this matter. Is that correct?
So yes, Mr. Chair, when the regulation changed, we've certainly heard a lot from many about an interest to look at a different approach or potentially some pilots that we could pursue now that the legislation allows it, certainly at the discretion of City Council, and there would still need to be some, either, changes to the bylaw or other sort of legislative amendments that we'd have to do. And we started to do some policy work on it, and we certainly, have no issue continuing that policy work. I think the concern that we have right now is that policy work was put on hold because of COVID-19 and because of, a very, real sort of parks management issue and public health management issue that we have around the use of our public space right now. And, as I mentioned, I think when we can get through the real sort of public health threat that we're experiencing right now, we can turn our eyes back to some of that policy work and certainly continue it and bring forward, some ideas and some approaches both to community council, to community consultation and also to council for consideration.
So you would agree with me that we're not a city of no, but we're a city that needs to ensure that we have evidence and strong information as well as consultation to be able to make decisions based on evidence and input.
That's correct. And we have, Mr. Chair, done some cross-jurisdictional, outreach to see what other people are doing, to see if folks have tested the changes to the legislation. Our experiences during this COVID period that folks are holding back most municipalities on changing anything actively right now. There's a couple of pilots that we're tracking out in the West Coast to see how they do. And I think once again, the public health threats of this summer are over, we can get to some very, good discussions and consultations around what some of those options could be.
So I looked at the areas, and you sort of touched on it, areas in the West Coast. So look at Vancouver. They've essentially delayed their pilot as part of their own requirement. Calgary, similar, they will not move forward. Quebec City have limited the implementation, but they've got certainly a tremendous amount of concerns and challenges, obviously, that they're dealing with, what both you and Carlton have addressed somewhat. So it's limited in its scope, as well as they have indicated that where it's allowed only for people with where picnic benches are located and for consumption of food and so on. That's also in Montreal. So my question to you then, we couldn't come up with that type of a sort of policy response in a limited period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. I think we can come up with a policy response, but I think we need some time to do that in an effective and evidence-based way.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So we're going to go to speakers now, and I'm going to take members. I'm going to, I know that Councillor Matlow, I just trying to make sure I see you on my screen. Councillor Matlow, if you are listening, you can, I will get both you, Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Abruzzo, but I'm going to start with Councillor Matlow first. Councillor Matlow, I can't see you on my screen yet, and I can hear your voice. See, fantastic. It sounds like you're in a park.
I am in a park. Oh, I don't have a beer though.
Oh, no. Alcohol-free, no problem. Councillor Matlow, you may begin to speak. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please, and thank you for joining us.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your consideration of the item. I must say I found the conversation well thoughtful at times, also incredibly frustrating. And I must say that I respectfully but strongly disagree with Dr. DeVilla's assessment. While it is a dissenting opinion from what I've heard from other experts, which he's one, Dr. David Fissman, Dr. Zane Shugla, and many others across this country, infectious disease experts, epidemiologists, and others, are strongly in support of the motion that I've put before you and measures similar to it. The reason is because both from an equity perspective, in other words, there are those of us who have backyards where we do have the privilege and the ability to sit with a family member and have a glass of wine or a beer. There are many of our neighbors who do not live in apartments, condos, who may have balconies or may not have an outdoor access at all, who simply don't have that access. And that makes us an inequitable city, especially during a pandemic, when there are people who are left with only two options, either to congregate inside with friends or family, who may or may not, in some circumstances, be within their household, or go to an outdoor area and congregate. In other words, we don't wish them to, but the reality is that it is happening, and I prefer that they have a legal option to be outdoors, where the risk has been proven to be far less with respect to the transmission of COVID than in an indoor setting. Moreover, this is about timing. This is about now. I don't accept that just because there is other important work to do, that this important work shouldn't happen too. It has never been more important to move on this than now, given that this summer will hopefully be our last pandemic summer. We all pray. And during this pandemic summer, there are going to be people making choices. And as I just said to you earlier, people are either going to be indoors, especially where they have no outdoor access, or they are going to be outdoors. We heard from Janie earlier that there are concerns. I think all of us as councillors get them, that there are people who act drunk and disorderly, litter, etc. Well, those rules should not change, and they should be adhered to. There should be adherence and enforcement with respect to problematic users of parks today, and there should be tomorrow. But if you look at cities around the world, London, Paris, Montreal, around the world, everywhere, here in Canada, who do allow for responsible adults to enjoy a drink together in parks, there is no evidence that the sky has fallen. There is no evidence that all of a sudden hordes of people are drinking. And in fact, even the Trinity Bellwoods incident last summer, there was no evidence of any increased outbreaks of COVID-19 due to that incident. And the reality is, as I was asking Janie about, is that that happened while the prohibition is the status quo. In other words, people are already behaving that way. That's the behavior that needs to be addressed. But for responsible adults, it's just like, it's almost like we're looking for things to worry about. We're looking for problems to find. And ultimately, with respect to consultation on this, the list is too long of things that we have not consulted on over the past year and a bit. And there is a reason for it, because they were the right things to do, and were the right things to do at the time, and especially given the timing. I want to ensure that this pandemic summer allows for responsible adults to be able to go to an outdoor space and socialize together in a safe way while respecting the restrictions that are necessary due to the pandemic, rather than what is happening today, whether we want to accept it or not. there are people congregating indoors together in a situation that is far less safe than if they were to be outdoors. So yes, we want everybody to stick to their households. We want everybody to do everything that we're asking them to do. But if the reality is that there are some people who are congregating indoors, and the reality is that there are some people who do not have access to outdoor areas, and there are some people
10
who
seconds.
do, then let's create policy that reflects the reality that is, rather than the reality that either we, in some cases moralistically, or others just
Your
due
5
to
minutes,
worries,
Councillor.
Want it to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Matlow. Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak, you have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think there's any secret, as we've been discussing it, that I think this is a terrible idea. I think the timing of it is inappropriate. The suggestions that Councillor Matlow is making is totally unenforceable. It is a gross violation of public health advice. It's a gross violation of the municipal alcohol policy, which allows for the responsible drinking in our parks. Councillor Matlow doesn't seem to understand that we're not worried about responsible adults. We're worried about people who consume alcohol irresponsibly, and that's why Mothers Against Drunk Driving came today. That's why Jack's came today, because of substance abuse, because of drunk driving, because of the misuse of alcohol. We're not worried about responsible adults. This going forward, this massive deregulation of consumption of alcohol in our parks will create unnecessary burdens on our city staff. It will require the hiring of hundreds of bylaw officers and extra police officers, which will cost in the millions of dollars. A North Vancouver Parks drinking pilot resulted in increased costs of $80,000 just to clean the garbage from a drinking in the park program. We cannot even enforce the current rules for off-leash violation of off-leash dog rules, noise violations, littering, illegal lighting of open fires, and of course damage to property. The World Health Organization has made it very clear that gatherings during this time with people who are not members of your immediate family and adding alcohol to the mix is a super spreader event. At this time, we've got to err on the side of caution and do everything we can to keep people safe. We've got to get on top of the pandemic and not create a policy that would make things much worse. I realize, look, I like to enjoy a drink. I'm sure many of the people at the committee today enjoy a drink, and there is nothing wrong with that. It is a legal substance, a licensed substance, and of course we've been moving into a direction of deregulation. But when you have a city with 1,500 parks, and many of those parks are over 100 acres, it is a virtual impossibility to regulate and monitor the various suggestions that Councillor Matlow in this motion are suggesting. It just can't be done. It would create an unnecessary burden on our park staff. It would require a whole rewriting of municipal bylaw enforcement resources, and it would require additional police services. The suggestion that we put in washroom facilities in the next 3 weeks in parks that don't already have those facilities is totally unrealistic and undoable. And quite frankly, we don't have the money. So with that, I don't want to belabor the point. And unfortunately, I do have to run to a meeting with the mayor. But I'm not late for that. But I did want to express my opinions. When I saw this motion coming, I was actually astounded. And this is people, general public, must be wondering what planet we're on to be actually to have a city councillor, elected official bringing this forward. I would strongly urge you not to send it to staff for more work. Do not put this burden on them. Do not dignify it with a staff report. I would recommend you send your suggestions for rejecting this, defeating this at the committee level, and sending those recommendations up to council. And I hope council would follow those committee recommendations. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure visiting your committee today and sharing some views. Thank you very much, Chair Thompson, and good luck with the rest of the debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak. It's been indeed a pleasure having you and having your thoughts and comments on this and other items that you've spoken at today. It's always a pleasure to welcome you to our wonderful
Thank you very
on behalf
much.
of everyone.
Take care.
Thank you. Councillor Peruzza, over to you. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, people follow the rules they believe in. It often, you know, we get caught up in our own hot air. I mean, I love James Pasternak, great friend, a wonderful counselor, but I couldn't disagree with him more on this one. You know, is it going to change anything? Whether you do it or don't do it? No, not really. Those folks who are going to enjoy a beer in the park are still going to enjoy a beer in the park or a glass of wine. They're just, instead of putting it on top of the table, they're going to have to hide it under the table or keep it in their cooler. I get it, because especially when they look around and they see a bylaw guy coming around, right? Like, you all know it. You've all done it. Does it really, is it because all of a sudden you say, okay, you can do it? Woo-wee! You hear a hue and cry, and all of a sudden everybody's going to run down to the park and get inebriated. No. Those who are going to get inebriated are going to get inebriated anyways. Doesn't change that. And do you have to study it to death? No. Look at the history of this thing. You know, it used to go to the liquor store. You had to, you know, write down a ticket. You couldn't see the bottles. Remember, they used to keep the bottles hidden from you, the beer store, the liquor store, for fear that if you actually got to see the bottle, like all of a sudden, whoa, alcoholism would shoot through the roof. No. Then they put the bottles on the shelf. Didn't change nothing. Did all of a sudden everybody like say, oh, hee, woo-hoo, party time? No. And same argument, you know, with beer and wine in corner stores. Mamma mia, we flogged that dog to death for decades. It's like the end all to it all. Oh my God, if you make it accessible, all of a sudden people are going to be like rolling over everywhere on the sidewalk. It's just like, you know, has it happened? No. No. Now, the question we should have asked Janie is, how many beer bottles do your people encounter, and wine bottles and liquor bottles do your people encounter when they clean the parks now? A whole lot. They take them, recycle them. I don't know what they do with them. But they're there. You've all seen them. Yes, is there more garbage in parks now? Yeah, of course. We're asking more people to go into parks. So more people go into parks, you're going to get more garbage in parks. Yeah, it would be nice if people, you know, were mindful and took better care and kept our parks cleaner. But here's where I agree with Councillor Matlow in legitimizing something that's already happening. Is that, yes, you have lots of people who live in apartment complexes. Everything else is closed under the lockdowns and under, you know, the life that we're now leading. And quite frankly, our open spaces are the only places that they can actually go to. And are, you know, more of them like going to haul beer and wine and whatever else into our parks? Probably not. But there's an opportunity, and you leave an opportunity for a great deal of harassment for certain people and certain types of people. You still get to go after the young people who are carousing and making noise and, you know, disorderly and all of the rest of it. And we do that now. And you'll be able to do that later under different rules. You'll still be able to do that. But what you'll do is if you legitimize it, is you take some of those people who are now going to be harassed and they won't be. And that's important. It's important symbolically. Look, folks, this is occurring all over the world in so many different places, and the world and the world hasn't fallen apart. It's not falling apart, won't fall apart, and it won't fall apart here. So don't get caught up in all this hot air, all this hoopla, and continue to apply these rules that people aren't going to follow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilor Perruzza. This matter into committee. Members, it is 12:20. I wanted to solicit from you your intentions, whether or not to break at 12:30 for our customary lunch or to continue on. I'm fine either way, whatever members would like to do. So if I can just maybe just ask you to comment. This item is, there are a few more speakers on this item. So Councillor Ford, did you have a comment?
I do, Mr. Chair. I'm okay with the will of the committee, but just for the committee to know, I do have to step out at 12:30 for a meeting with staff. Then I can try and keep that as brief as possible and get back to the committee.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Mr. Chair, my concern would be, we've heard Councillor Ford has to step out at 12:30. We still have a number of speakers on a number of different items. And my concern is, if we're sitting here looking at our watches and hungry, we're not going to give them the attention that they deserve.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Lai, did you have any thoughts?
I would suggest maybe a half an hour break or something, at least.
Sure, that's fine. Okay, Councillor Cressy, thoughts?
I'm good with the will of committee. I'm good to extend to finish this item. I'm good for a half an hour break. I'm good with whatever the will of committee is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Councillor Cressy.
Let's move Councillor Lai's half an hour. I'm down with that.
Okay, but before we do that, let's also incorporate, let's complete this item, and then we will take the break for the half an hour thereafter. So Councillor Lai, we are going to vote on your motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. All right, members, we're bringing the matter into committee. Who would like to speak on this item? Councillor Cressy, I've got you. I just want to see if there's anyone else. Okay, Councillor Cressy, you have the floor. 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Listen, let me tell you 4 objectives that I have when we're talking about an issue like alcohol and parks and public spaces and enforcement. 4 objectives. 1, we do, from a public health perspective, need to mitigate the harms associated with alcohol use. Drinking, while legal and accepted, and many of us on this committee do so, is not benign. So we do need to mitigate harms associated with alcohol use. That's the first objective. The second objective is to find ways to provide safe ways for people to enjoy the outdoors, especially those who do not have access to their own backyards. That's an objective during COVID especially, and outside of COVID. So we need to mitigate harms associated with alcohol use. We need to provide safe ways for people to enjoy the backyards, all Torontonians. The third objective is you need to recognize and build upon existing behavior. Policy meets people where they are at. And so we need to recognize and build upon existing behavior as an objective. And the fourth objective is you need to ensure a legal approach that accounts for all Torontonians, including those who are underhoused and equity-seeking groups, from an enforcement point of view. So those are 4 objectives: mitigate harms, provide safe outdoor alternatives, build upon existing behavior, and ensure a legal approach that is appropriate and responds to all Torontonians, whether you are housed or not, whether you are of a certain ethno-racial background or not. A policy that doesn't meet all 4 of those objectives is not good policy. And so for me, the motion that was brought here was done, and very clearly, it was not, we have not a motion to consider how to do this and meet those objectives. We actually have a detailed proposal going so far as to articulate the amount of alcohol percentage permitted in a drink in a park. Motion brought forward without any consultation with staff. None. It was a motion that I got a text message on a Sunday night to say, hey, from Councillor Matlow, I'm thinking about the issue of alcohol in parks. I said, great, let's talk about it. We've got some big issues to think about. Monday morning, I read about it in the papers. So this was rushed. and it was done so in a manner that does not meet those 4 critical objectives. And so, should the current policy we have be revised? I believe it should. Should it be revised in a way to reconsider our alcohol laws? It should. It should. It should be revised to consider our alcohol laws. I believe that people should be able to drink outside, and we can find ways to ensure that that can be done in a way that mitigates the risks associated with alcohol. I believe that should and can be done in a manner that supports outdoor space and in a manner that can be enforced. I believe we should consider our laws, but we need to do so thoughtfully with the advice and diligence of our staff to ensure we meet those objectives. It should not be written up as a prescriptive motion dropped onto the floor without any consultation. That's not how you make good policy. It's also not how you work in government. And so I will be fully supportive of continuing to explore this and asking our staff to do so quickly and thoughtfully, because I think it's important to consider, but not in the manner in which it was brought forward here. This has not been done in a collaborative or consultative or thoughtful manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Further speakers? Just looking at my screen. Councillor Ford, did you wish to speak?
I'll just lend my support to Councillor Cressy's comments in their entirety and keep it brief.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very efficient, Councillor Ford. Thank you. Looking at the other members, I see no further speakers. All right, so members, I have a motion on this item. I'd like to ask the clerk to put the motion on the screen, please. And the motion is in front of you, members, that this item be referred to the General Manager of Parks, Recreation and Forest, and the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standard, the City Solicitor, as in addition that they consult with the Medical Officer of Health for consideration. Members, we've heard the comments from certainly Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Matlow, who is the mover of this motion, and we've heard from Councillor Cressy. We've also heard from Dr. Davila, and we've heard from Mr. Romanov and Mr. Grant. I have taken the time to do some research and looking into this particular matter. There are jurisdictions that are attempting to implement some measures of engagement where one can, the public could be allowed to consume alcohol in designated areas in parks facilities in their jurisdiction. No one has gotten it right at this particular point. In fact, some have decided not to proceed with pilots, as the motion seeks to urge us to do. Some have decided just to essentially not to move forward, which I gather, I don't know if it's fully abandoning that process that they've started. That's the City of Calgary. Vancouver has limited their access, and in fact, they've decided to delay. Quebec City has some allowance, but they are having challenges as well. Montreal, that was referred by Councillor Matlow, has indicated they have laws that prevents the consumption of alcohol in the public domain. They have set out to provide some provision to allow for alcohol consumption in areas, designated areas in parks, where there are park benches, and where people are essentially not simply just consuming alcohol, but are part of a process where they're having a meal in a setting that is much more of an inviting type of setting, where it differs from, I guess, what is being anticipated by some members of the public, is that there's a mass opportunity where people can bring their 2-4s and bottles of wine and just basically go to the park and drink. That is not what those jurisdictions are actually offering. I also note that in the changes that the provincial government has made with respect to their legislation that was introduced in 2019, which offers municipalities the opportunity to obviously make this determination whether or not they would allow this or not. I'm encouraged by our staff efforts in that they obviously took this seriously and started the process in terms of looking at it. We've heard from the staff that the reason for their pause is because of the efforts by this city and our administration, our personnel, to deal with what is the top priority in this city, which is the pandemic. And so it occurs to me that they will continue that work. I'm not in agreement with respect to the approach that's being offered by Councillor Matlow at this time. I have no strong knowledge as to whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing. But I think it's important for us to do the right thing, which would be to assess it and go through a process. I think that there's a real need for public consultation. Councillor Cressy's and his 4 points are spot on, quite frankly. And I think we need to consider that. There is an opportunity for staff to review this as part of the process that we have set in place, and we should allow that to continue. I note that in responding to Councillor Perruzza about, is this an important thing? I think it's important for some people and it is not important for others and so on. But is this the best use of our time in a time where we are putting staff from varying divisions into places where they're needed the most and so on? And we've heard from who I think is an extraordinary leader is our deputy city manager. She's very clear. She's given thought to this. She leads an organization in which there's a need to ensure that we have appropriate information to make the best decisions. We are not at that particular point in time with respect to this issue. And lastly, I want to say I respect the organization MAD. They do an amazing job in terms of advocacy and reminding us the challenges and the issues and the impact of drinking and driving and so on. The speakers who came to speak today were very clear. This is not something that they're in support of and so on. So members, I put this motion forward, not so that we are saying no to anything, because we're not the city of no. We are the city of certain possibilities, and we're a city that is very creative. We need to take the appropriate time in order to address this particular issue. I have never had a person in my ward who have said to me, listen, you have to change the rules beyond simply providing special occasion permits to have a drink in Thompson Park or any place else. Just basically abandon all of that and just allow a free-for-all. That's not what we want. I think that the measures that we are following through on in order to come up with a strong recommendation is appropriate, and that's why I propose this motion in front of us, members. So the motion is there. What say you? I don't know if there's any questions on the motion from me, but the motion's back on the screen. If there are no questions, I will take the vote now. Madam Clerk, if you can take the motion down, great. Thank you, so I can see members of committee. All right, so members of committee, all those in favor with respect to the motion that's on the screen, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. We will now take a 30-minute break. We will be back at 5 minutes after 1.
Mr. Chair, just before you break, this is Perruzza. There's an item on your agenda, I think it's 4, that has a number of deputants. Would that be the first item that we will deal with when we come back this afternoon at 1 o'clock?
No, Councillor, it will be item 3. We also have deputants, I believe, on that one as well. And then we'll get to that one right after.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Yeah.
Thank you, members. See you shortly.
before the pandemic started. It's a picture of Tyson. And it just strikes me, these kids have all grown so much while on lockdown.
Yes.
It's going to be so strange when we come out of it that they've all entered a new phase of their lives.
This is true. It'll be surprising to some who haven't seen them for some time.
Yeah. And especially strange for teachers, because I understand that most of the virtual classrooms, especially middle school and high school, the kids are refusing to turn on their cameras, and a lot of the teachers are putting up with it. So who knows what they're going to see when their kids walk back into class.
I know.
I suspect there won't be any school until September.
Yeah, I think, sadly, I think you're right.
At the rate
Sadly,
we're going.
sadly, in the sense that, we are having to take these actions, but I think you're right.
Mr. Chair, just for clerks, Councillor Cressy's
Yeah.
just messaging me about bumping him up. If
Yeah.
IT could do that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. I was just going to make that comment and request.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do that for Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Fortis. Members, just before I start the meeting, I will have some comments to make. It appears that Councillor Matlow has made some rather, what I think are disparaging remarks about members of committee and our decision, and I will take the appropriate actions on behalf of the committee if you think it's appropriate, but I think these are not appropriate remarks to be making for any members of council in general about other members of council. And I will basically just remark on this, and then with you later, I think that maybe we will go in camera and just have a quick discussion about what I think is an appropriate action to take.
Are these, excuse me, Mr. Chair, these remarks over social media or
Yes.
in person?
They're social media.
Oh.
Social media.
Okay.
They're on Twitter.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome. Okay. I'm just waiting for the clerk to give me the go-ahead. Councillor Ainslie, it's so good to have you.
Glad to still be here as the unofficial member.
No, it's nice to have you.
Mr. Chair, this is Julie from the City Clerk's Office. I just want to confirm that you do have quorum, and I'm just going to double check with my colleague Fortis about the YouTube live stream. And
how are we in getting Councillor Cressy upgraded?
She has been upgraded.
Oh, great. Councillor Cressy, I don't know if you heard my remarks regarding Councillor Matlow's social media.
I didn't hear your remarks. I'm still shaking my head.
Okay, I was simply saying that I think it would be helpful. I'll make some remarks at the beginning before we start the meeting, and I'd ask that at the end of the meeting if we can take a few minutes just to go in camera. I think that it would be appropriate for us to take actions on, at least for me as the chair, on behalf of the committee members, but I would need your concurrence on that, so we could speak in camera on this particular matter a little later.
No,
Mr. Chair, so
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the YouTube live stream is currently on, so you are free to begin.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Members of committee, this meeting is resumed. Just before we get to our next item, which is EC 21.3, Community Partnership Grants Allocation Recommendation, and Councillor Law, you held that item. Members, it's been brought to my attention that regrettably, a member of council has essentially made what I consider to be rather disparaging remarks about members of this committee and a decision that we have made on an item that we basically dealt with just before lunch. I won't read the remarks. I won't dignify them at this particular juncture or any other juncture in the future. But I would say, members, I would like to suggest and I'll confer with the clerk, I would like to suggest that at the end of our items that we convene in camera for a few minutes to have a discussion on this particular matter. It is rather problematic for me as chair for members of a member of council who comes in front of this committee to be making disparaging remarks about members of committee and a decision that we have made, which we are legally entitled to make the decision based on our best information from staff and the determination as to the course of action that we have taken. Councillor Matlow has seen fit to go on Twitter to make, as I said, disparaging remarks about the decision that we've made and members of this committee. And I will seek your guidance with respect to a decision in terms of what I think would be the appropriate action to take with respect to this matter involving Councillor Matlow. It isn't the first time, but I think it is something that we have to deal with. So we will deal with this a little bit later, but I just
Mr.
wanted
Chair.
to bring it to your edification. So thank you very much. Councillor Peruzza, I will not be entertaining any conversation on this particular matter at this time, since it is actually in the purview of the committee members and you're not a member of this committee. However, on a particular topic matter relating to the agenda items, we will discuss. Thank you. All right,
but
so
Mr. Chair, there's a bunch
you
of
have a point of
deputies
order,
waiting to
Councillor
speak on serious issues, right?
Sorry, Councillor Peruzza, do you have a point of order?
I do, Mr. Chair.
What is your point of order, Councillor?
I do. Mr. Chair, we have an agenda. It's pretty full. There's a bunch of deputies waiting to speak to a couple of really important salient issues. And I'm just afraid that going into camera is just going to eat up a lot of time, and people have been waiting a long time to be able to address this committee.
So, Councillor,
so why don't we deal with that, and then you go into camera at the end of the day.
Councillor Peruzza, you may have misheard my comments earlier. I indicated that at the end of the agenda items, once they have been concluded, because I concur with you.
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor.
Misunderstood. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're proceeding. The item that we are dealing with now is EC 21.3, Community Service Partnership Grants, Allocations, Recommendations. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item? It's been held by Councillor Lai. I'm just waiting to hear from the clerk.
Sorry
Clerk,
about
are you
that,
there?
Yes, can you hear me now, Chair?
We can hear you now. I know we have a speaker on item number 3. We are on item number 3. Would you call the speaker,
yes,
please?
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, so the first speaker is Madison Link, and
Okay.
I want to emphasize that Madison is the only speaker.
Yes, just a moment, please, Madison. Thank you. You will have 5 minutes to speak, and at the end of that 5 minutes, members of committee may have questions of you, as well as non-members of committee. You may begin. Thank you.
Of course. Good morning, Council. Today I will be addressing on behalf of myself and a large group of community members all over the GTA. This will be repetitive for most, but for those who don't know, the responsibility of the committee is to develop and implement a social inclusion and community safety agenda for the city, foster safe and strong neighborhoods and communities, promote community engagement, advance life skill opportunities for youth. On the agenda today is the allocation of funding. I'm going to start with 2 numbers, 17 million being the first. This is the number of topic today, the funding being allocated to resources for our community this year. The second number being $1,229.5 million. That is over $1 billion. That is a base budget Toronto Police have projected them needing for this year. For those who don't know, Toronto Police Service had a board meeting April 22nd to talk about implementing new uniforms and other very subtle changes to their MCIT team, where they denied multiple community members a chance to speak and have input. They also continue to limit any input from outside programs who deal directly with mental health and substance abuse, only allowing them to input on what attire their officers should wear, another thing that they have funding for every year. I am here today to make a plea to the committee. Although my letters continue to be passed to Jim Hart, I have never heard back from him once about addressing my concerns. Here are some of them. In 2018, the CBC published Deadly Force, the first countrywide database of every person who died or was killed during a police intervention. To date, it has documented 555 fatal police encounters. 555 brothers, sisters, moms, cousins, friends, aunts, and uncles. Sorry. Most of these being after responding to a mental health crisis or somebody suffering from substance abuse. As someone who has undergone several mental health crises, the last person I would want to see is a nurse and a cop in a polo t-shirt show up. Clothing has nothing to do with how they are viewed. Their actions are the reason the police service is looked down upon in our communities, and throwing on a new uniform with the same attitude is quite actually insanity. Where should we allocate our funding? We should invest in those very communities they are trying to bury. We should be able to offer resources and assistance that doesn't end up in a community member dying because of megalomaniacs. The training cops undergo to be on the beat will continue to put them in survival mode, making it impossible to act with patience and compassion. We need to take a step back and look at the statistics. Cuts are known to be extremely beneficial if the funds are allocated properly. We wouldn't need so much money to protect the rich if we invested and believed in our communities. I'm going to quote Mohammed Safa. Police don't prevent crime. They show up after it happens. Crime prevention starts with funding social programs and creating opportunity. I know that today won't change things drastically, nor will we defund the police and allocate the funds tomorrow. I just ask that you open your minds and hearts to an idea of a better future for all. My belief is that we need to have a specific team to respond to a mental health crisis, violence being threatened or not, as well as other low-risk calls, wellness checks, warnings, etc. This team needs to include civilians with lived experience who have undergone extensive training in how to properly respond, reducing risk for all. Not a nurse and a police officer in updated uniforms. Not the same cops on the beat being relocated to a different team with a tad bit of different training. The harm someone going through during a mental health crisis would do if having the opportunity to a safe and compassionate intervention would be extremely low compared to situations where police intervene and the situation is often blown up. One example is Chantal Krupka and Michael Headley, a woman and man who were lucky to survive a police encounter like this in Peel Region. I've had the absolute pleasure to go over this deputation with Chantal, someone who is going through her own trauma and still helped me make this deputation what it is. I am fortunate to learn so much from her already in such a short time. Chantal was shot, Mike tasered, by Peel Police for a call that was simply supposed to be a warning. Situations like these are where we are allocating funding to military-like intervention when that is not what our community needs. It is killing, injuring, and traumatizing our community members. Jesse Center, Covenant House, Evergreen Young Street Mission, and the HOPE program, helping offenders on probation excel, that is offered there. A few absolutely amazing programs being offered to youth right now. Programs that continue to do everything they can to create an environment that breeds success. Unfortunately, we have had to put an age limit on programs like these that have changed my life and many others. Once you age out with these, the age you age out is usually 25. The resources change drastically.
You're 5 minutes, ma'am. Can I just ask you to wrap up, please?
Yeah, I will. I'll get to my last thing.
You've got 10 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, just give me a second.
Thank you.
My partner and I were homeless when we became pregnant with my oldest. We are further than I ever believed we could go. These programs believed in us when no one else did. And I know the many other programs on the list have done the same for other people that these programs I listed have done for me. Just give me a second, please, and I'm finishing up now.
Sorry, ma'am. That is your time. Sorry. Maybe through questioning. One moment, please. See if there's any questions for you.
Yeah.
Questions for the deputant? Members, non-members of committee? So I will just ask you this question for myself. You had 30 seconds. What did you want to say?
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll just give you a chance to close.
Yeah. The funding you allocate to all these amazing programs is overtaken by the power and funding that is given to the police service. We need to continue to allocate any and everything we have to building our communities up. You cannot put a price on somebody's recovery and well-being. This is my last thing here. I've lost hope in reform. Coming in front of you today, I can't help but think, is this even worth it? Will our communities ever recover from the trauma, and how can they do so with a lack of resources and a lack of suitable housing, and when the funding as a whole is so obviously imbalanced?
All right, thank you very much. There are no questions, Elby, but I'd like to thank you very much for being here and to speak to us. I wondered whether or not you would be able to provide your comments, your deputation to the clerk. I don't see a record of it as part of the information that I have. If you could forward that by way of email, that would be very helpful for committee members to have it to review. So thank you very much. And I do think it was very appropriate that you were here for us to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, are there additional speakers on this particular item?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that there are not. That was the only public speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so visiting members of council, are there any questions on this particular item? Okay, see, I'm turning the screen, seeing, I hear none. All right, Councillor Lai, you held this item. Questions of staff?
Yes, question of staff, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of very quick questions of staff.
I don't know if it's just me, Councillor Lai, but we can actually hardly hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Because I put my iPod in, and then I have a, that thing on there too. So I think I'm good now, right? Yeah.
Yes, you are. Thank you very much, Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions for staff. This is an annual process, is that correct? For this kind of grant, service partnership grants, we give out every year, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Lai, that is correct.
Can you maybe quickly, just in 1 minute or so, walk through the process? I mean, do they have the same or the same organization being invited to put in an application, or how does that work? Do you have some new organization as well?
So I'm going to share this, my response with my colleague Ainaniat. But just to start us off, the Community Service Partnership Program is a closed program. So we make a multi-year commitment to the organizations that we fund through this program. That is different than other granting programs where it's every year or there's particular open calls. But let me turn it over to Ainania to walk you through this process.
Yes, Councillor Lai. So as my colleague Denise said, that we put this out every year. A call is put forward to all the agencies, and they do an application. They have to meet certain criteria, and it's quite comprehensive. And once they meet that criteria, then they usually, and all of those who applied this year will be granted funding.
Okay, so what is the usual month that you do invite them to apply? Is there a certain time of the year that you do that?
Yes, usually. This year was a little different. We had to shift this year because of COVID, or last year I should say. We had to shift because of COVID, and then they apply every 4 years. Actually, is when the application happens. I misspoke there. So every 4 years that they put an application. We normally would have done that earlier last year, but because of COVID, we have put in. So March is the month.
I see. And do you share with the councillor's office when you're doing that kind of invitation to application?
Councillor's office usually know when we're putting a call out, and we certainly, and I know that last year I met with most councillors, so we gave updates on what we were doing and when we were doing it.
Thank you. Another question would be, how do you have a check-in process, and how do you ensure that these programs, these funding are giving are effective? Do they have to report to a city? How does that work?
Yes, there is reporting that is done, and our staff actually do follow up with the agencies, and throughout the year and throughout the years, there is continuous communications that happen and support that is given. So yes, there is a reporting that is done, so we can make sure that folks are applying.
I'm sorry, just one addition to my colleague's answer as well. So we are putting a particular emphasis on impact, funding agencies to have impact in their communities, as well as to achieve equity within our portfolio. And so one of the things that we're doing more as we go forward is ensuring that our agencies are driving towards an agreed upon set of common outcomes across our funding portfolio.
Okay, my last question would be that I've noticed in Scarborough North, there are agencies that are for the seniors and for Care First, they are 100,000, and then for Hong Folk, which is just a mental health agency, and you only have 26,000, around 26,000. How does these amount being applied to different organizations? Do you have a formula? The reason I'm asking is that because of COVID, I think we really do need a lot of mental health issues that, we should, give it more to the mental health agency. Do you have a formula to do that?
So
why is it?
So I'll respond to that through the chair. The funding that is given to these agencies are historic. So these amounts have been the amounts given over the years. With that particular agency that you named, I want to let you know that we are aware of that they do mental health services, and in fact, through our mental health funding, they have been funded recently.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Councillor Carroll.
I wonder if we could just continue on with that. It's a perfect example because Hong Fook has a big service center that's right in my ward. So I perhaps have a more detailed picture of it. Is it fair to say that within these grants, there are different kinds? There are the multi-year grants. Grants. Here we're looking we give it, what will they use it for? What will we be able to say next year was delivered to the community as rote? We just arbitrarily horse traded back and forth based on what was the favorite cause of the various councillors on that committee, because it was all we had to do with the few crumbs we had. So many years have gone into now making this so credible a process and so deeply complex for good reason, so that we can always defend the dollars that are being invested in these organizations. We can always turn around to our residents and tell them exactly what is delivered back as a result. That I am always happy to adopt this item. I know what it's gone through to get there. And Hong Fook is a perfect example. They have many different streams that they go to and many different projects on the go that make up the basket of services they deliver. And so you will see their name on almost every list for different projects and different reasons. And you would see them if you went to other orders of government as well. We couldn't live without them. But what is in this particular list is very specific and high impact. So I'm very happy about it. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Just seeing if there's anyone else to speak. Okay, seeing none. Let me just take this opportunity to thank the staff under the leadership of Ms. Campbell and Anania Grant and others, of course. I think that we've seen through this pandemic the values of the partnership with our different community organizations and so on, and the reach and their ability to assist us. And of course, they can't do that without resources. Councillor Carroll, you are right. Many years ago, I recall sitting in varying boardrooms, whether it's upstairs and second floor, and trying to, figure out who's going to get what of the crumbs that were actually left over. The system that we actually have in place right now is a lot more, in my view, equitable. It's fairer. It also it's driven by a lot of information based on the leadership of our staff and looking at organizations that aligns with respect to the city's objective and our efforts to stabilize and to invest in communities through the different community organizations who are monitored by our city staff. I think that one of the things years ago that would be said was that this money is not being well spent and we had no real idea what the real benefits were and so on and the outcome. Staff obviously understand what those benefits are and the KPI, and we as a city, we benefit, particularly as we've, fought through this pandemic in terms of reaching those vulnerable members of our society, where many of these organizations are really on the ground in the communities working with them. And so I commend the leadership of our staff in terms of ensuring that the allocations are, metered out to the different organizations. I do hope as we move forward, though, that as other organizations seek funding based on their plan and their direction, that we are open to that. And I think that, Ms. Campbell, you talked a little bit about the historic funding nature and so on. And I think that we're always having to review these things. And so I hope that, I think you did highlight the point that you are doing that. Looking forward to, obviously, the information that will come forward to us and so on. But wanted to thank you and your team for this report, and thank you for all the great work that you've been doing through this pandemic, you and your team. And so please convey that on behalf of this committee, that we appreciate what you've all been doing. So members, the item, there's been no changes to the recommendations that are contained in the report. All those in favor of the item? Opposed? Thank you very much. That carries. All right. Councillor Perruzza, we're now moving on to the next item, which is EC 21.4, 2020 Recreation Worker Outreach Plan to support Black youth hiring. And you would ask about that. So I know that there are speakers on this item. Madam Clerk, would you call the first speaker, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. The first speaker is Philip August. Philip, are you connected? Philip August, are you connected? I believe that there were some issues with this deputant, Mr. Chair, that there was limited availability that he was available.
Fair enough. Could we move to the next one then, please? Do we have another?
So the next, that's right. We have another speaker, another number of speakers. The next one is Dr. Shawnee Hardware. Dr. Hardware, can you please confirm you're connected?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hardware. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your patience. You have 5 minutes to make your deputation, and at the end of that 5 minutes, members and non-members of committee may have questions of you. I will give you sort of the 10-second mark in terms of concluding your remarks. You may begin when you're ready, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I must proudly say that I'm a graduate of York University. I completed my PhD there in 2018.
Congratulations.
That presentation earlier. However, I'm speaking as a member of Councillor Perusa's anti-racist working group, where we meet to discuss strategies regarding the city's approach. And I would like to pose a few questions of the report Black Youth Employment.
Green tea. There you go.
Pardon me?
Just mute it, please. To mute, please. That's okay. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, please.
Oh, that's fine. And I first want to acknowledge the work that the city is doing, particularly since 2020. In regards to supporting Black and racialized youth and looking at more services around mental health, community-focused services around mental health. But as we are aware from previous conversation, there's much more work and funding that needs to be allocated to these to anti-racist policies and community-centered work. So I have a few questions of the report. And given that Black youth tend to have at least 1.5 times unemployment rates than white youth, I was hoping to hear much more conversations or a more nuanced explanation of the details that surround purposeful efforts that were taken to recruit and employ Black youth, this connecting primarily with the organizations that were contracted in doing this type of work. So if you look at page 2 of the report, there was mention of 1,000 youth that were employed through 34 information and readiness virtual workshop. However, there was no details around which grassroots youth organizations that were contacted and how they were involved in this report. And as we're aware of the fact that many young people who need these part-time jobs tend to be associated with grassroots organization. Hence, I worry that they might be left out of some of these conversations. I personally volunteered at the Jamaica Canadian Association in the past, and I didn't see much notices around these employment services. And I also would like to clarify if the 1,000 young people who attended these workshops, if that meant that 1,000 new people would have been employed. So does attendance at these workshops meant path to employment? And finally, on page 4, there was mention of a survey that was developed in 2002, but I wanted to know how this was updated to address the intersectionality of race, social class, and access. And as we know, again, because of the pandemic, there's limited access with young people, even university graduates saying that there's even fewer restrictions and access to employment. So how has that survey been developed to to look at social locations such as access and access, as well as, social class, to see who are the people who are getting these jobs. Is it connection that's helping them to get it, or are they getting the information and the preparation so that they can also contend for these jobs? And that's it for me.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let me see if there are any questions of you from visiting members of committee. Looking to see, I don't see a visiting member.
I do have one quick question.
Okay, sorry,
and I guess
Councillor, just as we move forward, just let me know. That's great, and go ahead, please.
And really, it's the question is, as an observer and someone who has participated and has seen a lot of our recreation programs, how do you think we are doing in terms of using this as the City of Toronto uses this buying power, where we employ a lot of young people all across the city? How are we doing in relation to our anti-poverty strategy? How are we doing in relation to giving opportunities to Black youth and racialized groups? So just in a more general way, I understand that you question some of the stats in the report, as an academic, but I just want to sort of remove it from that level and just get your views on that.
And this question is posed directly to me, Dr.
Yes. Yes.
So I must state that I have access to, the parks, and I have not, apart from speaking with my colleagues who have had employment through this, I am not quite informed of, a lot of other young people or a lot of people who have gotten employment through the city parks and recreation and the specific funding stream. So that is something that I would have to improve on in terms of my own knowledge. But I know academically and theoretically of the benefits of providing employment opportunities, part-time employment opportunities, particularly for Black and racialized youth. Most of the time when I do see people in, I think around 2018, I was on the bus and I did witness some of the concerts. They were wearing their uniform. Most of the people who I saw, they were not racialized, and that's why my interest in this position and questions around who are the people, the socio-demographic areas was posed, because I do want to find out what are the concerted efforts to recruit racialized, especially low-income people in these positions.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peruzza. Thank you. Are there any further questions for the deputants? Okay, seeing none. Dr. Hardware, just before you maybe signed off, I would simply suggest you pose a number of questions that I think are extremely important questions. If you could either formulate into an email or just a letter, either send it directly to myself or your Councillor Peruzza, we would advance that to staff in order to get a response. I think those are fair questions, but regrettably, this form doesn't allow deputants to ask questions and to be given sort of direct answers in terms of responding to the question. And I think that it would be appropriate for us to respond to you in writing to provide you with that information, because I think you make some really good points as it relates to the questions that you ask. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any additional speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There are a total of 4 other speakers.
Okay,
the next speaker is Sugar Scott from Access to Recreation. Sugar, are you connected? And that's Sugar Scott from Access to Recreation.
Maybe we can come back then, Madam Clerk, again later on. Maybe move to the next speaker, please.
Sure. The next speaker is Annette Walker. Annette, are you connected? Annette Walker, are you connected? I believe Annette is not present. I've just heard from the WebEx host. I can move to the next person if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Clerk, please. Thank you.
Okay. The next person is Shamar Barnett. Shamar, are you connected?
Yeah, hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barnett. Thank you. You have 5 minutes to speak, please. You may proceed.
Okay. Yeah, hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to share space with you all today, first and foremost. As you guys said, I'm Shamar Barnett. I'm the City of Toronto's Youth Council's Vice President and a third-year York University student studying law with a minor of French. I wanted to talk a little bit about postal codes representing barriers. Although various employment barriers exist within the lives of marginalized youth, postal codes represent a very profound one. The inability to get a position just because of where you live, which is also something that you cannot control oftentimes, is something that I experienced firsthand. So it's very near and dear to me. Just growing up in Jane Finch's Granavine Drive for 18 years, I actually don't put my address on resumes anymore because of the ramifications. In addition to just not being able to secure meaningful income, prejudiced employers really punish our youth in many ways. Usually the individuals apply to these positions outside of their individuals' communities because of a feeling of like subordination or being trapped into these or confined to these communities, a desire to see more really. The opportunity for exploration, experience, and expansion is really just taken away from our youth when we're denied opportunities based on unfair measures. They're ultimately forced into precarious work, and by extension of that precarious work, familiar environments again, which just keep them entrapped in intergenerational cycles of poverty and trauma. So it's really a unique job opportunity within that community, Generation Chosen, where we interrupt these cycles through mental health, emotional intelligence, financial literacy, and civic engagement training that spearheaded my opportunities that led me here today to advocate for my counterparts. And I really wanted to highlight that it's a unique position because there's not many opportunities like that in Jane and Finch. So with that said, I think there's many steps that City of Toronto can take in order to remedy the disenfranchisement of our youth. I think it's imperative that first and foremost, dialogue takes place around this, like through discussion and information and a restorative justice approach. I think that this will develop a systemic capacity for our existing systems to think in inclusive and, again, emotionally intelligent ways. Ultimately, this will treat disadvantaged youth the way that you would want your child or counterpart to be treated. I think it's also imperative that we deploy programs into these underserved communities that will ultimately equip our youth with tools and building blocks necessarily to positively contribute to society, allowing them to overcome their low self-esteem and self-sabotage that they face because of the inequities that they're surrounded by. And again, I just think that this begins through groups reflecting the views of one another and not just one merely reflecting the view of the other. Like it's a collective effort.
Thank you. Does that conclude your remarks, sir?
Yeah, I really didn't need 5 minutes. It was
okay. That's perfect. Actually, in many occasions, less is more, and we get the point directly. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you, sir. Visiting members, seeing none, taken into committee. Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes, please. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks. Yeah. Hi, Shamar. Thank you for first of all, before I ask the question, thank you for mentioning that phenomenon of hesitating to put your address on a job application. Many times in transit conversations, to create a sense of urgency around developing transit out there, I often tell people that's what I I hear from youth. I think the first time I heard it was in the youth cabinet that they simply don't put their address on the application form, and they have a better chance of being hired. My question, though, is around the recreation piece. I'm wondering if we can put your comments together with Dr. Hardware's. Are you aware of whether or not the efforts we make to fan out through, we go through high schools and neighborhood improvement areas, the methods by which we use to reach out and make sure that people know about the various leadership programs, are we getting all the way there?
Honestly, I feel like ultimately no, because sometimes children who dwell in these underserved communities and politicians, there's like a major disconnect, and they feel so out of reach that even city jobs just feel like so far-fetched for us in these communities. So ultimately, I would say no.
Right. And am I right in considering some of the challenges in neighborhood improvement areas? Oftentimes, one of the challenges that is being faced in that area is that the high school is not in the area, and kids are having to go well out of their area just to finish high school. And once they do, they're not going to see the outreach we're doing into the NIA because they're out of it all day long.
Exactly. So this really just comes back to my point of us like deploying programs that provide our youth with imperative skills in these underserved communities, like just embedding them into these communities so that these kids could see a change, that they don't need to leave their community and be traumatized by the community so to the point that they don't even want to return.
Right.
Like,
thanks so much for speaking today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me see if there's any other questions of you. Thank you. Let me just thank you very much for being here with us today. I think that both the Youth Cabinet and our community is well served by your input and your contribution to this really important discussion. Please, I hope you continue to, to stand up and represent both the Youth Cabinet and the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There's another speaker who registered, and his name is Rayvon Johnson. Rayvon Johnson, can you confirm you're connected?
Mr. Johnson, are you there?
Hello, good afternoon. I was muted, but now I'm here. Thank you.
Great. I wonder if you can just speak up for us, please. We are just having some challenges hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
A bit, yeah. Thank you. Okay. You have 5 minutes, please.
All right, thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to share my thoughts on these issues. My name is Rayvon Johnson. I am 18 years old, and I attend Ryerson University for biomedical engineering. I am also the City of Toronto's Youth Council events coordinator, and hopefully we're able to change your minds on these issues. So I just wanted to talk about how assistance and information and how to get a job in the city isn't really clear for marginalized youth. So fortunately, I have had the privilege to be mentored by Dr. Joseph Smith, who often presents opportunities for myself plus my other counterparts to take. He's taught me pivotal skills like how to apply for jobs in the city, write proposals, and how to properly send them to various companies, and how to make and write sponsor requests. And he also taught me a lot of different analytical skills. With that said, not many marginalized youth have this privilege. And as there's only one Joseph Smith, not everyone. Getting information on how to navigate these skills often makes the difference between a lot of people being at a disadvantage. With these skills, they will be equipped with the proper tools plus confidence to apply for jobs that once seemed hard or even impossible to get. Going on the personal side, even with my connections, I wasn't able to get a position at a certain job opening, despite my qualifications. However, even if I wasn't able to grasp a position, I was happy that I knew how to apply based on the resources that were provided to me by my mentor. Unfortunately, I don't believe that the city does enough for marginalized youth to, so that they can have these connections or resources. And if they were provided to these resources by the city, it will encourage a wide array of youth to apply and feel accepted. So that's it. for my piece. Thank you guys for having me.
Much. Are there any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that there are not. One speaker, though, may be able to connect right now from audio. So I was wondering if it's okay for me to call again for their name.
Oh, please. Yeah, let's do that. Thanks.
Okay, so that would be Sugar Scott from Access to Recreation. Sugar, are you connected now? I believe that they just need to connect their audio, and the WebEx host is helping them do that. So they might just need a few more seconds here.
Okay, members of committee, the matter is in front of us. Are there any non-members of committee wishing to speak or asking questions of staff on this item? And just take that piece first. Non-members of committee wishing to ask questions. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, questions of staff. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Yeah, just really in a general way, how are, and I understand that this is a COVID year. I get that. And I get that we're not running a lot of programs, so we're not hiring a lot of young people. But generally speaking, in your view, how are we doing in relation to hiring young Black people in our as part of the comprehensive city rec program, the 9,000 plus folks that we hire annually?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Perruzza, you're right, it is a hard year. We actually have no programs running right now, so all the hiring that we're doing is in anticipation of the rules changing, so to speak. I'm actually going to ask Howie Dayton to answer that question. It's his team that works in the community around the recruitment of all our recreation workers. So over to you, Howie.
Thanks, Janie. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Perruzza, thanks for the question. We have a number of employment outreach and support initiatives that we are doing even this year in anticipation of hiring that really look to work with local community agencies, school boards, work in partnership with Toronto Community Housing, TCHC, Toronto Public Libraries, really a grassroots effort at providing information, awareness about what jobs are available for youth across the city, but particularly in neighborhood improvement areas, in areas with equity deserving youth that need that extra level of support. And in addition to awareness building, we have, through our youth outreach workers as an example, initiatives that support those youth with employment readiness tools, helping them navigate the city's hiring system. And also we try to address some of the barriers that may exist around some of the pre-certification to employment by providing those, say, for example, at no cost for things like first aid and some of our other qualifications that staff would need in order to be employed. So those initiatives are underway every year. I'd say we are more intentional in those efforts over the last couple of years in particular, working with SDFA as part of the CABR initiative to make sure that we're really working to support Black youth and other racialized and equity deserving youth access the available employment with the city.
Okay, and what tools do you have within your hiring framework or your hiring policies that give you the ability to sort of, take a magnifying glass to the employee base and be able to say, we've got, X number of young Black people, X number of women, X number, your employee profile.
So, Councillor, I'm going to, these are larger sort of employment policy questions. So I know that Alma is on as well, and I'm going to ask Alma to answer that question just around, what the city's approach is to that in general, because I don't think it's just a question around recreation workers.
Right. Yeah.
Is that fair, Alma?
Hi, Councillor. Please, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you. 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 Than Okay, I got bumped out and I just logged back in, so I'm scrambling to get connected again. But I think the question was about what tools the city has to track the diversity of staff and also applicants. So there are two particular things that would be relevant in this case. With respect to applicants, so in 2019, the city rolled out a new application system through SAP SuccessFactors. And one of the things that we built into that system is the ability to collect demographic data from applicants. So that applicants do all jobs at the city through our SuccessFactors system are invited to tell us about themselves. So tell us their race, tell us their gender, tell us if they're Indigenous, for instance. And so we collect that data at the point of application. And that's really helpful because once we go out and do these outreach efforts, it helps us know if, in fact, the communities that we did the outreach for are actually applying to jobs of the city. But also, more importantly, if they apply to jobs of the city, we can track their progress through the recruitment process and figure out where they might be encountering barriers. Is it that they're not applying, or is it that they're applying and they're getting screened out and not interviewed, et cetera? So we can do that analysis. And so we're getting some additional support right now in how we analyze that data because we have lots of applications, and so we need a new system to help us process that data. In addition, for existing city staff, since 2002, the city has had a Count Yourself In survey that allows us to collect demographic data from our staff so that we actually know who's at the city, and we can do an analysis of not just city as a whole, but who's in our leadership positions, who are our managers. So we're collecting data from a number of sources.
So
Thank you very much. That was your 5
minutes,
minutes, Councillor. That's your 5 minutes. That's your 5 minutes, Councillor. Okay. Councillor, here's what I'm going to do. Just hold on for a second. I have the young lady that we're trying to get back, Miss Scott. So what I'm going to do, we're trying to bring her back. I'll give you 30 seconds to ask your question and give Ms. Kenton to respond. And then if we're going to ask the staff if they can ensure that Ms. Scott is teed up to go right after you're finished, we're going to deviate a bit because we were not able to get her on before. So please go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah. So really, the last question is, so you, in your view, you're confident that you have the tools at your disposal to be able to sort of, mine down and get a good profile of the employee base, the city employee base. You're comfortable with what we got. We don't need to make any improvements anywhere.
We're comfortable with the data that we're collecting. With recreation staff, though, historically we have not collected the demographic data on recreation staff because they are here for shorter periods of time. And so starting this year, we're working with PF&R to start to collect that data. So that is the gap in the data collection right now in terms of the existing staff.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, do we have Sugar Scott available now to speak to committee and non-committee members?
Hello? Mr. Chair, that's our understanding. Yeah. Okay. Sugar Scott from Access to Recreation.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak, Ms. Scott, and members of committee and non-members are listening. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you, all committee members, and thank you, Clerk, for helping me get connected. My name is Sugar Scott. Access to Recreation is a grass-based group based out of Regent Park and supported by Young Street Mission. Through a community reference group mandated by Economics and Community Development Committee on January 16, 2019, the Access to Recreation group has been working hard at improving access to recreation for local residents. Included in this, we have initiated and fostered opportunities for training and employment for youth, vulnerable Black youth in particular, through PF&R. We are pleased that our efforts have led to trainings for 20 to 30 youth since October last year, as well as a handful of youth being hired. In all these efforts, Black youth have been centered. We see the need for Black-focused training and hiring for the well-being of our communities and other similar communities in Toronto. This is crucial in changing the outcomes of our most vulnerable youth. Many youth who we know and work with personally are vulnerable to being drawn into dangerous activities. Access to employment would give them a clear alternative and would give them the basis for a much safer, meaningful path in life. We know that Black youth have meaningful employment. If they have meaningful employment, they can succeed and aspire to greater opportunities, including higher education. I've been able to work one-on-one with youth who have been hired with the city Parks and Rec division, to be exact. It has been powerful and uplifting seeing the confidence boost with youth who have secured employment, but I have also witnessed the frustrations of those youth who have not secured interviews. We have to do better in making sure we are providing employment opportunities, including training for Black youth before they get involved in the judicial system. We know that the judicial system and systemic racism goes hand in hand. We also need to acknowledge the social impact that employing Black youth in our communities will have for years to come. We strongly support City Council in creating a systemic targeted approach toward hiring Black youth in economically challenged communities in Toronto. Thank you for your time.
Let me see if there's any questions for you. Non-committee members, or any questions for Ms. Scott? Seeing none, take it into committee. Committee members, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Scott. There are no questions of you. Thank you. Are there any additional non-members of committee who wishes to question staff? Okay, seeing none. Members of committee, Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I wonder if staff could comment on the question that I was asking Shamar earlier from the Youth Cabinet. The report talks about the main point of access when we're going after first-timers to become, seasonal recreation employees. A big part of the outreach is going out to schools, and to meet our own poverty reduction strategy, we're going to schools and neighborhood improvement areas. Was the analysis done to make sure that we're going to the feeder schools of the neighborhood improvement areas, even if they're nowhere near the neighborhood improvement area?
I'm going to ask Howie Dayton to answer on that specific question.
Through the chair to Councillor Carroll, thanks for the question. We are working. I'm not sure exactly. I'm clear totally on the question, but I would say this: that we are working within the schools, whether it's the elementary schools, the junior schools, and the high schools, particular focus on neighborhood improvement areas as part of our effort to outreach to local youth about employment opportunities through our seasonal hiring programs. And we do that primarily through our youth outreach workers, youth recreation programmers, and community recreation programmers who go out, meet with guidance counselors, who in some cases will actually host employment readiness workshops. We hosted one virtually a few weeks ago, very, very successful. We had a couple of hundred youth attend that. And so those are the ways in which we're really trying to get the word out in grassroots local communities about each of our seasonal hiring opportunities, application processes, and assisting those youth through our employment readiness workshops on how to navigate the city's hiring system. Very locally driven outreach. Hope that answers the question.
It does. I guess, what I have to do is have a lot of faith in the outreach workers themselves then. The reason I raise this issue is, I'll give you an example of the area in my ward where I would want these types of outreaches to take place isn't even a neighborhood improvement area. But what's worse, Parkway Forest is a neighborhood that, if not for, it has some services wrapped around it, and so it didn't make the grade, didn't become a neighborhood improvement area, and yet it's full of youth who you really hope will reach out to these programs. But to make matters even worse, their high school isn't in their neighborhood. You probably think they would go to Vanier in the Peanut, and they don't. They go south to George Henry in a very affluent neighborhood. So I guess what I'm relying on is the degree to which the outreach workers know the neighborhood to get there. Have you, sorry, were you trying to interrupt me? Oh, I saw, I don't know. I keep hearing somebody. Sorry.
Well, I think there's a conversation. Councillor Carroll, just one moment, please. There's a conversation that's going on online. I just wonder if everyone can just mute their mics, please, so we don't hear the conversation. And
Yeah,
Councillor Carroll, I'll
you.
give you another
Thank
25
you.
seconds on your timing. Please go ahead,
So
please. Thanks.
I'm wondering if that, so the question, I guess, is if the outreach workers, the youth outreach workers doing that work, do they have the flexibility? Can they say to you, you know what, these kids, if they're taking extended French, they're going to Malvern Collegiate in a very affluent neighborhood, even though they live up on Dawes Road. Is that stuff captured in good conversation with the outreach workers themselves so that our outreach is effective?
Through the chair, we have a very integrated, coordinated table. We work with SDFA, TESS, TCHC, and TPL. I would say creating more of a systems approach. So I don't want to get the impression that it's, 31 outreach workers kind of doing their own thing out there, but they are definitely helping to inform where we need to be. And Parkway Forest is a great example. We have an enhanced youth space at Parkway Forest. That youth recreation programmer is delivering employment readiness training right out of the community center, supporting local youth, ensuring that they too have access to the information and tools for part-time employment.
Okay, so I only had one other question, Mr. Chair. I hope I have time for it. I'll do it in 10 seconds, which is simply a lot of leadership program. A lot of it, it really needs to be in person to know if you're getting through and upskilling to get to that leadership point, to be a camp counselor or whatever. Are we confident that we're getting through during COVID, or do we need to really enhance this program to take care of the COVID cohort when we get into recovery? Have you given that some thought? No, that's my last.
I can take that, Janie, if that's okay. I would say that we're doing our best to do this virtually. We've seen over 1,000 youth through our virtual employment training and readiness programs. 500 have attended so far our summer employment readiness workshops where they're learning how to prepare for interviews, write resumes. So we've completely pivoted online. But I will say that we're thinking downstream of the long-term impacts of not being able to take certification programs in our aquatic streams and all of that. And we're going to need to do some recovery work for sure to make sure that we make up for some of that lost ground and support those youth who haven't been able to take advantage of those programs that have been suspended over the past year. And we will turn our minds to that, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll, Mr. Dayton. All right, anyone else to question staff on this matter, this item? Okay, seeing none. Wishing to speak, visiting members, Councillor Perruzza, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, please.
Okay, we have 5 minutes. I'll just wait to get zero. We're at zero. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just wanted to thank the folks that took the time and really waited patiently for us to deal with this item and address the committee. Dr. Hardware, Shamar Barnett, Rayvon Johnson, Sugar Scott. Thank you for appearing. I'm sad we missed Philip August, but thanks to those folks. So Mr. Chair, the reason I brought forward this motion at council is I've always believed that we have this wonderful, rich program, especially in Parks and Rec, where we, in non-COVID years, hopefully we'll get back to that at some point. In non-COVID years, our Parks and Rec division employs a lot of young people across the city to work in a myriad of programs across the city. And the young people that get the benefit of working with the city, not only do they acquire a lot of really good skills and a really good job, but they acquire something even more important, access to, and I think some of this is addressed in the report, but I want to underscore it. Access to really good supervisors, access to mentors, access to other opportunities themselves within the city that lead to very productive and well-paying jobs down the road, and fulfilling careers, quite frankly. So there's a lot of benefits to getting one of these jobs, and when you look at it, and when you look at the program, it's so what you get is you get this sort of firsthand experience. So I go, for example, to the pool, at CW Jeffries, and I look at and a lot of the lifeguards there are historically white kids. Now I get it. You need a lifeguard credential to be a lifeguard. But I know that Black youth also become lifeguards. There's a lot of Black kids who know how to swim and swim well. I go to the skating rink, and you look at a lot of the young people, the monitors, the people that are basically delivering the the open public programs. And while I have to tell you, this year was a little bit better in terms of the mix of folks. You don't get the you don't get to see a lot of the sort of young Black kids who are running that program. So I brought forward this motion basically in the spirit of having our Parks and Rec division take a look at that. And, so within the context of the, anti-poverty strategy that the city and some of the targets that we've built into that, and being cognizant of how we might do better in terms of the, our hiring practices, and having that that base reflect a more consistently, our communities, and giving opportunities to young Black youth, racialized youth, Indigenous youth, those folks that are traditionally, for some reason don't have the same access and the same level of opportunities. It's good to hear that that the division is going to be looking at and conducting surveys like I think they call it the Count Yourself In survey, where folks are going to be able to self-identify, and we're going to have a better snapshot in terms of how we are doing. But more importantly, I think it's important to stay on top of this, and people need to understand that we need to continue to ask these questions so that
Thank you, Councillor. It's 5 minutes. Your time's up.
So that we do better, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Let me see if there's any other speakers on this item. Members of the committee? Seeing none. Okay. Let me just move receipt of the item for information as it states in the recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We have arrived. I don't know. Councillor Ainsley seems to have his headset off. Councillor Ainsley, can you hear me? Right. So we are at your item.
There's two listed deputants, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
No, I know. I just wanted to say that we're at your item, and we're thankful that you've been with us all day, and we're now going to go to the depths. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. I've been happy to be with you all day. I've learned lots today, as always, from this committee.
Thank you. I was hoping you weren't packing up to leave, so that's why I wanted to reach out. All right, Madam
putting
Clerk.
on my earbuds so I can focus even more on the work of the committee.
Thank you very much. Glad to have you. Madam Clerk, would you call the first speaker on item EC 21.5, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So the first speaker is Kathy Newman. Kathy, are you connected? Kathy Newman. Okay, I believe that Kathy is not present. Is it okay if I go to the next speaker, Mr. Chair?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Absolutely.
Okay. So the next speaker is Pam Tronson from Christchurch, Scarborough Village. Pam, are you connected?
I am.
And,
I am.
It's great. Well, we're happy that you're connected. You have 5 minutes to speak. You may begin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair.
We're having some
Madam
challenges
Clerk and
hearing
other
you.
speakers. Thank you also for okay.
Please go ahead and speak. So it looks like we're having some challenges, Madam Clerk, with respect to the speaker.
Let me start.
Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Chair, esteemed listeners, Madam Clerk and other speakers, to Councillor Ainsley for asking capacity in Scarborough Village and Guildwood take place. Thank you to the people from Parks, Forestry and Recreation for the report. And thank you for letting me take the time to respond to the results today. People in the community know me as Pastor Pam from Christchurch at 155 Markham Road, a church that has long roots in the community as we've been there 175 years. The framework of the phrase, it's time to act. Recreation space in Scarborough Village is needed. I'm sure that the right way to do a deputation would be to have statistics of the crime rate, gang violence, the need for prevention, to tell about the high immigration population with many large families of 7 people crammed in 2-bedroom apartments, and that 67% live in apartment buildings. I could tell of the dropout rate of high school students, that we are one of 7 neighborhoods in Toronto with the highest dropout rate, or that the percentage of youth and children in our area is higher than the Toronto average. I could research how important it is for young people for their mental health in this time of the pandemic. But if you're like me, statistics can make your eyes glaze over. So instead, I'm going to tell a story. It's my journey. Now, I normally get 12 minutes for sermons, so you can be thankful that I only am allotted 5 minutes. Sit back and listen to my story. I came to Christchurch nearly 6 years ago. The first thing you do when you come to any job is try to get a lay of the land. So I talked with people and I looked through the files. There was one file that had the word Scarborough Village Gym. I found out that there were members in my church that were part of a committee working towards getting a gymnasium in our neighborhood. I believe that Councillor Crawford was even a part of that committee. I found out that they had began meeting over 10 information worked together for the good of the neighborhoods. I found out that the fact that Scarborough Village is in a neighborhood improvement area, and that there was a strong neighborhood strategy created by the City of Toronto to help plan and keep track of what was happening in the communities. Let me tell you, my learning curve was more like climbing Mount Everest. And I was still interested in this gym idea, as I noticed that there were no gyms in the community center in my neighborhood, nor at Cedarbroo Community Center nearby. And I had the file in the back of my mind. What was happening now? So I spoke with Sherry Phillips, the community development officer who ran the planning table meetings. She told me that a gym in Scarborough Village was planned. However, she heard that it was not going to take place at Scarborough Community Center because of a parking issue. She said that there was money earmarked for a gym in Scarborough Village. I tried my best, but I could not track down any decision about the gym. But I did see in the strong neighborhood strategy that a gym was on the books as planned, that there were 4 partner organizations involved, and that $5 million was earmarked for this project. Since preparing this, I heard from my colleague, Kathy, that there's even a later update that moved the project from into rest. I think great tasks of my job. And they're for a gym anywhere. Then in 2018, I attended a planning table meeting and listened to an announcement from our new community development officer, Wayne Robinson. Orton Park leaders had a pole grant splash park in their to maintain splash park. Believe it, they had to change their plan. This is where my story gets a little bit personal. You see, I don't live in Scarborough Village. I rent an apartment in High Park, which is not a neighborhood improvement area. And in the last 15 years, within a 2-kilometer radius of my home, there have been numerous recreation facility improvements. In my already resource-rich neighborhood, there have been 3 extension playground structures put in Park, Lithuania Park, and High Park. These 3 have had splash park overhauls.
Pastor Pam,
in the area.
Pastor Pam, I have to ask you to end there. I have to ask you to end there, please. Pastor Pam,
Okay.
I have to ask you to end there, please.
Yes.
There might be questions
Can I say one more thing?
Okay, go ahead, please.
The strong neighborhood strategy says to achieve equitable opportunities all across all Toronto.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pastor Pam. Thank you very much. We're going to see whether or not visiting members has any questions of you, and I'm seeing Councillor Ainsley with his hand. So, Councillor Ainsley, over to you. You have 5 minutes for questioning of Pastor Pam. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Pastor Pam, it's Councillor Ainsley.
Yes.
If I told you that, sorry, first of all, you mentioned a committee that you sat on with former Councillor Crawford that was looking at building a gymnasium. Did anything come of that?
No, I sit on the committee, but members of my church did. And to my knowledge, nothing came of that.
Okay. And so right now at Scarborough Village, so we have a recreation center at Markham and Kingston Road without a gymnasium. Would you prefer, if in your perfect world or our perfect world, would you rather have an additional community center somewhere in the neighborhood, or would you like a gymnasium built onto Scarborough Village?
In the short term, I'd love a splash park for the people of my neighborhood. And in the long term, a gymnasium somewhere in the area.
What recreation and parks facility resources do you think the community could use before?
Councillor Ainsley, we're having some challenges hearing you. I think your internet is cutting out there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you try rephrasing your question, please?
Yeah. So, Pastor Pam, if we were going to build a community center in 2030, what do you think we need in the neighborhood to supplement until we get to 2030? What would you like to see Parks and Recreation do in the community?
It would be wonderful to have a splash park in the community.
Okay.
There's space at Scarborough Village Park on Gatesview.
Uh-huh.
Councillor Ranger, we're having some challenges hearing you and Pastor Pam. Do you have additional questions, Councillor?
Can you still hear me, Deputy Mayor?
I can hear you now. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, and Pam, at Scarborough Village, do you think the youth facilities are adequate at Scarborough Village Recreation Center?
They're not adequate. There is a center in this community center, but compared to the hub in the library, just north of us, it's small and inadequate.
Okay. And one of the concerns that, you know, you talked about all the statistics that you could bring to the table today. I know that your church also ran a food bank through much of the early part of the pandemic, as well as a food bank. There was a food bank on the north side of Eglinton as well, which I really think speaks to that need in the community as well, being a neighborhood improvement area.
Yes, we continue to have our food bank.
Yep. But I think that compiled with a lack of, you know, just general space for youth to hang out in particular in your neighborhood is causing a huge problem right across the community, wouldn't you say?
Definitely.
Okay, those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Let me just check to see if there's any additional questions of Pastor Pat. Okay, members of committee, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Pastor Pat. There are no further.
Thank you.
Pastor Pam, there's no further questions of you. Thank you very much. It's very helpful. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any additional speakers?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that there are no additional speakers on this item.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Ainsley, do you have questions of staff?
Yes, I do. So,
proceed. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
Thanks.
Okay, so the kind of the genesis behind my request for this report is I have 3 community centers, Scarborough Village, Cedar Brook, and Centennial Arena, and none of them have a gymnasium. And I'm trying to understand, when these community centers were built, how 3 could be built so closely together without gymnasiums.
So thanks for the question through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Ainsley. I can't answer how these buildings were built, when they were built, probably decades ago, without gymnasiums. I think, you know, some of the thinking around what community centers should have has evolved over time. And as we, you know, put together the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, I agree with you. Gymnasiums was one of the amenities that came out as a real need in a number of communities, you know, across the city. So, you know, I can't speak to the long-term plan because we agree that there are more recreational amenities that are needed in the Scarborough-Guildwood area. And the Facilities Master Plan, which is a 25-year plan that was approved by council a few years ago, looks at replacing the Centennial Recreation Center and adding a gym to it, you know, as one of those projects. And I understand that, you know, the short-term needs are hard to put in place when you've got these long-term sort of community recreation centers that are being built that take time, and that there's a frustration in that. I know there's also a new sort of South Scarborough Community Recreation Center that is also planned to start, you know, thinking about the design in 2025. Again, another long-term project. But we do agree around the need for the new capital, you know, facilities. And I should note that it's also my understanding that the splash pad that the deputant had noted is in the capital plan at Scarborough Village. So that is a good, I think we all agree on those needs. I think in the short term, I'm going to ask Howie to comment, because I know his group has worked really, really hard in trying to access the facilities that we do have access to try and augment the programming that we have available in the community. So over to you, Howie, for that short-term strategy.
Thanks, Janie. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Ainsley. So as you know, we're working with your office as part, and SDFA as part of a local task group, and we're looking to support local youth programming. But I would say that pre-pandemic and certainly post-pandemic, we're providing upwards of about 100 hours a week of local youth sport drop-in type programming, leveraging a number of local area school gymnasiums based on the availability of those permits, as well as trying to look at our outdoor assets, basketball courts and that sort of thing to see what type of sport-based programming we can provide. And then we're rounding out that programming using space at Scarborough Village and Cedarbrook, our own assets, to provide non-sport-based programming, youth outreach, youth drop-in programming with our community recreation program staff and youth outreach workers. So those initiatives are trying to support local youth with the infrastructure we have available, and we'll continue to work with your office and the local task group to understand those changing needs and respond to them.
Okay, and then I guess while I have you, Howie, there is a letter that was sent in. I don't know if you've seen it. It's amongst the correspondence. It's from Baravi Bathiatharan, who identifies as a community youth leader that worked at the Scarborough Village Recreation Center Youth Lounge. And she outlined a number of concerns she had around not enough capacity at the youth lounge, even saying that, snacks weren't provided for the local youth as compared to other youth lounges, which I don't know is true or not. But just asking if you could review that letter to see post-COVID what can be done for the youth at Scarborough Village as we're expanding the programming in the community.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Ridgey, I have reviewed that correspondence and I'll follow with my team and with the correspondent. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Howie. Thank you, Janie.
Thank you,
Those are my questions. Mr. Deputy Mayor, those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Let me just check to see if there are any other questioners on this item. Seeing none. To speak, Councillor Ainsley, wish to speak? Actually, cannot hear you, Councillor. It shows. Can you hear me now? We can hear you now. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to thank the committee for their time, but in particular, I want to thank the recreation staff from Parks, Forestry and Recreation for the work that they've done since I brought this to their attention. Since 2018, when our wards were expanded, my ward went westward. It took in 3 community centers: Scarborough Village, Cedarbrook Recreation Center, and Centennial Arena. All 3 community centers, I think, were built pre-amalgamation. So, former city of Scarborough. First and foremost, I was surprised that none of the 3 of them came with recreation centers. All 3 of them are in identified neighborhood improvement areas. So first and foremost, hearing from residents, in particular youth, once I got elected and during the election campaign, about a lack of recreation facilities. Coupled with that, as I started going to the recreation centers more to see what was happening and engaging the youth that I spoke with, and I did hear the letter that was sent in from Barivi is an excellent example of some of the concerns that I heard from local youth around the lack of facilities, both athletic and just being able to go and hang out after school in the youth lounge, sometimes not feeling welcome, sometimes, not enough capacity there, feeling, from talking from their friends that they go to high school with, to go to youth lounges in other parts of the city, not even feel that they were getting equitable services at Scarborough Village, for example. So I'm hoping this will help move things forward. I am looking forward to a new community center in 2030. I know the community is looking forward to it, and I also looking forward to working with staff to see what can be done in the interim, whether it's more recreation programming in local schools, maybe bringing Toronto Public Library in to enhance the youth hub. I think there's a lot that can be done here, and I'm glad that staff have recognized the concerns and are working with myself and my office and the community to bring the services forward that residents need in all three of these communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. I'm just bringing the matter into committee, seeing if there's any committee members wishing to speak on the item. I see none. Thank you. So I'll just move the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you again, Councillor Ainsley. Okay, members, moving right along. The next item is EC 21.8, amendment to various non-competitive blanket contracts for ongoing management of emergency city services at temporary municipal shelters during the COVID-19 pandemic. I held that particular item just before just looking. I wonder if there are any visiting members of council who may have any questions on this item. Okay, seeing none, we'll check with members of committee, see whether you have any questions. Okay, seeing none. All right. So I have some questions. There are some very large numbers and large increases with these blanket non-competitive contracts. I wanted to understand the rationale. So, for example, if I look at just the first one, for example, well, the first one's not that significant, but if I move along to contract number 470235535, it appears that there is an increase in the contract from what looks like $500,000 to $2 million. And I'll just continue because it's just one blanket question, I guess, to all of these. Moving right along, similar to contract number 47023521, an increase the valuation from 500,000 to 2 million. And then one that sort of really jumped out at me is the next one, which is E on 1E, 47023534, Clean Way Building Maintenance. And so it's in the amount of $10 million. So it's increasing the value of the contract from $500,000 to $10.5 million. And it goes on. Quite frankly, there's another one here. I'll just skip over to 470231138, one community in the amount of $8 million. So initially the valuation is increasing from $1 million to $9 million. And so the question is, why?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if anyone's on from SSHA, but this is related to when COVID hit, we had to rapidly expand the number of shelters in order to create physical distancing.
Okay.
And I see that Mina has joined. So at the time, we had to leverage our existing contracts to get those up quickly. I believe my understanding is staff are getting ready to RFP these, but this is just to tide us over. They've been very focused. It took us quite a bit of time to create that physical distancing and in the new shelter to implement the enhanced protocols such as cleaning, etc., to make sure that the spaces were safe for the clients. But Mina's on now from SSHA, and I'm sure he can provide a more fulsome answer than I can.
Thank you, Madam DCM.
Yes, thank you. Through you, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say the ramp up of the response to the pandemic happened in increments, and we did go from a few sites to 40 sites over the duration of 2020. Most of those being hotels, and then some of the sites, the way they were, we leased and secured the sites. They with our friends at CREM, they came with on-site cleaning and on-site maintenance, and those contracts then transferred over to us, SSHA, which then required for the increases of those contracts to continue the services and continue the continuity in service. So those are for all three of those examples, like they were all examples within our custodial services for those sites. And because we're doing much more intensified cleaning and interval cleaning, it has resulted in incremental increases throughout the duration of the year. There is, as the deputy city manager had mentioned, there is also a plan for all of these to be put through a public tender process with our partners at PMMD.
So thank you for that. But when I look at a number on contract 470233534, it's going from 500,000 to 10.5 million. To me, that's not incremental.
That is correct, and maybe the term incremental isn't the right term.
Fair enough.
Yeah, okay. It is an increase. Yes,
it's a dramatic increase. May I then ask? I think the deputy city manager stated that you're going out to tender at a later date. So why are we waiting? Why are we looking at asking for approval on these increases and not focus on going to tender, and in order to allow the current contractor who, for example, are offering these services, that they continue to offer these services at the prevailing prices, and then also having them obviously be competing for this contract, and then also going out to see whether or not we can get others in. I'm surprised at that, actually. So I guess the question is, why do we have to wait?
It's a matter of the unknown or the inability to predict the need in 2020 in terms of our COVID response. So while we had our first round or our first initial response, we felt that we had the right level of services. Then as shelters experienced different outbreaks or different additional needs for capacity or service or physical distancing, we had to increase. So the question just becomes, within our COVID response, it's very difficult to predict the need long term or over a period of time with the pandemic. So what we were trying to do is address the immediate need by opening up the sites, and then trying to then go back and then secure like longer term contracts. The question is, how long of a contract would you need? Is a bit of a question, as we're hoping through our vaccine efforts and our recovery efforts that we'd be winding down these programs as well.
Fair enough. It's not clear to me that what the timing is on these. Are these 1-year contracts? Are they longer? Because we're going from 500,000 to 10 million. Is that in a 12-month period, or is it less,
Yes.
or is it longer?
Sorry? Yeah, all of these contracts and increases are slated for till December 31st, 2021. So the end of this year. And our goal is, prior to the end of this year, is to be able to go out to tender on these contracts, so that for 2022 and the 2022 budget problems, we have a more informed amount of our budget that we know that we'll require.
And just a final question then, how many people are we actually helping as part of this collective contract? And I think I probably have similar questions for EC 21.9. So I guess security, maybe staff would be ready for that. Just wondering, how many people in totality are we actually helping? How many buildings are we actually, I think you may have said that number, but just if you could revise that for me, just restate that. How many buildings are we covering in terms of cleaning and all the work that's actually being done as it relates to these extension on these blanket contracts? Because those numbers seem like excessively high.
So these blanket contracts are for the 40 sites that we had opened and we continue to operate. Most of them are hotel locations. And on those sites, in terms of capacity, the overall shelter capacity is around 6,000 clients. For these 40 sites, I'd have to come back to you to give you the exact number for the specific 40 COVID sites that were.
Fair enough. You just said something there. I thought it was my last question, but this will be the last. So when we enter in these contracts with these hotels, do we have a provision in there as well that we would actually do repairs should there be any damages associated with respect to the use of the hotels?
Yes, there is a provision.
This is over beyond these numbers.
We've budgeted for that within these numbers, especially for the hotel contracts. So it is included in these numbers. Now, these numbers here that we're specifically speaking to are more of the services provided at the hotel sites, but we have come to this committee specifically on hotel contracts, and those budgeted are within those contracts, correct?
Fair enough. Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Prompt anyone to ask any questions? Okay, seeing none. All right, so members, I can deal with this one item. It just seems those numbers are staggering. They really jump out at you in terms of the increase, like going from 500,000 to 10.5 million in a short period of time. I think that I have no doubt that that the staff are, I guess, accurate in terms of their their tabulation and I guess solutions to the challenges that they're facing in providing services to the people who we need to provide service to. But it's a really expensive situation, and certainly it's something that we are investing in. And so for those who oftentimes say we're not doing anything to help people, I mean, this is a clear indication that we are doing things, we are investing, and it's a tremendous amount of money. And I think that I wanted just to hold this and ask these questions as opposed to just saying nothing about it. But I think it's clear that this is an expensive ordeal, and I'm also though concerned about the idea of around the blanket contract. It's if you will, it's non-competitive, and obviously I'm sure the staff have done it for the right reason, as been explained by the staff. And thank you, by the way, for the response to my questions. This is very helpful, Mina. It's still nonetheless staggering. So I'm going to move it and support it as reluctantly as I am, because I don't think I have another choice. And Madam DCM, thank you very much for your help and your input on this as well. So members, the item is in front of us. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. We can move that one along. Moving right along with respect to the next item, which is EC 21.9. I pretty well have similar questions with respect to this particular item. This is for security, and Mr. Nickel, you're here. I think I'm the only one that's asking questions on these. Very similar to the questions I asked prior. I'm just, I guess I'm overwhelmed with respect to these increases in these contracts. Can you explain to me how we're sort of how we've arrived at this, and how many how many of the gosh, let me I'm just pulling this up here. Just a moment. My computer is just freezing on me here. So
Mr. Chair, I have
yes.
a couple questions, but I have to wait till after you're done. I know mine,
yes,
but you're...
That's fine. My system is up now. I can see the numbers now. Okay. Councillor Ford, so Welcome back to you. I'm just looking at the value of this contract here. We saw that it's being increased the value from $14 million to $22 million. That's contract number 47022679 with Star Security. Can you explain that to me, please, Mr. Nichols? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to tell you a quick story in this. Sure. In March happens, the COVID response is required. We have an immediate needs for guards at some sites to create social distancing. We go to the vendor of record because we have a vendor of record, ASP, with a guard company. They're not able to provide that service. So we determine how are we going to do that? And we go to our citywide contract. Our citywide contract comes back with a price that is just astronomical. And at the time in the industry, it was really tough to get any security guards. People were very afraid to work, and the prices were really ridiculous. We were lucky to be able to use Star Security at the beginning for these, and the plan was always to transition those to the vendor of record, ASP. The 4 start we can't open up those sites without security. 3 months later, we're into another 17 sites that need to open up rapidly. Again, we're looking at our vendors, seeing who can do it. STAR is able to continue doing that. What is also important in that is that there is very special, this isn't regular security guards at these sites. It's specially trained security staff with special qualifications. It takes time to achieve that. So during that time, STAR was achieving those qualifications. Again, we're up to the 40 sites providing service, and we don't provide security just to the city sites, city-run sites, but to the purchase of service sites as well. So there's consistent security across the organization in the shelters. So where it takes us is the 14 million took us to the end of last year. Why to the end of last year? Because we believed, at the beginning that we were going to be in the position of being able to transition those other ones over to ASP, and that we were going to be able to reduce some sites. Obviously, third wave hits, we don't have that opportunity. So what we've asked for is money from January 1st to now, and then 4 million until the tender is out and awarded. The tender is with purchasing right now. And we have a transition plan ongoing with the company, with ASP, that we are still transitioning some of those sites on an ongoing basis to STAR. From STAR to ASP. I understand it's a big amount. It's a large group of security guards working. To give you an example, each shift, there's over 100 security guards at those 40 sites working. Very, very difficult, challenging work for those security staff.
And Ben, can I ask you, what's the average wages that are being paid to the security guards? Do you know that? Do you have that information? Are they being paid $10 an hour or something else?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is a fair wage rate for this, but these sites are above the fair wage rate. As an example, a guard would typically make anywhere from $20 to $25 an hour in those cases. So it's they're being paid well for that very difficult job that they're doing.
Okay, thank you very much for the response and the answers to my question, Mr. Nicol. Councillor Ford, the question, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you had, I share your concern, as well as staff have answered a few of the questions I had through your questions. But just to dive into this, so the total of the contract is 22.5 million. Is that over because there was an original contract, Dwayne, that you may have mentioned, but that was over a 3-year period. So is it bringing that number, the 22 is over the 3 years?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. So there are 2 separate contracts, ASP Security and STAR Security. ASP is the vendor of record, and they have a 3-year contract. When COVID hit, they were able to provide a couple additional sites, but that's all they were able to provide. Mm-hmm. STAR Security was a vendor that we had a number that we had procured in case we had a labor disruption. So we had a number available and a number of prices for those available. So that 22 million number is only for STAR Security. It was to take us until, again, from the beginning of the pandemic until the end of the year was 14 million. From the end of the year until now is 4 million. And then until it's tendered and awarded is an additional 4 million.
Okay, so we're spending, the addition 8 is not for the time between January to September 30th, is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is. It's 4 until now, and then 4 until the end, until this is awarded. Yeah.
Now, so my other question is why wasn't this in front of committee prior to January 1st? Because we're kind of going retroactive, correct?
We are. So through you, Mr. Chair, there was, and I'll let the Chief Purchasing Officer maybe speak to it, but there was a report that was, for the better language, an omnibus report that contained all these sole sources. There was an issue with that in the way it was coded. Because it was coded differently, it didn't show up in that original report. It should have showed up in the original report. It didn't. Part of the reason we're taking it now. We always knew we were going to have to take it to committee anyway.
Right. Okay.
Through the chair, just add, like, the authority for these contracts is the Emergency Sole Source Authority, which was heavily used part of COVID and gave staff the ability to move on these things quickly. And the reporting is always after the fact in relation to emergency procurement. And the report that Dwayne is referring to is, there was actually two of them. One was at the last council, which was just an omnibus review of all of the procurement, emergency procurement for COVID, so that we could do our reporting to council. And yes, this one may have just been missed with that list.
Okay, and then thank you very much. So my last question, Mr. Chair. I think with all that being said, and with respect to, I think it's Star Securities who's getting this contract and whatnot. But from my point of view, this is a heck of a lot of money, and for security, even though it's a non-competitive contract, has staff really done an analysis of whether this is like we're getting some value for money out of this contract? And have we, where do we say, because we're between a rock and a hard place, where do we say, well, no, that's too much? Or where's that line, and how would you interpret this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Ford. It is a very difficult issue. At the time when we first procured the service, getting security guard coverage was incredibly difficult and incredibly expensive. People just did not want to be in that position at that time. Again, the security staff are putting their hands on people a number of times. Social distancing isn't always available. They're the individuals being called when somebody won't wear the mask or whatever. And we've had a number of incidents where security staff have gotten COVID. All along, we have been reviewing the numbers. There's a certain change in industry right now. It is getting much better. We used a number of different contractors, example for the immunization sites, that the numbers are going down. So we continue to do that review. And in that spirit as well, Star Security has approached the city with a recent reduction in their rates, recognizing that the environment in the industry has changed as well. Again, it is apples and oranges when we talk about security for most sites and these respite sites and hotels. It is really challenging work, and it is going to be a higher pay than the regular day-to-day security guard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Councillor Carroll, it's a question. And I just wonder if the staff could make sure the timer is on, please. Go ahead, please, Councillor Carroll.
Am I right in thinking that this security contract includes some of the most controversial hotels in town where community are very concerned?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Carroll. You're absolutely correct. These are really difficult sites to secure for the security staff.
And in every one of those emergency sites that were added to this, is it not the case that the community has been very concerned? And so in most cases, we've had to, sometimes after the fact, we didn't have time to notify them because of the COVID emergency. But in going back to community, there's already a problem. And what we end up promising them is more security. Am I right?
Through Mr. Chair, that's quite correct. It is one of those quick, I don't want to say fixes, but a quick additional step that can be added. and is usually more than was originally set up as part of the contract. The other part is that at these hotels, there is no security staff for the hotel. We are providing the security staff for the hotel and providing the security staff for the clientele at the hotel.
Right, and part of the you went there really in your last answer. Part of the reason that we're looking at this amount now is it was really hard to predict how much security was going to be necessary, not just in the building, but the whole parameter of each of these sites ends up being part of the commitments to the communities around them that had to absorb this into their neighborhood on short notice. So we probably couldn't anticipate that there was going to be that much cost to making sure the whole parameter of the site and what happens when people leave the site, that would be handled. Am I right about that as well?
Through Mr. Chair, Councillor, that's correct.
Okay, you can put me down to speak, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Carroll. Okay, seeing whether or not there was any further questions. Councillor Ford, did you wish to speak?
I do. I can, or it doesn't matter. Yes. Whenever point, if Councillor Carroll wants to go, or I can go, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ford. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate that these are challenging times, and that our city is moving at a very quick pace on a number of fronts with COVID, particularly with our shelter system. And these contracts are quite expensive. I think it was sticker shock. And I wanted to have an understanding on why and what, we're spending on. I think as Councillor Carroll alluded to, I have one of those hotels in my community as well. And we're engaged with our community and on a number of safety fronts. And so I can appreciate where this comes from. But nonetheless, I think, within the report, I respect all the work staff do and what they continue to do, and I believe all this adds up. But there wasn't as much of a detailed breakdown on what we're spending $22 million on, and I would just like maybe offline like to see a little more in depth of how we're spending that money. I think, at this point, I'm going to support this somewhat reluctantly, but we'll support it here. I think it doesn't go to City Council from how I read this, and I would be corrected if it does. But so I'm not in a position to hold it up, but I'm also would like to dive into this and see after September what this competitive process will bring in to see if to compare. So that's where I am, Mr. Chair. I'll leave that at that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Councillor Carroll to speak, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I guess out of the 22 million, we know where we spent 14 million because we've lived it already. We lived it. That was 2020. 2020 was 14 million of the 22 million. And we entered into that because we knew that an amount of that size, because we knew that once you plunge people into the situation they were plunged into, even if we had the luckiest of circumstances and COVID had only lasted for a few months, we know that once you plunge people into the circumstances that many of them have been reduced to, we knew that it was going to take a long time to recover them. And so we knew we'd need that amount, certainly to the end of the year, even if we were all very, very lucky. We haven't been lucky. We're now into our third wave. We know we need them for all of 2021. So that's the additional 8 million. To me, I look at this as being somewhat economical, because now we're looking at 2021. We're looking at 8 million. From March to the end of the year was 14. Now we're looking at from January 1st to September, it's a little over 8. That means that, we've honed down the model and we know what it is, and we know that it has to be what it has to be because of the work we're doing with our communities. We're not talking about someone just standing at the front door. We're now talking about emergency hotels that have made a commitment to the community, that people aren't just wandering in and out of these hotels, that they have proper registration and proper referral to get there. And that once they get there, they're not bringing their friends in and out. My buddy's here from Sudbury and he's just going to wreak havoc on this neighborhood for the weekend and stay at my hotel with me. There's a lot of security involved, but there is then also, whether it's in a business community or deeply embedded in a residential community like the Roehampton Hotel, we've promised that the perimeter is also secured, that there's some sense that security forces know what's going on and off the property line. Because if we leave that to the Toronto Police Service, I shudder to think what the cost would be. They simply can't do it at any reasonable cost. Our police officers are at that efficient level and number of officers that we all wanted. So if we were to ask them to be able to do this without the help of the security firm we're increasing the contract of today, I dare say we'd be hiring 500 to 600 more officers and we'd be spending a lot more than $8 million. And so this is a model that meets the commitments that hotel by hotel by hotel, we're having to sit down. I'm having another meeting with the community around Edward Village Hotel tomorrow night. And I know that the first thing they're going to ask about is what's the security? What is it now versus what it was when it opened last year? What's the security around who's getting in and out of the harm reduction site? Because many of these hotels, 5 of them I think, now include safe injection sites. All of these are really challenging services for security firms to deliver. It's really challenging population to cater for, if you want to speak to the last item. But we know what the increase in the contract is going to because we've just lived it. And if we visited our hotels, we know that unfortunately it's going to be necessary for the rest of the pandemic and probably for months afterwards as we begin to pull these people back into hopefully the life they hope to return to. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Just seeing if there's anyone else who wishes to comment. Okay, seeing none. All right, so I'm going to move the item. I think we have a duty of not simply care, but a duty and responsibilities as members of this committee to examine and ask probing questions. And I think that's what we've done today in order to flush this out. I think that staff have been very clear as to why they have made the decisions that they have made, how those decisions that they have made have impact through the questioning from both Councillor Ford, Councillor Carroll, how they have impacted the community, responding to the community needs and so on. And I think that our staff, based on their professionalism and their judgment, have made the right call. I think that it is necessary for us as a committee and a body to look at these numbers and ask the questions that we're asking, and to be a surprise because those are significant increases in many of these contracts and so on. And I think that we have been provided with the answers. I'm satisfied with the answers. I think the staff have done a thorough job and has also indicated that the process that will be followed going forward and so on. Mr. Nichols has also indicated that the one company came back and reduced their pricing and so on, and that's very helpful. It is nonetheless, shocking to see some of these increases, and it really speaks to the discussion and the debate that's been going on in communities around, how do we provide shelter for those who are in need, and the impact that it actually has on the community. Well, here's the impact. Here's a pricing impact. There's a social impact that some people have indicated. People have indicated that in some instances, some of the criminal activities has increased in their areas and so on. And yet we get that, and the staff is demonstrating what they have been doing about it in terms of trying to provide security, and these are the costs associated with them. And as the staff have also indicated at the outset, the details of these contracts were not provided for the reasons that they have expressed, and nothing's wrong with that because we're operating with an emergency period. But still, we can question these numbers and still ask the questions that we have. So with that, I will move the item. At the same time, it's unnerving with respect to the amount of monies that are being spent to address these, required, things that we have to respond to in this very difficult period for some of our most vulnerable citizens. And so I think that I'm comfortable with respect to the explanations that we've gotten. I'm comfortable with the point that Councillor Carroll made. So, for example, if we were to hire police officers to do this work, those numbers would be far greater than what we actually have in front of us and so on. But nonetheless, we're still, as members of this committee, we have fiduciary duty to examine the details, examine these reports, and ask these questions and flush it out, because it's clearer now as to what and how and why the funds were spent, as opposed to just simply moving these items without this particular discussion and debate on these issues and the staff responding to the questions. So thank you very much for that. And as I said, move the item. All those in favor? Oppose? That carries. All right. Moving right along, members, we are now moving to item number EC 21.10, response to increase unpermitted fireworks use during the COVID-19 pandemic. Councillor Ford, I believe you held this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion on behalf of Councillor Grimes at the appropriate.
Let me just do this first. I wondered, is there any questions of staff?
Yeah, I'm good. No.
No questions. Anyone else have questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Ford to speak.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, this is Julie from the clerk's office.
Is there speakers?
Sorry to interrupt. We do have actually 5 registered public speakers on this item.
Okay. You know, the problem is I don't have a list in front of me, so that's fine, Madam Clerk. Sorry, Councillor Carroll, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want, I didn't raise my voice fast enough. I do have a couple of questions for staff, but I thought there were
We'll come back.
first,
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah,
Madam
thanks.
Clerk, then perhaps you introduce the first speaker, please. Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. The first public speaker is Aline Kanji from the Canadian National Fireworks Association. And I understand that Mr. Kanji has asked to speak with Perry Logan, also from the Canadian National Fireworks Association. Aline and Perry, are you connected?
Yes. Yes, we are. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So sorry, just before you proceed, are you asking for 10 minutes or will you be using 5 minutes to speak together?
5 minutes and 20 seconds. We timed it. We've been paying attention.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before we begin, Madam Clerk, we had submitted a presentation. I'm wondering if that could be brought up for the benefit of members and non-members of the committee.
Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify for members of the public who submit presentations and written comments, they are included under communications. We do not actually display those.
Correct.
As we do presentations.
Exactly. So we have the presentation, Mr. Kenji. Can you just speak, please? We don't provide you with the facility and the opportunity to be able to make presentation.
Understood.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair and members of Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Aline Kanji. I am joined today by Mr. Perry Logan. He's the Executive Director of the Canadian National Fireworks Association. The CNFA is the leading voice for the fireworks industry, promoting the safe sale and use of fireworks across Canada. The CNFA represents over 3,000 members. It consists of manufacturers, distributors, retailers, regulators, and enthusiasts. We have worked with cities across the country on balanced fireworks regulations that do not compromise safety, but bring an industry perspective to government policy. We're very pleased to provide you with comment into today's staff report.
Thanks, Aline. The CNFA is committed to everyone within our industry that handles or sells consumer fireworks to be properly trained and to recognize the responsibility for safe and enjoyable firework experiences. Consumer fireworks are a legal product in Canada, and they are regulated by all 3 levels of government. The industry employs thousands, and fireworks are enjoyed by millions annually in our country. Consumer fireworks are in every neighborhood across Canada, and they represent something special for all cultures. Fireworks celebrations began in our country over 150 years ago. After participating in many meetings with Toronto staff and city stakeholders, the CNFA is happy with the report in front of you. As in other municipalities, the CNFA hopes our vendor certification employee training program will become a requirement for anyone and everyone in Toronto handling and selling consumer fireworks. We believe that our responsibility to help with enforcement officers and community groups to find a better solution is what our concern is.
Now, the CNFA and its members are supportive, as Perry said. We acknowledge staff's hard work on the report before you today. The report details an action plan to implement immediately to enhance education, outreach, and enforcement to support fireworks compliance. The survey, which is embedded in the report, states that 77% of people are somewhat or not familiar with rules on fireworks sales in Toronto. Then that lends credence to the fact that more education is certainly needed. The strong emphasis on education as a means of enforcement is commendable and is also reflective of what other cities are doing globally, including within Canada. I'd like to note for you that the word education is used a total of 28 times within the report. However, as the report points out, there are no financial resources to implement the city's action plan. Now, while the report states there's no data that shows non-compliance issues amongst fireworks vendors, and residents have limited concerns about vendor compliance, the CNFA strongly believes that our vendor certification employee training program can be strategically leveraged as part of the city's action plan for enhanced education and to ensure regulatory compliance. Working with the CNFA will contribute to the city's goals and action plan at no cost, similar to our approach across this country.
The CNFA believes that we need to share the responsibility of education and enforcement with local bylaw. Working together, we will provide safe and enjoyable firework experiences to responsible users and offer education at the point of sale. The creation of the CNFA's vendor certification employee training program was developed to offer fireworks retail industry the ability to understand their responsibility. They should understand the federal regulations, the provincial fire codes, and the municipal bylaws that address your local needs. The program was developed with after much dialogue with city officials, protective service agencies, and retailers across the country. We have had productive conversations based on achieving the same goals, safe and legal use. Our vision is that local agencies will make our program a requirement when the municipal bylaw, make education and awareness mandatory, and shift some of the enforcement requirements back onto our industry that we've already accepted. As city staff has said in their report, our program is comparable to the Ontario liquor industry's Smart Serve program. You go online, you get educated through the materials available, and when a person is ready, they will take our exam. The curriculum is based on requirements and best practices for our industry, and a student must achieve an 80% or better mark to pass.
So in closing, it is important to share the feedback of our extensive consultations with industry and government on fireworks. There are some general themes to point out that echo what staff have detailed in the report. So in short, the current enforcement model doesn't work, with bylaw and other officers not equipped to respond. A new approach, sharing the responsibility with industry, is needed. Now, similar to the item on public park drinking that we all heard of this morning, there are limited city resources to patrol and enforce. And as we just heard, implementation by the 24th of May would not be possible for the item in front of you this morning. This is the same timeline that staff are working to in terms of implementation of the fireworks action plan. Accordingly, the CNFA's vendor certification employee training program can address multiple concerns. And as I close, let me just say this. It provides a standardized approach to enforcement that is simple to consider. We are committed to cooperation with the city and enforcement bodies in the importance of stronger education and training. Being a good neighbor is embedded in our process and an important part of the plan on fireworks usage in Toronto. Let me close by thanking you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to share our perspectives this afternoon, and we would be pleased to take questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both very much for your presentation. I will seek to determine whether or not there are any questions of you. Any visiting members? I'd looking through my screen, I don't see any visiting members. Members of committee, I'll take this matter into committee. Any questions for the speakers?
Staff.
Councillor Carroll, do you have a question?
The staff on the deputy.
Okay, to staff. Okay, that's fine, not the deputant. Okay, any questions for the deputants? I'm just looking to see. Okay, there are no questions of you both, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will now ask members of committee. Councillor Carroll, I don't see any visiting members here, so I think we're good. So members of committee, Councillor Carroll, you had questions of staff. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I do.
Oh,
I'm wondering
Mr.
if
Chair.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Were there more speakers, Madam?
Oh,
yes,
okay.
sorry to interrupt, Councillor Carroll and
It's okay.
and
Go ahead,
Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, go ahead and call the next speaker, please.
Okay, there's 3 more public speakers.
Okay,
So the next speaker is, and apologies for the last name of this speaker if I mispronounce it. Her name is Anna Mashalowitz from the Etobicoke Fireworks Remediation Committee. Anna, are you connected?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Anna Mihailovich, so you were pretty close in pronouncing my name. I'm a resident of Marina Del Rey in South Etobicoke, and I'm a member of the group Etobicoke Fireworks Remediation Committee. I want to thank Councillor Grimes and City Council for undertaking the review and for the opportunity to speak today. I've lived in Scarborough, downtown Toronto, North York, Mississauga, Woodbridge, Thornhill, and now South Etobicoke. Yes, I have moved around a lot. In my previous places of residence, I've enjoyed fireworks at Abergis Bay, Canada's Wonderland, and as such, and I'm a little nervous, and as well as gatherings of friends and family on Victoria Day and Canada Day. Only in South Etobicoke has the discharge of fireworks been constant into the early hours of the morning several times a week throughout the spring, summer, and fall. This issue came to a head last summer, so much so that a few residents formed a Facebook group and held monthly virtual meetings to discuss ways to address the issue. Although I agree that the pandemic has had an impact on the occurrence of fireworks, this problem existed before the pandemic started. In the table 3 of the report, it shows that there were reported instances of this happening and were increasing between the years of 2017 and 2020. It is reasonable to think that there were also instances that went unreported. I'm not sure if my colleague is still here, but he was going to show a map. We kept a map of any of the reported instances through our Facebook group just to compare to what the city had. The parks in South Etobicoke need to be monitored throughout the night, including spots that are off the paved paths, roads, and parking lots. There are many spots that are hidden from these routes that allow people to engage in illegal activity, including the discharge of fireworks. Bylaw officers end their shift at 11 p.m. and as such leave earlier to complete any required paperwork. Last year, when the parking lots were closed and the parks were monitored more closely, there was a marked decrease in the discharge of random illegal fireworks. There needs to be a greater control of the sale of family fireworks. According to the report on page 9, paragraph 4, Toronto is the only municipality that permits permanent vendors to sell all year round. With the ability to purchase them throughout the year, it gives the impression that they may be discharged whenever, in my opinion. I have 2 questions regarding the sale of fireworks. I'm not sure if they can be answered by anyone here. Does the potential customer need to have a permit in order to purchase fireworks on occasions other than Victoria Day and Canada Day? And my second question is the vendor required to ask for a permit in order to sell fireworks to a customer on occasions other than Victoria Day and Canada Day? In closing, I would like to see monitoring of the parks and the other public places in the evening and early morning hours, especially in the South Etobicoke area. I would like to see the sale of family fireworks to be more stringently controlled. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions for this deputy? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Anna.
You're welcome.
All right, Madam Clerk, our next deputy, please.
Yes, the next public speaker is Eric Code. Eric, can you please confirm that you're connected?
Can you hear me?
Code.
I am connected and you should be able to hear me.
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay,
You have
excellent.
5 minutes.
Okay. I'd like to thank the committee and Councillor Grimes for this opportunity and the review itself and the chance to share my perspectives. I'll be speaking on my own personal experiences, mostly in the context of bylaw infractions in parks. And I'll be talking about more than just fireworks, because I think these bylaw infractions are all related. To me, this isn't about families having backyard fireworks. It's also important to know that note that this is not a new problem. I'd like to start by describing the waterfront, because it creates a dynamic that may be very different from other areas of the city. From the Humber River to Etobicoke Creek, we have about 8 kilometers of waterfront. And along them, they have 24 parks that add up to be the size of Central Park or more. One of them is Humber Bay Park, which has 2 spits that go out into the lake over 1 kilometer each. Colonel Samuel Smith also extends into the lake for over 1 kilometer, and it's an ASA as well as a bird sanctuary. All of these parks are very difficult to enforce. They're very unlike parks in the core of the city. They're not surrounded by buildings. They're not surrounded by walkways. They don't have people walking through them at night. So at night, they literally become the Wild West. They might as well be islands. But they are adjacent to, even though they're in the lake, they're adjacent to residential areas. In Humber Bay Shores, there are over 20,000 people living in the high rises right by that spit, if you will. I use these parks quite a bit. As a dog owner, I use the dog park, and I see the evidence and the activities that happen during the day and also in the evening. Forgive me, I'm having computer issues here. I wrote Councillor Grimes many years ago about this situation because it is an ongoing frustration, the bylaw situation and the lack of enforcement in the parks. And things I have seen include, and this was in 2018 I wrote this, and I mention it because I just want to note that it's not a new problem. Illegal campfires, killing of trees, off-leash dogs, people not picking up after their dogs, overnight camping, illegal fireworks, burning picnic tables, tagging graffiti, late-night romance and prostitution, used condoms in the parking lots, drinking and driving, loud music, including actual DJ equipment and speakers taller than me set up in the park. Extreme litter. A car was torched once. I spoke to Rod Jones, or had communications with him. He was the director of bylaw enforcement, and this was in February 2019. Initially, there were only 15 bylaw enforcement officers for Toronto's 1,500 parks. That was increased at that time to 33. So if you think about that, if you think about how few bylaw enforcement officers we have for these parks, and the bylaw infractions are numerous, and it's reasonable to expect that if we have bylaws in a city, then the city should have the capacity to enforce those bylaws. And I'm saying very plainly that the City of Toronto does not have the capability of enforcing the existing bylaws. And it's frustrating, and it's not acceptable. And if you call 311, and I will say the calls to 311 in the report, I would say are not representative, because once you call once, if it's after hours, the bylaw enforcement officers aren't working, you're told that, and they get back to you in 3 days. So there is no mechanism to respond. If you call the police, they tell you that they don't enforce bylaw infractions in parks. One reason this is so frustrating is we pay for it anyway. We don't have the budget for bylaw officers, but we do have the budget to clean up the fireworks, clean up the litter, break up the fire damage, the fire pits. There's over 50 fire pits in the parks, which is a bylaw infraction. So what I'm asking is for you to increase bylaw enforcement on a permanent basis and look in new ways to do it. And I'm disappointed that there isn't budget identified in this review to do that.
Thank you, sir. Your 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes is up. Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. Councillor Carroll to question the deputant. Go ahead, please, Councillor Carroll. Your 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I could have asked every deputant this, but I'll ask it now, and I'm putting you on the spot. You're, in a way, having to wrap up for the residents. But I'm wondering if you want to comment on the suggestion from the industry. The industry is suggesting that we should go to the point of the vendor and look at vendor education. If we could get them certified and make sure that they don't sell fireworks without doing a bit of educating of the consumers themselves, so that people walk out the door knowing the dangers. We already have some focus on vendors with respect to making sure they're not selling to underage. We strictly limited back in 2007 the idea of what I call the street corner vendor, the temporary vendors. But this idea of vendor education and certification, I wonder if you want to comment on that from the resident perspective.
I will say that is important, but not one solution that will solve everything, because that will help educate those who are responsible and willing to receive that information, right? But the people that I'm seeing make these bylaw infractions in the parks, in the parking lot, shooting fireworks over my own home from the parking lot across the street, they aren't sober a lot of the time. They are doing a number of things, drinking in parks, that they know are wrong. It would be like asking Canadian Tire to educate people before they buy spray paint to try and make graffiti go away. The taggers are going to tag. The only way to stop that part of the problem is through enforcement. And again, I will say, if we have bylaws, it is reasonable for us to expect that those bylaws should be enforceable. Otherwise, those bylaws literally do not exist except on paper. And that's the case right now. As soon as the bylaw officers go home, there's no enforcement in our parks for bylaw infractions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you
very much, Councillor Carroll. Are there any other members of committee wishing to question the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Madam Clerk, are there any more deputants?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is one final deputant, Stephen Douglas. Stephen, can you confirm that you're connected?
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you a bit, Mr. Douglas. If you could speak up a little bit more for us, that would be very helpful. Oh, that's better. Thank you very much. Yeah, you have 5 minutes to speak, sir. Please go ahead.
That's great. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I echo gratitude to Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes, if you're still watching, we're very grateful that you listened to our concerns that we've been raising over the past 6 months to a year, I guess, and longer, as I think Eric just pointed out. We did raise over 1,000 signatures for our petition back in October to address this issue, and Councillor Grimes brought it forward to Council on our behalf. So we're very grateful for that. So thank you to the committee for considering this motion. I am grateful for this motion. I still have some concerns over an assumption that's reflected in the title of it that refers to it as a sort of a COVID-related problem. If this is framed as a temporary problem, the solution itself may only be temporary. So as both Anna and Eric mentioned before me, the problem emerged prior to the epidemic, although we certainly can acknowledge it's been exacerbated greatly as a consequence of it. So what I hope to do today briefly here is to share my personal stake in this, and then I would add a request that we consider all the stakeholders here. I've lived in Ward 3 since 2008. In 2019, I moved into a condo overlooking Humber Bay Park. With my degenerative disc disease, it seemed like a good way to remain in South Etobicoke without the burden of snow shovel removal. And there's a beautiful habitat here that I really appreciate on my morning walks that are my own form of therapy, of physical rehab. After moving here, though, I became alarmed to realize that fireworks were being lit in the park on any given night, well beyond midnight. We hear fireworks right to today, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. And really, regardless of the temperature outside, the only thing that seems to discourage it is rain. But temperature itself, we had fireworks throughout the winter this year. So back in 2019, I called the city and I was told that it was being looked into. Well, I had a dog when I first moved here. Cairo was my dog. He was a beautiful 15-year-old lab, and he did pass away early last summer. I'm bringing him up because it was his time to pass away. It was his time to pass on, and he lived a good life. But I felt relieved at the end that he did not have to endure these fireworks any longer. There are thousands of dogs, at least 1,000 dogs, I'm sure, in this immediate area. And if you can imagine dogs like Cairo in fear, quaking, to the sound of fireworks multiple nights a week. So 2020 was a nightmare for many of us down here. A group of us, and Eric and Anna both mentioned this, that Deborah, Anna, Angela, Courtney, Beatrice, Eric, myself, residents from Mimico and New Toronto and Humber Bay, we formed an ad hoc community group and did use social media to invite stories that would help us identify what was happening with these fireworks so we could keep track. So I previously forwarded to you, and I believe you should have them, 2 maps, and Anna referred to them. Forwarded those to the clerk, so they hopefully will be before you. One spans the south half of Ward 3, and the second is specifically zooming in on the Mimico and Humber Bay Shores area. Now, keep in mind, this is almost entirely residential zoning. Roughly 30,000 people live in this area, the area that's identified in that second image. The markings indicate where fireworks were reported over a 6-month period, from June 2020 to December 2020. There are no duplicates here. If there were 2 reports in one night at the same location, that counted only as 1 pin. And so we tracked these, and we marked 179 non-permit firework incidents over that period of time. Fireworks being lit outside our windows nearly every night. And indeed, that's exactly what I heard and observed. And that led my concerns. Now, I'm not sure, on your committee, possibly with the exception of Councillor Grimes and Councillor Cressy, if anyone living in a quieter ward could even grasp what it's like to experience fireworks on a nightly basis. They occur immediately across from our homes. In addition to residences with dogs, as I've already noted, there are families here with young children. There are 2 families with babies living on my hallway, in my hallway alone, and fireworks go off frequently at 1 or 2 in the morning. I just want you to sort of think about that for a second. I appreciate very much the Fireworks Association wanting to help with public education. I do agree that's an important piece. We really do need enforcement, like Eric was suggesting. That's really critical. This is
5 minutes, sir. Your time is up.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So I will just end. I'll just end by saying it's also important to our mental health. And you do have a sheet, hopefully, with the rest of my remarks. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you. Okay, checking my screen. I see no questions of you, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for joining us today. Madam Clerk, that concludes our deputants.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. There are no further public speakers on this item.
Okay, thanks very much. Questions of staff. I think Councillor Carroll, you had questions of staff, and then Councillor Lai, and then Councillor Ford. Go ahead, please, Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the residents' answers about going with vendor education, and they definitely need more enforcement because it sounds like we have a targeted trouble location. But I still want to ask staff if we take there's an offer here that if we were to say we needed more vendor education, and we did some of this as a result of the work we did in council in 2007, and got to the point of having fewer temporary vendors on the street corners, and that's welcome. But we were supposed to have better education for vendors. I don't know if we went all the way to certification, but I wonder if staff could comment on whether or not it'd be easier for them to do if we were looking at an industry association doing it, and then all we had to do was require that you get it and occasionally evaluate whether or not their training is valid. Is that an approach that makes it less onerous for staff to require it?
So through the chair to the councillor, vendors aren't necessarily our issue. Our issue is the purchaser, and the purchaser is causing the issues, and them being uneducated is where we're at. Vendors, again, in compliance, very few issues. Again, it's the user, the end user, and that's where we're really trying to focus. And this report speaks to an action plan about education. Most people aren't aware of the rules because these are so readily available. They think they can just use them at any time. These are available online through, Amazon, through other vendors. It's not just the vendor. And then again, we do have very minor, I think we have 5 or 6 permanent vendors, like the fireworks kaboom type of companies that are allowed to operate year round. They are licensed by us. We are happy to work with them and temporary vendors on any type of education to inform the greater public on how they should be used and how they should not be used.
Okay. And if that's the case, then we're back to the residents' deputation. How do we intend to educate if we're not even enforcing? It sounds like we have a problem location. This whole item was generated by Councillor Grimes responding to this is a recurrence going over and over and over again in a what is kind of a banner park in his ward. How do we, if we're not going to put some resources to enforcement, how do we educate the user? Because there's nothing more educational than being slapped with the ticket in the park.
Yeah. So great question through the chair. We're well aware of the issue in South Etobicoke, and the deputants raise a lot of great points. We need to ensure that we have enforcement in those areas, and we're trying to move towards a data-driven priority enforcement model, which will allow us to focus on these areas, because this is where it's happening. It's happening here, and primarily a little bit in Councillor Bradford's area as well. But Councillor Grimes has the bulk of the issues, and it's something that we need to work on and to put the necessary enforcement resources behind. But really, it starts with education and people understanding what they can and cannot do. And we have an action plan ready to go as we approach May 2-4 and Canada Day.
Okay, well then, and this again, last question, Mr. Chair, I promise. Do you not think that that action plan is going to need more resources? Because now what we have here, we have 2 fireworks seasons, 2 sets of 2-4 and July 1st, where people couldn't go to a big Benson and Hedges waterfront wonderfulness, which that was engaging a lot of youth in a safe way to enjoy fireworks, even if they snuck a beer along with them. but we were getting them all into one place, and we had control of the fireworks themselves. They're going to go through 2 sets of those holidays where if they wanted to have any fun with fireworks at all, they had to go and buy their own. And is there not a worry that they're now going to get so used to that we now have this permanently, growing community that just wants to set off their own fireworks?
Yeah, great question. And it's similar to the discussion we had just before the lunch hour with drinking in parks. And because you couldn't go to bars and restaurants, you went to the parks. Because there are no Benson and Hedges, people are doing their own thing. Those are ongoing challenges for Janie and myself as we work through this. And again, what's really critical is that we promote to the public that this is what's permitted and what is not. And again, I recognize the concerns of the neighborhood. And again, we will, based on our data, we'll try our best to put the resources where we can at the appropriate times.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Thank you, Mr. Grand. Councillor Lai to question, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of my questions were answered, but I just wanted to follow up on one of the deputants who asked the question whether some of the vendors could sell fireworks other than Victoria Day or Canada Day. And I heard that there's several of these vendors, they are being licensed that can sell fireworks throughout the year. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once, trying to also find my...
Let us know if you're successful.
No. I'm just trying to find my notes on this. I think maybe my colleague, Jeannie Adey, may have more detailed information on this with respect to what vendors can and cannot sell.
Yes. Thanks, Carlton. So the temporary vendors, I hope this answers your question. The temporary vendors can sell family fireworks leading up to the designated fireworks holidays. And then, as was mentioned previously, there are certain permanent vendors, and they are selling professional fireworks to individuals that are certified to release those fireworks. The individuals that are purchasing fireworks don't have to have certain certifications.
So they do need the license if they wanted to sell it year round. Am I correct to assume?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So what about some of the convenience stores? Do they need, variety stores? Do they need any license? Does the city have to license them to sell?
Something like a convenience store, yes, they would need a permit it would most likely be a temporary permit to sell fireworks for those particular holidays.
Okay. My next question is, let's say it's about enforcement that we're lacking here. In case I'm being caught by doing it illegally, how much is the ticket? I'm just kind of curious to know.
Yeah, tickets are between $300 and $500 for not following this.
For contravening that bylaw. Okay.
That is correct, Councillor Lai.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Very much, Councillor Lai. Councillor Ford, question? 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. It's my understanding that Councillor Grimes' office has worked with MLS on a motion, and I'm taking carriage of. Do you guys support that motion, if you've seen it? Or
so yes, we've had several meetings with Councillor Grimes and his staff. It is where we are completely comfortable with it moving forward.
Okay, all right, sounds good. That's my only question.
Much to speak. Councillor Ford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll be brief, just taking carriage of a motion for our friend and colleague, Councillor Grimes. So this is a motion, I shall just quickly introduce or maybe summarize it. So there should be 4 parts to it. The first one is erecting no fireworks signage in all waterfront parks and any other parks with higher rates of fireworks, non-compliance to the bylaw. I guess a review of current firework-related set fines and applying to the province of Ontario to increase those fine amounts, as well as more of an education campaign so information on the safe use of handling of consumer fireworks and restrictions around fireworks usage in the City of Toronto, as well as a city developed poster that is provided to consumers by firework vendors. And then lastly is continuing the exploration of a feasibility and efficacy of an online vendor certification and employee training education program in partnership with the Canadian National Fireworks Association, and to report back as needed. I think this goes to similarly what Councillor Carroll was asking about. I do know that Councillor Grimes has worked very hard with his community, particularly listening to their concerns, and as well as worked with our city staff who've brought this forward. And in addition, now Councillor Grimes putting forward a few more actionable items to address the community's concerns. So I will leave my comments there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Carroll, is that a question or to speak?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I could ask a question of the mover.
Yeah,
sure.
Well, yes, he's moved the motion.
On the motion that we just saw, it seems to me that the conversation about maybe doing a partnership hasn't happened yet, and I'm wondering if you would consider it a friendly amendment. I'm guessing that you ended that motion with the words "as needed" because of how taxed staff are right now by what's going on. But I'm wondering if you would consider it a friendly amendment to say to report back by the end of the year. So that I know we have to get through this season, but that way some progress would be made.
Councillor Carroll, I'm okay with that. Simply taking carriage for Councillor Grimes. I know I entered into a little bit of conversations with my staff and Councillor Grimes' office. I think it was challenging given time restraints, as you said. If I don't know if we want to vary the procedure here and just ask staff if they're okay to put that as a report back. I'm happy to amend it. But I think they may have had some concern with a time restraint.
Yeah, and so I'm not going to try and make them have something in place by May 24th. I wouldn't even move that amendment on your motion, but if it's a friendly amendment, if we could have by the end of the year, then we would have some progress being made. They would then have a conversation with the sector, with the association. That's why I'm asking.
I think it's fair. I think that would be fair.
Thanks so much.
And if there was a challenge staff had with that, I'm sure we could readdress it as it got closer to that date. So
yeah. Thank you so much.
Councillor Carroll, I'm assuming and hoping that the clerk is listening, and perhaps she could make the minor adjustment to Councillor Ford's motion.
So that'd be like Q4 2021, Mr. Chair?
Pardon me?
Saying by the end of the year, by the end of
2021.
So it takes them out of the busy season.
Yeah,
at the end of 2021. Okay, so we'll see what that. I think Councillor Cressy, I don't see you on the screen. I believe you had either a hand up for a question or you wanted to speak. So Councillor Cressy's screen is off for the moment. Oh, wait. Councillor Lai, did you wish to speak? Okay. All right. So Councillor Carroll, you wish to speak?
I do want to speak. Just very quickly, I think the first parts of Councillor Ford's motion are great because I think they help us deal with the very local situation here. And I think they also address the comment from Mr. Grant that he's aware of this problem location. And these might be ways he wanted to address it anyway. So that's great. The reason I'm asking that staff at least have the conversation by the end of the year with the association, maybe some members of the sector. The guys at Kaboom have always been helpful when we're looking at these things. They very much take the certified approach. We never buy our fireworks anywhere else because my husband always learns something more every time he walks in their door. But here's my reason that I really want them to report back on this. We have made some progress when we focus on the vendor. That's what we did when we back in 2007. Councillor Suzanne Hall, who funnily enough represented the area that Councillor Ford now represents. There was a problem up there at the time, and a problem where I live, which is just south of my ward. That year in 2007, well, actually it was the July 1st, the previous year. I took the dog for a walk, and I tried to get out there early because I knew it was fireworks night and it was coming, and poor Max was going to go nuts. Rest in peace, Max. But at the time, we went for a walk through a park. The sun hadn't completely gone down. It wasn't dark yet. But I came around the corner and we encountered something called Roman candle jousting. Yeah. I will never forget it. A couple of guys, each of them had a garbage can lid in their hand. This is before we had our bin program in place. So they're each holding Rubbermaid garbage can lids and literally sword fighting with lit Roman candles. And then they would run away and shoot them at each other, turn and get burned on the back. And I screamed at them like a crazy woman. But I later found out that at the time, this was quite common. And, you know, the reason it was so easy for kids to get their hands on as many Roman candles as they wanted was, A, we hadn't yet fully harmonized our fireworks vendor practices and bylaws from amalgamation. And B, most of us had very little control over the street corner vendor. What we did in the changes we were able to make then was we really focused on the vendors being better at talking to folks about backyard fireworks, better at telling them you actually require a permit for what you're doing, and we got control of the temporary licenses, and it did make a change. It really did help a little bit. We have some problem areas, but it really did help a little bit the work that fire services had to do. Getting people to take out permits where they were doing like a ratepayer block party, getting a permit, pass the hat, get the money together, so that you have to have a conversation with your local fire station. Two things there: they deliver the education, but then they also know where they need to keep an eye on that night. The fire station is fully aware. It actually did have an impact, and it was more of a vendor focused approach than a resident focused approach. But it helped us somewhat. And I think it can help here. But I also think that the earlier parts, the signage and things like that in Councillor Ford's motion that I gather you crafted with Councillor Grimes, I think are fantastic because they also handle the purchaser. I think Mr. Grant is absolutely correct when he says that he really believes the finding of that survey, that so many people who just want to have a family party with fireworks have no idea that they're actually breaking the law when they say, oh, let's take these over and do them in the schoolyard because then we can do bigger and better. And at that point, they're super breaking the law and they don't even know it. So the signage piece and the other actions in the motion are really welcome. And I thank the councillor for his motion.
Very much, Councillor Carroll. All right, so Madam Clerk, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to take a scan at that motion and to make the necessary changes that Councillor Carroll and Ford have agreed upon on behalf of Councillor Grimes. If you have, maybe you can put that up. If you haven't, then we can go to the next item and then we can come back and we can vote on this motion and this item. So what say you, Madam Clerk?
So, Mr. Chair, staff have just identified a potential issue with Part D of Councillor Ford's motion. So I'm wondering if you would mind holding this item down so that I can just be in touch with Councillor Ford and staff and then hopefully resolve the issue. Absolutely, no problem at all. We can hold it down and we can move on to our next item. I think it is, yeah, it is our going through this here. Okay, next item is EC 21.12. That is the election sign bylaw review. Held that one down.
Does anyone have questions on this item? Councillor Carroll to begin, and then Councillor Lai. Councillor Carroll, you may begin, please.
It's a real simple question. $100,000? I'm just trying to understand the fine structure. And I didn't have time to pour over the report and highlight it. So I'm wondering if staff could give us a brief précis of the changes they're recommending and how it affects their ability to find some of the egregious. There are some outliers here. I live in Councillor Minawong's ward where we had quite a problem with signage. So I'm gathering that it has something to do with that, but maybe staff could just quickly take us through the change.
Mr. Grant?
Yeah, just a way of update. We did an extensive comprehensive review in 2017 on this entire bylaw. So this is just minor tweaks based on some of the changes that we have found. We've had in-depth discussions with your local councillor, and we're aware of some of the issues that he has raised. The intent is, again, is a bit of a cleanup. It is to make sure that it works for all incumbents and new entrants to the market, and is fair and reasonable. So I think from a fine perspective, that is something that we are looking actually at increasing enforcement. So in the past, we've had small teams. This year, as we move into future elections, we will have a greater resources put forward for our enforcement teams, and that's really where we need to focus. This is a 28-30 day period. We need to work closely with all the people running in the election to do the appropriate enforcement that is fair and reasonable.
Okay, and if I could zero in on one, removing the requirement to actually call the candidate whose signs we're removing, I'm assuming that you mean we're removing the requirement, so it won't be required that you phone them every time. But I'm assuming that initially, after sign day, because there are a lot of novices in every race, you would give a little bit of a heads up if sign day comes and goes, and you discover, oh, here's a candidate who clearly has no idea of the rules, and we got to pull all his signs. You would give a call at your discretion, right? So that they don't proceed with the race thinking their signs have been stolen by competitors or something like that. They would get some contact from you, would they not?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to use discretion. We want that particular person running to use their resources to remove the signs, not ours. So yes, we would try to be reasonable, fair and reasonable as much as we can.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Carroll, Councillor Lai to question. Councillor Lai, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It didn't catch my eye with 100,000 like Councillor Carroll, but it caught my eye with a $10,000 maximum fine per day. Could you please elaborate on that? How does that go? I mean, am I going to be charged $10,000 a day?
No, just Deputy Mayor Thompson and Councillor Carroll. No, it's in there. Not you, Councillor Lai. No, it's in there as the judge or the justice of the peace would need to determine that's the appropriate fine. So it's there as a maximum, only to be used as appropriate. But no, we do not have the ability, again, sorry, in just joking with the councillors I've known the longest and feel okay joking with, that we would not issue those fines in that amount.
Yeah, but so you mean a JP is going to be involved in these fines? Am I hear it right? So
there are both charges and set fines, but if it is to go further, a JP would set those particular fines.
Okay, and then it says on the report, say it will include ability to inspect, to make comply orders, and to take remedial action. So the candidate actually had, you know, you can give them a warning and then they can do a remedial action. Am I understanding it correctly?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay, I think I do have one more question. It's about, you're saying in the report saying the MLS would have to increase the officer from 12 to 40. So I assume you have to budget for that. Would you consider, instead of 311, would you consider there's going to be a central number that people can call, like the candidate or the public can call? Is it going to be, they have to call 311? Has that changed?
I mean, 311 is the easiest for us through the chair. It's connected to our service request system. So yes, it's best that we continue to use that line. And I think clerks also has an election line that we would work with as well.
Yeah. And also after the election, would staff be able to write a report determining what else needed to be addressed rather than having to wait maybe 2 or 3 years down the road? Would you consider doing like a debrief report after the election to see what challenges you have?
So I would never agree to an additional staff report, recognizing the amount of staff reports that we do, but because we've already reported out on this 3 times or twice in the last 3 years. Obviously, we would take observations, lessons learned, work with our colleagues and city clerks and understand what works and what doesn't, and always continue to improve. But not everything necessarily requires a staff report back, particularly in these times where we're focused on so many other things.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Yes, Mr. Grant, I actually enjoy you taking advantage of Councillor Carroll and I, because we both spotted the 100,000. We asked the question when we talked. So you're totally allowed. We've known you for a long time, and you're an absolute star, quite frankly. So thank you so much. I wanted just to ask you, and you and I have talked a little bit about this with respect to election signs. Numerous elections, you've noticed that people have a tendency to place signs next to one another. So one candidate will have permission to put up a sign. Another will just come and put their sign up without permission. And the homeowner just assume that it's allowed. And when you question them, they say, well, no, I didn't give permission to that person to put the sign up. And they're faced with this issue of, well, geez, because I've seen it where someone have said, I'm going to sue you for touching my sign, even though it's on your property, illegally placed. Just wondering, what can we do about situations like that?
So I think, thank you for the question. That's something we've worked on with your office to maybe provide some further clarification through a motion, so that with the owner's with the owner's approval of signs for candidate A and candidate B and candidate C, that they be placed appropriately at an appropriate distance, not in front of each other, not contradicting each other, giving everyone a fair and reasonable way to participate.
So in asking for such a motion, and you consulted and we worked together to address that, this is really to address this issue where it does happen time and time again, and that we don't have any measures in place now to deal with that. So we put a measure in place now that will deal with it and give you the authority to do what exactly?
So thank you for the question. What it will do is allow us to, with a minor amendment, allow us to ensure that proponent A and proponent B, that there be a specific distance apart on a specific property with the approval of the owner would be permitted.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. There are no other questions of you, Mr. Grant, and thank you very much for your contribution to this committee's work today, and I know that you do that all the time. So we really appreciate you being here. I don't. I think we also have one other item with you, so we're going to have to keep you a little bit longer. And thank you. To speak, Councillor Carroll, did you wish to speak? And Councillor Lai, you speaking as well? Okay, Councillor
Just
Carroll.
quickly, Mr. Chair, because from the looks of what's here, most of the things that concern me are really addressed by this. The problem that you described, to me, the most difficult part of that is that, you know, if you happen to go back to that homeowner, they will say, I don't know where that other sign came from, but I think it's against the law for me to remove it now. And so, you know, I don't know that we need extra enforcement so much as we need to proactively communicate. A sign on your property has to be with your permission. And if one should materialize that you haven't given permission for, be it on your front lawn or your back fence, if you didn't give permission, you're perfectly at liberty to remove it. It's still your property. And I wish that we found some way to effectively communicate that at the beginning of the period. But other than that, I know that some people will be shocked to see that we've got a pretty dramatic maximum fine here. But I have real sympathy for my colleague who is my sort of ward next door neighbor and also the place where I live, Councillor Min Wong. If I can take you back to sign night of 2018, we probably all have a similar routine. My husband helps run my volunteer crew, and they wait till midnight, and then they go out and they have to super quietly in teams of 2 install signs. The minute it's legal, you have to wait till it's legal. I generally am there to wish them all well. I got to be up and fresh to canvas, so I wish them all well. I prepare a snack and leave it for them for when they come back to the office and go home. And thinking everything was going well, even though we have these new rules about we're a little more open about what you can put in the public realm. I thought that's going to be interesting. But as I drove home through the ward, I was seeing my sign dotting the landscape and others as well, until I passed over into the boundary of Councillor Min Wong, and it was egregious. There's no other word for it. One of Councillor Min Wong's competitors owns a sign company and so littered the landscape on every avenue, that it was beyond reason, ridiculously beyond reason. And it ended up being a problem for that whole period of, what is it? It's only 3 weeks now. But they just, the stuff ended up being everywhere and was just a nuisance, and it certainly didn't lead to victory. It just made way too much work for staff, made way too much annoyance for every resident and every driver through that ward. And it was just an abuse of the bylaw. And so the changes here really, I hope, will give anyone pause before they attempt to use a strategy as silly as that one was. If any of you drove through that neighborhood, you would certainly understand why Mr. Grant sat down with the now councillor of that area and said, okay, I hear you, and we'll look at our bylaw. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that thank you very much, staff, for listening and for dealing with some of the issues that we have with election signs. I have the same feeling with the illegal signs, and it's actually just not fair because, for those people who follow the rule, they go and ask permission, and then for your competitors just to post a sign next to your sign, and then the owners don't know that is not appropriate. I think we need to do some education of some of the homeowner as well, and then enforcement is key as well. And you wouldn't believe sometimes you see the littering. The whole street was being littered with sign, and it's so unsafe. There's bylaw that you cannot do it how many meters from the intersection, and people are breaking the laws just like that. I think we need to really do a lot of enforcement on that as well. And also, the other point I wanted to make is that for these sign by law, is a Toronto City sign by law, we need to communicate to those provincial or federal candidates that they actually govern by these signed by law as well. If I'm correct to assume that, you know, that the signed by law is for the city of Toronto. So basically, I don't know whether I should have asked that question, whether it will apply to the provincial and the federal election as well. So those are just my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Just watching the screen, just make sure we have, I know that Councillor Cressy's with us. Councillor Ford, are you with us? Your screen is just going in circle here. Just want to make sure you are there. Okay. All right, Councillor Ford. Councillor Cressy's with us, so we still have quorum. We're good, Councillor Cressy. I know that the COVID meeting is taking place, which we were all supposed to be attending, but I know our staff are there right now. So let me just speak on this particular item. I have a motion, and it's the one that Mr. Grant had referenced, and to some extent, Councillor Carroll, you made mention to it. Staff have actually crafted this motion in my discussion with them, and the City Council amend the City of Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 693 sign to require that election signs be placed no less than 1 meter from other election signs on private property without the consent of the owner or occupants, or on public property without the consent of the owner or occupant at the abutting property. The reason for this is that I've seen numerous times where, in fact, property owners have been threatened by candidates that they're going to sue them for removing signs that they've illegally placed on the property owner's property. And I know it's as problematic as that sounds, it really does happen. And I think at the same time, there are candidates who tend to want to cover other candidates' signs with theirs and so on. And I think this is attempting to address that particular concern. You know, you wish that everyone would actually govern themselves accordingly and so on, but we know that that is not the case. And so the concern that I had was to find out what are the potential solutions that we could actually implement to address these concerns. In discussion with staff, they felt that this was the best method that we can introduce as part of this bylaw to affect that. So I'm moving this for those particular reasons and so on. So that item is there. Go ahead, please, Councillor Carroll.
Can I ask you a question, though? I don't understand the last part. So if you're putting it on the public realm, which as of the last election became easier to do, you're saying anytime it's on public property, you have to go to the owner of the private property next door?
Well, I think part of the discussion with staff and the clarity of it was that if it's abutting, the distance is still required, right? So if you're covering, you know, I've seen it. I'm just
a little worried that might not, like, it might be workable for us, but I think it might be difficult to make that workable downtown. It might leave very little public room property where you could put a sign.
Yeah. Well, let's do this, Councillor Carroll. I will continue to work with staff as this item will go to council. I'll continue to work with staff to see, you know, what interventions we could actually introduce to address the concerns that you do have, because there's probably a spatial differences in some areas in the downtown core. So I will still keep this motion that's in front of us. I'll ask you to support it, and I will commit to working with staff as we move this matter to council to see what resolutions we can come up with in order to resolve that issue and to address that concern.
Okay, and then amend it there as need be.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the item is the motion's there. Oh, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you. We're moving right along. And Councillor Cressy, I know we have quorum still, so if you do have to duck out because of the meeting that's taking place at 4:30, we'll understand, okay? Thank you. All right.
Arrange an update, a separate update just for us.
I know we have some staff members that are there, Councillor Kell, at this particular point in time. All right, so moving right along, members, this is our final item, which is EC 21.13. It's an item that we've seen before. I'd referred it back from City Council. It's a Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal 2020 Annual Report. I know that there is a speaker. Mr. Ross is here. Madam Clerk, Mr. Ross is here, is he?
I'm here.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ross is here. Mr. Ross is the chair of the tribunal. Mr. Ross, good afternoon, and certainly thank you. I know that you've been with us.
Can you hear me okay there?
I can hear you perfectly. I did hear your voice earlier this morning. You've been with us pretty well all day. The floor is yours, sir. You have 5 minutes to speak on this particular item. We hurried it and rushed it the last time, so it's an opportunity for you to have an opportunity to comment further.
Before you start the timer, I just wanted to make sure that the document or page I had submitted has been circulated or is available online to members?
Yes. Members have that information. It's we have it. Yes. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So as the Deputy Mayor mentioned, I'm the chair of the Dangerous Dogs Tribunal, and I submitted, as of last meeting, as required, the chair's annual report. And we ran out of a little bit of time on it, and so I've had a couple of meetings with Councillor Thompson on this. And what I wanted to say, I'll just introduce it by saying, in the 2 years, we've had 2 years' experience on this tribunal now. It's been in its second year, ending second year of existence, and so we've kind of learned a few things. And I guess the major thing we've learned is that one size doesn't fit all. And I'll illustrate that just with a brief story. There are some older people who are, as they get older, having trouble managing their dogs on walks and so on. And in some cases, the dog will get away and approach another dog and so on. And as a result, a dangerous dog order gets issued. And it seems somewhat unfair in that particular instance. We've had a couple of cases like that, especially where a dog walker has agreed they're willing to take the dog. So we looked at how we could deal with that. The other, and I'll talk about that in a moment. The other piece that I think is realized, and if you look at the document, look at some of the other cities in our country that have what they've dealt with, but it's kind of inevitable. This seems to be the approach that we're looking at, that the tribunals have a little more jurisdiction than just saying yes or no, uphold or rescind, and that is to attach some conditions. So what I did was there was an analysis done by the city staff in November of 2016 in preparation for setting up this tribunal. And they listed a bunch of cities and looked at those and used that information in setting it up. So what I did was I looked at those cities again, because a lot of them have updated what they were doing 5 years ago. Some cities use the courts, so I really only looked at the cities that are doing things with tribunals. And pretty much they are all have, a lot of them have the opportunity to do more than just uphold or rescind the order. And I'll talk about some examples in a second. But Mississauga can uphold the muzzle order or accept the owner either in whole or in part from the order. Ottawa may exempt the owner from muzzling or leashing requirements. Vaughan, they can confirm or rescind the muzzle requirement of the order, so they can modify the order. Caledon can confirm the order or exempt the person in whole or in part from the conditions of the order. Waterloo, similar, can affirm, rescind, or substitute its own designation. And it applies to smaller locations too. So the Township of Wellesley and the Municipality of Waterloo provides for appeals to council to lift the order if required. One of the most interesting ones is New Westminster, British Columbia, where they have a policy where after 1 year of receiving notice that the dog's an aggressive dog, the owner can apply for relief from the muzzle order and leashing requirements provided the cities receive no further complaints. If they do get further complaints, the order comes back in and it becomes a lifetime order. So in my original submission, I had talked about trying to revise and set up an order that could be reviewed after a certain length of time as opposed to the current lifetime order. But having looked at some specific situations and what the other municipalities come to do, I feel it would be far better for us to have the opportunity to attach conditions to the order. There are other delegated bodies the city has, the Committee of Adjustment being one of them, that allows conditions to be attached. So I just give a couple of quick examples of the type of conditions that might be appropriate. So I've talked about one with the elderly owners, and we had a situation where a dog walking firm was going to undertake sign an undertaking that they would walk the dog, and so the condition that would be put on it was the owners could not walk the dog off property themselves because of their condition. Another example is the requirement to post a warning sign on the private property of the owner, which is required. It's actually, for some people living in condos, impossible to comply with because some condo bylaws don't allow posting on the individual unit holder's door. So we'd be creating a condition that would be impossible to comply with. The third example is in the case of 2 non-severe bites. We've had a couple of cases of that where there have been really nothing particularly significant, and yet it becomes a lifetime order. And so we'd like to kind of do the same thing that some of these other municipalities have been able to do, that the order could be reviewed in a specified time period, similar to what New Westminster did with the appropriate controls. So that's basically what we'd like to do. We'd like to be able to do more than just uphold or rescind based on our experience. And, you know, the tribunal went through a fairly extensive approach of being appointed by the city and through the nominations committee and so on. So I think we've got good people on the committee who understand it. They've got 2 years of experience in doing this. So it's not something we're starting. It's something that we'd like to. Toronto's always been a leader, and here there were a lot of other municipalities who are taking care of that sort of thing. Several municipalities have done that. And the question that comes up is there any 100% guarantee that a dog would not reoffend? And of course, the answer is no. But, you know, the parole board doesn't have 100% certainty either that no one on parole will ever reoffend.
Mr. Ross, can you wrap up, please? You're at 5 minutes.
But as a society, we've chosen to empower a qualified board to evaluate that risk. So I think that wraps it up. I hopefully stayed within my time.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Ross? Seeing none. Okay. Just a quick question for you, Mr. Ross, before I ask staff questions. You've indicated there are several jurisdictions where the orders may be basically amended in order to, I guess, based on the experience of in this case, of the tribunal, to be able to make an exemption to the order. In this case, you have no choice with respect. You have no options with respect to making exemptions. Is that correct?
It's a pure binary decision. It's either rescind or uphold.
Right. And you have indicated that there are several other jurisdictions who have the ability to amend their orders, and you wonder why Toronto is not able to do so?
Well, I more than wonder. I'd like Toronto to do it.
No, at the moment, though, I know that's where you'd like to
You're
get
absolutely correct.
But at the moment, we wonder why is it that Toronto is not able to follow those other municipalities. In as much as we're leaders, there are times that others are doing things that we could, I use the term copy or basically follow.
Yeah, maybe I might use or implement, but exactly.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ross. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. All right, members, questions of staff. Does anyone have questions of staff? I'll start off with Councillor Carroll first. Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so our report looks at the number of times animal services was called, which is almost 2,000, but it really is less than 100 dangerous dog orders as a result of those service calls, and then fewer still. I think Mr. Ross said only 7 actual appeals. So we're getting an annual report, but you're asking for a fee change in it, which is like a policy change. How how concerned should we be about making a policy change here on Mr. Ross's recommendation? If we give them the power to make changes and not just the binary decision, are we at risk of major liability, or is this a small change?
So thank you for the question, and I'll start and ask my colleague, who is the acting director of animal services and also the chief veterinarian for the city of Toronto, to comment. And you know, we are aware of this. This is the Dangerous Dog Tribunal has changed. It's new within the last 2 years. We are always willing to improve. So with that said, I'll turn it over to my good friend and colleague, Esther Attard.
Thank you, Carlton. Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. This would have to be something that would need to be looked into with respect to public safety, and so that's our mandate, is to ensure public safety. The fact that there are only 7 reviews, it may mean that other people, you know, are in compliance and do accept the fact that they have issues. Certainly it seems a long time for the lifetime ban. However, we take these decisions seriously. When we give a dangerous dog order, it is because it is deserved. And certainly menaces may seem like they're in, you know, they don't really matter, but they do, because they happen multiple times, and that's why the dangerous dog order is put in place. We may also incur some liability issues should we rescind an order or part of an order.
Okay. And Mr. Ross uses a very good example. He said, you know, for instance, in Committee of Adjustment, you have a citizen panel, and they can apply conditions to things, but the conditions have to be embedded in policy. You know, somewhere in planning policy is the condition you're now allowed to apply as a Committee of Adjustment panel member. We don't really have a set of conditions that they could use, do we? We haven't developed that as policy. That's why they're limited to this binary decision.
Yes, through the chair, that is correct. We don't have a series of conditions that they could apply.
And there's nowhere, the appeal is the appeal. There's no way they can say, you know, you're asking for conditions. That's not a minor request. It's a major request. There's no place to bump it up to.
Currently, no, there isn't.
Yeah, so we really couldn't do what's being requested here unless we did some policy work around it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councillor Carroll. Councillor Lai, did you have questions? Okay, good. All right. So, Councillor Ford's no questions. All right. So, if I could ask through you, to you, Mr. Grant, and your staff has, Esther, you just indicated that through the question to Councillor Carroll, that we don't have policy to really govern this, what's being requested. What does it take to actually address this through a policy lens? Is it simply a report request to ask you to come back with some policies to provide some guidance? Because you have other municipalities who are providing these provisions where their respective committees can uphold and or change the direction and or the order, so that they could say we uphold, we can put conditions on. What does it take to help this process? Because I'm actually sympathetic to the idea that, you know, that we shouldn't simply muzzle the dog forever if there's a possibility, and as Mr. Ross has indicated, there's no guarantee that it couldn't happen again. But I think equally, you've got criminal boards who make decisions to parole offenders and things like that, and things can happen. We realize that. But what will it take? Is it simply a request for a report to come back with policy?
Go ahead, Esther.
Okay. So I would say that when the tribunal was being developed, when the rules around it was being developed, there was a lot of jurisdictional scans that were done at that time. So as Mr. Ross has said, some municipalities do allow for this, but others do not. And so in our brief jurisdictional scan, many of the municipalities that we looked at did not provide this opportunity. So we did fall within what is done by many tribunals. And it would take a lot of work because, as you would say in patrol boards, they do look at things and put people out on patrol. However, those people that are on those boards, what is their background and what are they experts on? And so it would take a lot of that kind of information. There are certain things with dogs that may be minor or may not be, and you would have to look at certain triggers and things like that that could happen that could result in a public safety issue. And so that would be, through the lens that we would have to look at it.
Fair enough. The scan that you spoke about in terms of when this tribunal was being set up, did you look at Mississauga? Did you look at Ottawa? Did they actually have some of these rules in place at the time, or do you not think perhaps? So there's two questions there. Do you not think perhaps it's time for us to do a review of our own policies now to see how we actually align with respect to current thinking in with other jurisdictions?
So yes, through the chair, that certainly is possible, and that certainly sounds reasonable. It has been since 2016 that this work was first done, and so things change. So in the brief jurisdictional scan we did before this meeting, we did find that we did still align with many of the other municipalities, but that doesn't mean that it's right or wrong. It's just that we are aligned with some, but not all.
Right, fair enough. So then you need directions in order to go ahead and do that work, which you've indicated it's rather onerous and time consuming. I get that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. It's an undertaking that we're with direction from committee that we would look into. Not just like our group, we're looking to continuously improve. And if the committee has recommendations for that, something we would look into, recognizing our work plan is totally full and you and your colleagues ask for new stuff every week. Not you guys, just your colleagues.
And Councilor Carroll.
So I just want to be open and transparent with you that it's something we look at. It's going to take some time.
Sure. No. I really appreciate the frankness in terms of responses, because we are talking about the fact that you folks are really busy. So, okay, that's very helpful. I'm just glad that we had more time to actually dive into this, because the last time we didn't have enough time to deal with this and so on. So, okay, thank you very much. Those are the questions I have. To speak, Councillor Carroll.
I'll be honest, we had a lot on the agenda and a lot going on in life the last time this came. So I hadn't read the report all the way through. So I'm glad that in deferring it to hear this deputation and to give this some consideration, I had time to read it. But I have to tell you, I'm not moving a motion to change the tribunal procedures as they are right now. What the doctor told us is they never take this decision lightly. And when we read through the report, we find the stats bear that out. There aren't a lot of dangerous dog orders here for the 1,911 different calls for such action. Out of those, we have 96 orders being delivered. And out of those, most people took that. There are only 7 left who wanted to appeal.
True.
And I understand wanting to have some conditions. I understand the dilemma of not wanting to just yay or nay it. The problem is this: it's us that will take the liability in the end, and we would need to do policy work that is really difficult to do right now. What we're doing right now is keeping people alive. and making sure that World War III doesn't break out in and around a shelter. We have such work on the plate of exactly the set of staff that would have to deal with this, that I'm afraid that it's not a big change we can make right now. I appreciate it, but the other thing is, and I'll just harken back to this. I think the reason the doctor is being so cautious is that it is very difficult once you've had an incident and decided there's a dangerous dog. They don't take the decision lightly when they put that order on, but to come forward and say, I think he's improved, it's very hard to know if that dog is improved. And I had experience with that over a controversy back when the city council was required to have a councillor member on the Humane Society over at River Street. And the president, who has since left under some controversy, was housing a dog who had been a part of a dangerous incident. And the dog was lovely as long as the president was in the room. And when he wasn't, you were instantly terrified. And so it's very hard. The tribunal, it's a sitting tribunal. It doesn't have time. We're going to go and visit the dog and spend a week with them in different circumstances. So I think it would be very hard for them to apply conditions once that order is there, unless we do some deep policy work for them to give them parameters around the conditions. And it's just not something we can ask staff to do in 2021. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Just seeing whether or not anyone else wishes to speak to this item. Okay, I will speak. I want to thank Mr. Ross, who is the chair of the tribunal, for being here with us today. I asked for this matter to be referred back to committee from council because the last time we really rushed through, we didn't have enough time to get to it. And I thought, in all fairness, we should take the time, and we invited Mr. Ross to come back to speak. I want to thank him as well for obviously some of the work that he has done and the conversations that I've had with him. I do think that at some point we should review the policy. I agree with Councillor Carroll. Based on some of the things that we have to do around here. This is probably not one of the 99 things to be done. And of course, there's a lot more than 99 things to be done, quite frankly. But it is something that should be in our purview at a future date that we have to look at. We need to have a policy in place in order to give the tribunal members the ability to make decisions. Right now, we have no policy. There is no ability to make that decision. Mr. Ross has alerted us to his concern, and so on. Staff are aware, and they have indicated an interest in terms of examining it at a later date. Mr. Grant has been very clear with us, not just on this particular issue, but on other issues as well, in terms of the fact that he doesn't have enough time for his staff to deal with all of these different priorities that we have. And we have to prioritize them in a way that which are the things that are most important for us to deal with. COVID related are top of everybody's mind right at this moment. We are moving staff to places to be able to help and so on. And so in as much as I'm sympathetic to wanting to review this, it's clear at this particular point in time, with all the work that's been done, Mr. Ross, again, I thank him for his energy. It is clear then, based on the presentation of staff, that our best option would be not to take any action at this particular point in time to facilitate any changes, because that's going to require a deep amount of research and work to be done and discussion. And at this point in time, we don't have the ability to do that. And we always have to gauge it on our ability to actually, do the work and bring forward the information to allow us as decision makers to make decisions and so on. So I don't see the opportunity at this time for us to engage in that particular process because of what's involved. But we've actually spent some time today to give this particular matter the appropriate amount of time and consideration. And I think that we have done our duty as committee members in terms of being fully vested in terms of this matter. And I want to thank the staff and Mr. Grant for his candor, and Esther for her response to our questions and so on. So with that, members, I will just move the item. And so all those in favor of the item, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. Just with the clerk's concurrence, members, I think we have exhausted the agenda. It is 5:01 p.m. We start.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think the
we have to go back to your item. I understand. No, I understand. We have to go back to your item.
Okay.
No, but I'm just saying we've exhausted the agenda in terms of we've completed it, except we just have to finalize the language on the motion and to vote on the item.
And then also, Mr. Chair, our in-camera session, if it's still on?
Yeah, so what I was going to suggest is that we're going to basically, I'll leave the in-camera session for another day. What I'd like to do is reach out to each and every one of you just to have a quick conversation about the matter as it related. I understand from sources that the councillor has removed the tweet, hasn't apologized, but he has removed it. And there's a conversation that's out there. In fact, it's rather interesting in terms of the commentary that's been made in the paper today regarding this particular matter. It seems that there are quotes attributed to me by the Toronto Star, which I did not make, but nonetheless, it's being attributed to me nonetheless. And it's rather disappointing to hear that, where they say that, as I indicated earlier, they said we said that we are not a no city, but they go on to say that but the city is not the right now city. And they're attributing that comment to me, which I did not make. But I'll leave it to those who make those sort of comments to give the impression to the public that something was said which was not said. I did clearly say today that, we're not saying no to this. We're actually asking staff to proceed and look at this as part of their work plan. But it's been written in a way that suggested that I said that we're not right now city, which is not correct at all. You bear witness to what I've said today, but that is what's been reported in the Toronto Star by the reporter. But I'll leave it as it is, and quite frankly, it's an unfortunate situation. But let's get on with completing the agenda today, and let's be very correct with respect to what we know and what we say here as members of committee. Madam Clerk, do you have the changes to Councillor Ford's item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that we worked with Councillor Ford and also with Councillor Grimes' office, and what you see displayed is the revised motion.
Okay, fantastic. Members, you just have a moment to take a look and just ensure that everybody is happy with that. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Ford?
Good to go.
Councillor Carroll? I'll just let you finish.
Two thumbs up from Siskel and Ebert.
well, thank you both very much for your collaboration and your cooperation. That's just very great. That's very good. All right, so members, you have the motion that's there. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, thank you very much. Now, members, we have concluded the items on the agenda. And we have concluded this meeting. But just before we sign off, I just want to thank the committee secretary and all of the staff members who have participated with us today on this meeting. And finally, and the members of council who came to speak. And finally, to the members of the public who are here with us today. Thank you so much for being patient with us and being with us today. Members, thank you. I'll be in touch with you shortly. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. All the best. This meeting is now adjourned. Thanks. Bye.